Chapter 696. Although Vice Hall Master Su's little abacus rang loudly in his heart, in front of Zhang Xiaohua's powerful divine sense, it was useless. Zhang Xiaohua had already released his divine sense, fearing that Deputy Hall Master Su would do something. When he saw the black light, he recognized that it was a short arrow. There was a blue light on the tip of the arrow. It must have been coated with poison. Seeing that the poisonous arrow was close to him, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He didn't use his hand to catch it. Instead, he lowered his body and tried to dodge it. But at that moment, the poisonous arrow's arrowhead let out a soft explosion. The entire arrowhead transformed into a cluster of short needles that shot out in all directions right next to Zhang Xiaohua's face. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He thought that it was a poisonous arrow. He used his divine sense to look at it, but he didn't observe it carefully. It was too late for him to dodge it now. Zhang Xiaohua immediately lowered his head and raised his right arm to cover his head with the clothes on his arm. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was trying to dodge the poisonous needles, suddenly, a leg appeared in midair and kicked Zhang Xiaohua in the chest. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again. All his attention was on the poisonous needles. He didn't use his divine sense to check his surroundings. He didn't expect that when the poisonous needles exploded, Deputy Hall Master Su would fly up from his chair like a gust of wind and kick him in midair. There was a series of poochit sounds, accompanied by a puff sound. Zhang Xiaohua was kicked out of the door by Deputy Hall Master Su like a sandbag. Hee, Deputy Hall Master Su sneered. You're still wet behind the ears. You want to fight with me? Do you think? However, before Vice Hall Master Su could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaohua's flying figure seemed to be blocked by something just as he was about to fly out of the door. It was as if he was caught in a fishing net. He only slowed down a little before he flew towards Vice Hall Master Su at the same speed. Vice Hall Master Su was taken aback. He raised his palm to strike Zhang Xiaohua's body, but before he could do so, a small fist appeared and met his palm head-on. Although Deputy Hall Master Su was surprised, he didn't care. He still hit his hand. In an instant, the palm and the fist collided. There was no sound, but Deputy Hall Master Su seemed to have been hit by a hammer. His body flew up and fell back. Zhang Xiaohua's retreating figure was immediately revealed on the spot. Zhang Xiaohua stood there steadily, but there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua watched coldly as Vice Hall Leader Su's body was sent flying into the air and slowly fell back down. He then raised his arm and looked at the densely packed poison needles on his sleeve. He could not help but feel a lingering fear. Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were high enough, but he was still inexperienced. He didn't expect Deputy Hall Master Su to have so many moves. If he wasn't wearing the robe of Venerable Fire Dragon, he would have been seriously injured by the poisonous needles. Even if he wasn't seriously injured, his face would be covered with scars. That would be worse than being seriously injured. Zhang Xiaohua's internal injuries, which were almost healed, worsened. He coldly used the fingers of his left hand to carefully wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He said, Vice Hall Master Su, good method. Well said. Deputy Hall Master Su stood up and asked with a surprised expression, Ren Xiaoxia's internal strength is very good. At the very least, he is one of the best in the Tenryu sect's younger generation. Then he looked at the empty doorway and said, What did you do to my doorway? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and laughed. Do you think I will tell you? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took out the chasing dream dagger. He quickly stepped forward and thrust the dagger at Vice Hall Master Su's throat. He really didn't want to waste his breath on this kind of person. Who was Deputy Hall Master Su? He was the Deputy Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall and an inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. He did not even draw the long sword at his waist. Instead, he faced Zhang Xiaohua's small sword with his bare hands. The two of them fought for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, and neither of them had the upper hand. Although Zhang Xiaohua's strength was great, Deputy Hall Master Su's internal strength was superb and his moves were exquisite. Whenever he encountered a move that he couldn't defeat, he would be able to dissipate the force and even use it to counterattack. Even so, Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. With this level of martial arts, even if there were 3 Lu Lihong, he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Lihong, let alone kill him. Both of them became impatient and retreated half a step. Deputy Hall Master Su stretched out his hand and pulled out his sword. He circulated his internal energy and an inch-long sword light flashed. Then he used the splitting mountain technique and slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua also made a hand sign and pointed his finger. The dagger seemed to be full of spirituality and flew out from his hand. It flew diagonally and stabbed towards Deputy Hall Master Su's neck. Flying sword. Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. His sword trembled and the sword light disappeared. He didn't have time to hurt anyone but quickly pulled his sword back and pointed at the dagger. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to test the waters and didn't dodge. With a king sound, the two swords collided. Deputy Hall Master Su felt as if he was struck by lightning. His arm went soft and he took half a step back. His face was pale. Chasing Dream was also hit and tumbled in the air. Zhang Xiaohua almost couldn't control it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was a little flustered, Deputy Hall Master Su suppressed the fear in his heart and rushed forward. He pointed his sword at Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She didn't have time to control Chasing Dream. She used the ethereal steps and cleverly dodged the sword. She flashed behind Deputy Hall Master Su and opened up the distance between them. She pointed her finger and Chasing Dream rushed down again. This time Zhang Xiaohua learned her lesson. She didn't rashly collide with Deputy Hall Master Su's sword. Instead she focused on using the dream-weaving sword technique. She surrounded Deputy Hall Master Su and kept stabbing at his throat. It had to be said that Deputy Hall Master Su was very powerful. His martial arts were only a little weaker than the bronze-masked old man that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered previously. However, after that battle, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation in the way of immortality had increased. Her divine sense had also improved by leaps and bounds. Even though her divine sense could only cover a radius of 1 zhang, her control over the flying sword had become more precise. In addition, she had obtained the complete set of the dream-weaving sword technique. She was like a tiger that had grown wings. It was impossible for Deputy Hall Master Su to use his hand or sword to hit Chasing Dream like the bronze-masked old man. After a few moves, Vice Hall Master Su had no choice but to place his sword in front of his throat in order to block Chasing Dream, who was about to stab him in the throat. As a result, although he managed to dodge Chasing Dream, the sword in his hand was cut in half by Chasing Dream. Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. He jumped back a step. Seeing Chasing Dream turn around and stab at him again, he clenched his teeth and took out a short sword. It was the nameless sword that he had extorted from Yang Yao. He shook his hand and stabbed at Chasing Dream. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him stab her? She ordered Chasing Dream to turn around. Right at that moment, Vice Hall Master Su clenched his teeth. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale and the veins on his arms bulged. Even his eyes were bloodshot. Reverse blood corrosion essence. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She had seen this scene before in the peach forest outside Sorrow City. She knew that this was an extreme technique that forcefully increased one's martial arts. As a result, she did not dare to be careless. She controlled Chasing Dream while thinking of a countermeasure. As expected, after Deputy Hall Master Su used the reverse blood corrosion essence technique, his internal energy had increased greatly. Even his movements had become much more agile. Chasing Dream was almost unable to lock onto his throat. As for the short sword in his hand, while blocking Chasing Dream, he could also stab at Zhang Xiaohua. What should I do now? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. She had wanted to directly use the attack Jade Talisman. However, the flame in the Jade Talisman was incomparably fierce. If it hit Deputy Hall Master Su's body, there would be nothing left of him. However, Deputy Hall Master Su was the Deputy Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall. He was not like Bai Huan and Meng Fei. If he disappeared, then so be it. Only Sage Herb would have some thoughts. Well, if Bai Huan disappeared, then Sage Herb would not know at all. But what if Deputy Hall Master Su disappeared? The consequences would of course be 100 times more serious than being killed. Perhaps it would cause a huge uproar in the fragrance cult. As a foreign fake medicine boy, she would inevitably fall into the eyes of some people. However, if she was killed, a little medicine boy like her would not be considered at all. Of course, there would be a lot less danger. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua decided to use the Dragon Binding Ring. Although the Dragon Binding Ring consumed a lot of genuine qi, and the genuine qi in her meridians might not be enough. However, the situation was a little critical now. Zhang Xiaohua could not put away her initial plan of not using the dragon binding ring. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua no longer hesitated. She reached out her hand and took out the jade bracelet from her bosom. She threw it into the air and cast a spell. The jade bracelet seemed to grow in the wind. It grew to about 4 feet and wrapped around Deputy Hall Master Su's body. Deputy Hall Chief Su was even more panicked. He didn't even have time to say a word before he hurriedly fled. However, the hall was only so big. Although he was fast now, he could barely match Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. After a few dodges, he was about to be caught by the dragon binding ring. Vice Hall Master Su stretched out his left hand and grabbed the jade pendant on his belt. He exerted force and crushed the jade pendant. Pa! A brown light shot out from his hand and instantly covered his entire body like a transparent cover. The dragon binding hoop had already landed on Vice Hall Master Su's head. However, Vice Hall Master Su was unharmed because of this transparent cover. Chapter 697. Seeing Vice Hall Master Su crush the jade pendant at his waist, Zhang Xiaohua knew that things were not going well. Needless to say, this was definitely the life-saving technique of the Lingering Fragrance Peak disciples. It was also a defensive jade talisman left behind by the ancient immortal Tao. By the time the light shield rose, the dragon binding hoop was still wrapped around the light shield, unable to shrink it by even half an inch. Zhang Xiaohua tried a few more times, but the Jinqi in his meridians was insufficient, so he gave up. At this time, inside the light barrier, Vice Hall Master Su's face was filled with astonishment as he shouted, "Just which heavenly king of the heavenly dragon sect are you? How can a disciple of the lower generation know this technique?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly and said, "Do I look like a heavenly king? If I were a heavenly king, I would have sent my subordinates to kill you. Why would I do it myself? But, Immortal Tao." Vice Leader Su's eyes lit up. He was even more surprised. Could it be that the Tenryu sect has found a way to revive the Immortal Tao? Revive the Immortal Tao? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and said, "Is the incense cult also looking for it?" "Of course," Vice Leader Su said casually. Then he realized he had misspoken and changed the topic. "You said you weren't from the Tenryu sect. In this big world, who knows about the Immortal Tao outside of the great sects? Not to mention the divine arts of the Immortal Tao." Then he said, "We're all from the great sects of the Immortal Tao. We're brothers and sisters. Besides, we're both going against the incense cult. Junior brother, can you let me go?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Then tell me, which sect are you from?" This Vice Leader Su thought for a moment and said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Zhang Xiaohua said firmly, "Impossible. But I'll let you die a quick death, not like Meng Fei." Sneered Vice Hall Master Su. "Then why should I tell you? Besides, this shield is very strong. It can hold until tomorrow morning. When a disciple comes to report, let's see if you'll let me go or not. At that time, you won't need to let me go even if you want to. I'll go to Lingering Fragrance Peak and report this to the sect leader. I'll let the sect's consecrated elders capture you. Where you come from is none of my business. Even if you kill all the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak, I won't lift half a finger. However, you instructed people to kill me and Bai Huan. How can I let you go? Junior brother, I'm telling you that I'm to protect myself. It's our sect. To promote the Tenryu, to make you to say the Tenryu sect." Then he licked his dry lips and said, "Bai Huan is just a little disciple of Tianmu Peak. I originally thought that he was like you, but I couldn't find anything after investigating. Anyway, Meng Fei has already been killed by you. This matter should be resolved." Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. "It's useless to say more. I'm not from the Tenryu sect. What you said is useless. I'll take your life as an explanation to senior brother Bai." Vice Leader Su was so angry that he laughed and said, "I'd like to see what you can do to me. By the way, you said that the consecrated elders of Lingering Fragrance Peak also have celestial methods?" "Of course." Vice Leader Su knew he had made a slip of the tongue. He gnashed his teeth. This guy's words are too jumpy. I'll fall into his trap if I'm not careful. "Then what kind of methods are they?" Zhang Xiaohua asked again, but Vice Leader Su pretended not to hear her. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me for ruthlessly destroying the grass." Vice Leader Su didn't understand at first. but when he understood the meaning of ruthlessly destroying the grass, his face turned ashen. He was also uneasy. He really didn't know what other methods Zhang Xiaohua would have. Zhang Xiaohua took out a light red jade talisman from her chest. She shook her hand and hit the brown light shield around Vice Leader Su. The light red flame slowly burned the light shield. When the flame was gone, only 20% of the light shield's brilliance had dimmed. Vice Leader Su's initial nervousness was instantly relieved. He laughed and said, "Junior Brother Ren, your last trump card is gone. I think it's better to stop and let Yan Huan go." Zhang Xiaohua looked extremely troubled. She shook her head and said, "Sai, I want to stop, but the jade talisman in my hand doesn't agree." After she finished speaking, she shook her hand and 2 jade talismans shot out. Vice Leader Su was shocked. He really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would take out 3 jade talismans, which were regarded as treasures on the Lingxiang peak of the Tenryu sect. And from what she said, she seemed to have more. This Tenryu sect was really too generous. Even the female disciples who hadn't finished their apprenticeship didn't have jade talismans. Only a few hall masters like him could be bestowed with jade talismans by the hierarch for self-defense. Not long after, the light shield had dimmed a lot. Perhaps one more jade talisman would be able to break the light shield. Vice Leader Su, who had never believed in ghosts and gods, couldn't help but chant Amitabha in his heart. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua's hand eagerly, hoping that she wouldn't take out another jade talisman. However, when Zhang Xiaohua took out her hand from her chest, there were actually 2 jade talismans in her hand. Vice Hall Master Su was about to go crazy. You can't bully us like this." When Zhang Xiaohua hit the light shield with the 2 jade talismans, Vice Leader Su took the initiative to stab her with his dagger. Unfortunately, when Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger, the dragon binding ring tightened and pulled Vice Leader Su to the side. Vice Leader Su couldn't even get half a step closer to Zhang Xiaohua. Just when Vice Leader Su was about to make a move, he heard a crisp sound. The light shield dimmed completely and the light shield burst like a bubble. The dragon binding ring immediately wrapped around Vice Leader Su's body. Vice Leader Su gritted his teeth and channeled his internal energy. The glow of the dagger in his hand increased by 3 inches. He straightened his body and stabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't afraid of him. She pointed her finger and the dragon binding ring flew in the air and firmly fixed Vice Leader Su in place. It was like Bai Huan being hung on a torture rack. Vice Hall Master Su was still in midair, but he was still unwilling to give up. He waved his left forearm and the short sword in his hand flew towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. At the same time, he waved his right hand and a black ray of light shot towards Zhang Xiaohua. The short sword was accurate and it was aimed at Zhang Xiaohua's face. However, the poison arrow was slightly off target. Zhang Xiaohua reached out his hand and grabbed the short sword. Then he moved his body and dodged far away. The black ray of light missed and the poison needle did not explode where Zhang Xiaohua was standing. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dagger in her hand and said with a smile, "Vice Leader Su is too polite." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a scream behind her. When she turned around, she saw that Chong Li, who was hiding nearby, was killed by Vice Leader Su's poisonous arrow. His face was full of poisonous needles and it was obvious that he would die soon. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Although the short sword was meant to stab him, more importantly, it was meant to attract his attention. The poison arrow was even more calculated. It knew that he wouldn't touch it, so it was naturally meant for him to dodge it. Of course, it was meant to be shot at the stronger side. Alas, poor Chong. He had just been attracted by the mysterious martial arts that he had never seen or dreamed of. His entire body and mind were focused on their exquisite moves, strange jade slips and inexplicable jade bracelets. How could he have thought that Vice Hall Master Su would kill him to silence him? When he saw the poisonous arrow and the poisonous needle in front of him, he realized that he couldn't dodge it with his martial arts. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before he breathed his last. "Vice Leader Su, you calculated well," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "I didn't intend to let him live. I let Vice Leader Su do it for me. Thank you, thank you." She pointed her finger and the dragon binding bracelet moved down a bit and wrapped around Vice Leader Su's arm. He couldn't move at all. Vice Leader Su couldn't move his limbs at all. He snorted and said, "If I don't kill him now, do you think I'll keep him alive for the Tenryu sect to interrogate?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I've told you countless times that I'm not from the Tenryu sect. Why are you so stubborn? Why do you insist that I'm from the Tenryu sect? Vice Leader Su snorted again and didn't say anything else. It was as if saying more would be an insult to his intelligence. Looking at Vice Leader Su, who was hanging in the air, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and thought about how to deal with him. He wanted to kill Vice Leader Su on the spot and make it obvious that he was someone with high martial arts. At this time he didn't show his martial arts so no one would suspect him. However, he thought about how he saved people in the Orchid Evening refining. Who wouldn't know that he was a high martial arts master? Maybe in the future, if he showed his martial arts a little, people would suspect him. Although Vice Leader Su was sent by the incense cult, he knew that the incense cult didn't. After thinking about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation, Vice Leader Su chuckled. Why, Ren Xiaoxia? Do you feel that it's not a good idea to kill me? I am the vice leader of the Dan Expanding Hall. If your Tenryu sect doesn't want to be discovered by the incense cult, you better let me go obediently and we can work together. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to talk to him. She turned to look at Vice Leader Su's face that was already festering. He had an idea. Zhang Xiaohua pointed the dragon binding hoop at Vice Leader Su and dragged him to a chair. Vice Leader Su laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Junior brother Ren, you have a clear view of the situation. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not release the dragon binding hoop. Instead, he pointed his finger at Vice Hall Master Su's face, and a piece of rotten flesh and a poisonous needle flew out and landed in the teacup on the table next to him. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua sneered, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Once he finished speaking, he walked forward and sealed Vice Hall Master Su's major acupoints. Chapter 698. When Vice Hall Master Su saw that Zhang Xiaohua had sealed his main acupuncture point, he opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but no sound came out. It seemed that even if he could use the lotus blossom technique, Zhang Xiaohua would not let him go. Zhang Xiaohua opened Vice Hall Master Su's mouth and pointed with her finger. The cup of poisonous blood and pus flew out and poured into Vice Hall Master Su's mouth. Vice Hall Master Su struggled with all his might. He wanted to spit out the poisonous blood, but the moment the cold tea entered his stomach, he gave up on that thought. After being fed with the poisonous blood, Vice Hall Master Su's face turned dark red. Soon after, a mouthful of sweet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was a gorgeous sight under the light. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pressed her finger on Vice Hall Master Su's body to unseal his acupuncture point. Vice Hall Master Su's face contorted from the heart-wrenching pain. Vice Hall Master Su only managed to utter a single word before his head tilted to the side. More blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He had actually died from the poison that he had concocted. Zhang Xiaohua pointed again and sent the filthy liquid back to Meng Chang's body. She then released her divine sense and carefully examined Vice Hall Master Su's body. When she was certain that Vice Hall Master Su was dead, she let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Senior Bai, I have avenged you and vented my anger. I hope that you will be able to rest in peace when you are in the underworld." After she finished speaking, she kept the dragon binding ring and cleaned up the suspicious places in the hall. She then carried Meng Chang's and Meng Fei's corpses and left the hall. She put away the jade talismans that she had placed in the surroundings and disappeared to a secluded area at the edge of the cliff. Seeing that there was no one around and that there were rocks blocking his way, Zhang Xiaohua threw out 2 jade talismans, turning the 2 corpses into ashes. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Imperial Wind technique and headed straight for Tianmu Peak. At this moment, in a place extremely far away from the White Yu Peak, there was another mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It towered over the earth in the dark night and was actually more than twice the size of the White Yu Peak. There were also many pavilions and towers in the middle of the mountain, all of which were quietly bathed in the night sky. It was a slightly secluded courtyard, but it was brightly lit. In the hall, there was a small table with 4 exquisite dishes, a wine pot and 2 wine cups. There were 2 people sitting opposite each other, drinking and chatting. A man in his 40s with a face as white as jade said warmly, "Zhao Jian, it's been a few days since you returned from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Have you recovered from your injuries?" Below him was a young disciple in his 20s. He was tall and strong, and his brocade robe made him look handsome and confident. However, his left hand was fastened with a cloth band, and his face was pale, indicating that he was still injured. Wasn't this the senior Zhao who led Zhang Xiaohu and the other disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon? When Zhao Jian heard the man's question, he hurriedly replied respectfully. Although this disciple was heavily injured, but with the Yuandan pilt bestowed by Vice Hall Master Zhong, I have already recovered. This Yuandan pilt is indeed worthy of being our fragrant religion's panacea. This disciple has come to thank Vice Hall Master Zhong for saving my life. When Vice Hall Master Zhong heard this, the smile on his face deepened. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter, what's there to thank? Not to mention saving your life." Then he looked at the pitch-black night sky outside the hall and said, "It's been hard on you. You don't have any foundation in the fragrant religion, and you're not even a direct disciple in the Misty Hall. Yet you were able to lead a group of senior sisters and junior brothers to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Alas, they didn't make it back and you were able to escape with your life. This can be considered a great fortune in the misfortune of the Misty Hall." Hearing Vice Hall Master Zhong's words, Zhao Jian's face immediately became filled with shame and desolation. He said in a low voice, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this disciple has let you down. You recommended me to lead the team, but..." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears. He said while crying, "But I really wanted to, but I was powerless. I watched as the blood wolves bit my junior brothers to death and ate them one by one. I couldn't even rush over. I really hate my martial arts for being so weak. I couldn't kill those hundreds of wolves one by one and save those pitiful junior brothers. Hall Master Zhong, I really am useless." When he finished speaking, his voice was already filled with tears and he couldn't speak. "Alas, this can't be blamed on you. It's already a great fortune that you were able to escape with your life. I heard that there were 5 or 6 inner disciples who didn't make it out of the Yulon Grand Canyon. It's already very close to the closing time of the Yulon Grand Canyon. They must have met with misfortune. Even the inner disciples weren't a match for Huang Feng, not to mention you." Then he looked at the crying Zhao Jian and comforted him. "Although you didn't make any contributions in entering the valley this time and you also lost almost 50 disciples, you still worked hard. Moreover, the ones who entered the valley this time were the elites of the younger generation. If they were to die in the valley, it would be a huge blow to our Misty Hall. At this time we are in need of people. You are the leader of the younger generation in our spreading fragrance religion. If Hall Master Yang doesn't use you, who else can he use? Don't worry, Hall Master Yang didn't punish you and let you recuperate in peace. Doesn't this mean that she still thinks highly of you?" Zhao Jian stopped crying and said in a low voice, "Hall Master Zhong, disciple wasn't a direct disciple of the Misty School. It was only because of my talent in martial arts that I was able to make some achievements. And with your support I was able to reach this step. Disciple is afraid that some people in the Misty Hall will come to slander disciple because of the Yulon Grand Canyon." Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong smiled proudly and said, "You don't have to be afraid of this. Since the Yulon Grand Canyon values your ability and wants to train you, then even if all the disciples of the Misty Hall oppose, they can only watch and not say a word. Moreover, as you can see, although Hall Master Yang took care of some of the original disciples of the Misty School, didn't she also treat you differently? After all, you grew up in the Misty Hall. Although your luck wasn't good and you weren't able to enter the ranks of the direct disciples, this is also a good opportunity. Didn't you see what the direct disciples of the Misty School are like? All of them have been crippled of their martial arts and have become disabled. Even walking is difficult for them. There's only one old third-generation disciple left. Oh, I heard that he came in through nepotism, so he's not a threat to you at all. And this third-generation disciple seems to have been buried in the belly of a wolf. Don't even mention him. Besides, out of the 50 people you brought with you, 40 of them didn't really support you. If they didn't come back, wouldn't it be even more difficult for you to? So don't worry and do it boldly. I will support you from behind. The aroma cult will also be your solid backing." Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face was filled with joy. He picked up the wine cup on the table and respectfully said, "Many thanks for Hall Master Zhong's guidance. This disciple has been enlightened and will definitely follow your lead in the future. I won't hesitate to sacrifice my life for you." Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong also smiled. He picked up the wine cup and was about to drink it when he suddenly thought of something and said, "Zhao Jian, this first cup is to our brothers in the underworld. Let them rest in peace earlier." Zhao Jian slapped his forehead and said, Hall Master Zhong really sympathizes with your subordinates. This disciple admires you. That's how it should be. Saying this, the two tilted the wine cup in their hands and the fragrant wine spilled on the clean ground. In the pitch-black night sky, a slender shadow flew forward like the wind. As it flew, it anxiously looked at the night sky. It was Zhang Xiaohua who was rushing from Baiyue Peak to Tianmu Peak. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua fiercely circulated his Jin Qi. His previously healed meridians were torn again. In addition, he was kicked by Vice Hall Master Su, which injured his internal organs. This torment caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. When he managed to rush back to Tianmu Peak, his meridians were already messed up. His face was deathly pale and there was a lot of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, he couldn't care too much at this time. After identifying the direction, he immediately burrowed into the ground and rushed back to the small room where he was recuperating. Fortunately, when he returned to the small room and removed the restrictions around him, he didn't have time to sit down cross-legged. He felt a wave of dizziness and his eyes immediately flickered. The next day, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up and checked his meridians, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After a night of cultivation, his meridians had recovered quite a bit. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua secretly circulated his Jin Qi and slightly destroyed his meridians in order to slow down the recovery of his injuries. After that, Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to get up. He stopped practicing the Fist of the North Star and called for Lu Chaoxian, who was guarding the door, to come in. Once Lu Chaoxian entered the room, he asked, Junior Brother Ren, your complexion was obviously rosy yesterday, which means that you have recovered. Why do you look worse today? Zhang Xiaohua laughed bitterly and said, Last night I was too impatient and actually damaged my meridians again. I almost suffered from qi deviation. Oh. Lu Chaoxian said in shock, It's that serious? Junior Brother Ren, you have to be careful. Illness comes like a landslide, but it goes away like silk. Oh, that's not right. Junior brother is injured. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Senior brother Lu is right. It's the same logic. Yesterday I was too impatient. In the future I will take it slow. However, Senior Martial brother Lu, if you're watching me at the door, don't sleep too soundly. Last night I felt uncomfortable and called out to you loudly, but you only responded by snoring. This. Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and smiled helplessly. Junior brother Ren, please excuse me. I faintly heard you calling out to me, but I remembered that you usually sleep like a log. I was afraid that I was dreaming, so... It's fine. After all, nothing big happened last night. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Just as they were talking, they heard a series of hurried footsteps outside the small courtyard. Then they heard a rather familiar voice. Little brother, what are you talking about? I heard that your injuries are getting better. Chapter 699. Wasn't this familiar voice Qin Fengshao, Headmaster Qin? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback as he thought to himself, It can't be, how did the news spread so quickly? Could it be that the news of Vice Hall Leader Su's death has already reached Tianmu Peak? Headmaster Qin wouldn't come to investigate, would he? Cough cough, it had to be said, guilty conscience. The ancient saying was true. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Zhang Xiaohua encouraged himself in his heart. Then he forced himself to stand up. He gasped for breath and said, Master Qin is here. I'm not feeling well, so I can't welcome you. Please forgive me. Qin Fengshao entered and said with a smile, Little brother, when did you become so polite? You've been back in the mountain capital for 2 days, but as your senior brother, I haven't come to see you. I should be the one apologizing. Then Wu Zhouxiu, who was behind Qin Fengshao, also smiled and said, Headmaster Qin was thinking about coming to see you last night, but I happened to have some matters on hand and it was late, so I was delayed. Today the two of us came to see you together. Little brother, don't blame us for being late. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Luckily you guys didn't come yesterday, otherwise wouldn't I have been exposed? Thus she put on a smile and said, Well said, it's already good that the two headmasters came. How could I dare to think too much? Then the disciples behind the two also came over to exchange greetings. Great Titan Zhou Shuming was also among them. Then Qin Fengshao looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pale face and asked with some surprise, Little brother, I heard yesterday that your injuries have improved and you can even walk around the courtyard. I thought you would recover today, but now your complexion seems to be the same as when you came back the day before yesterday even. Wu Zhoushu scolded, "Little brother, is it that you don't have enough elixirs? If you don't, just tell me. The pill department doesn't have anything else, but there are still many elixirs." Then with a you-know look he said, "There are also many elixirs in high demand." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "If you want to give it to me, why don't you take it out now? It's obvious that you're not sincere." However, he still nodded and said, "When we returned from White Mountain Peak, Lord Hall Master gave us some pills. It's enough." Then he hesitated for a moment and said, "It's just that when I was regulating my breathing last night, I was a little impatient and almost went crazy. Fortunately, I discovered it in time so it didn't lead to a disaster. However, all my previous efforts have been wasted and my injuries have worsened. I'll need more time to recuperate." Then with a troubled look he said, "I won't be able to take care of the medicine fields on Tianmu Peak for the time being. I'll have to trouble Senior Bai to do a little more." Hearing this, Qin Fengxiao's face was a little embarrassed, and he inadvertently glanced at Wu Zhoushu. Actually, if it was someone else, Qin Fengxiao wouldn't be in such a difficult position, and would be able to settle it with a single sentence. However, Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were good, and he had saved 8 people in the Orchid Dusk refinement. His reputation on Tianmu Peak was immediately praised to the sky by the disciples. Whoever mentioned the dead Zhang Xiaohua, wouldn't they say the words benevolence and righteousness? Now that he had returned safely, he was a huge threat to Qin Fengxiao's position. Furthermore, he was personally received by Elder Sage Ginseng of the Pill Expanding Hall, and was even bestowed with elixirs. Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua had even saved an inner sect female disciple in the Orchid Grand Canyon. All these were things that Qin Fengxiao couldn't even imagine. He could almost see that a path to the heavens had already been paved in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Hence he couldn't have any more half-hearted thoughts. After thinking for a while, Qin Fengxiao said, "It's like this, little brother." Following that, Qin Fengxiao recounted the information that Lu Chaoxian had gathered and finally said, "Little brother's mount had indeed eaten the medicinal herbs. This is something that I have also seen. Although I have also mentioned little brother's participation in the Orchid Dusk refinement, but the rules are the rules and no one can violate them. Hence, even if junior brother Bai Huan had nothing to do with this matter, but since little brother had entrusted the mount to him, he had no choice but to be brought back to the White Mountain Peak to accept that investigation." Zhang Xiao's face showed shock, and muttered, "Oh, there's such a matter? If head leader Chen didn't mention it, I really didn't know this. Entrusting the mount to senior brother Bai, I didn't expect that it would bring him so much trouble. Sai, when he returns I still have to properly apologize." "Oh, that's right, head leader Chen, why don't you let me go to the White Mountain Peak? Senior brother Bai is also innocent. Let him return as soon as possible. I'll go find the hall leader to admit my guilt." Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "There's no need, little brother is chivalrous, even the hall leader knows about it. There's no need to admit such a small mistake. I'm sure junior brother Bai Huan will return in a few days." The corner of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twitched a few times, and she suppressed her emotions and said, "That's good, that's good." Qin Fengxiao was still not at ease and said, "But, little brother's mount." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, "It's just a mount, if it ran away then it ran away. Anyway, it's still in our incense cult, maybe we'll see it again in the future." In fact, when Lu Chaoxian told her about it yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua already had a plan. Although Huan Huan was just a beast, it was still somewhat intelligent and it might not be able to run far. It might even be in the vicinity of Tianmu Peak. As long as she returned and had the time to search, she should be able to find it, so why should she make things difficult for Qin Fengxiao? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a difficult position, Qin Fengxiao heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Little brother is so open-minded. You really have the magnanimity of a big shot. As your senior brother, I really admire you. However, our Tianmu Peak also has many fine horses. If little brother takes a fancy to any of them, just let me know." The few of them chatted for a while, and when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's tired face, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "Little brother's injuries have healed, so we won't disturb you any further. The method of internal energy recovery has to be done step by step like last night. Don't try it again in the future." Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly in thanks. Qin Fengxiao also bid farewell. "All right, we'll be leaving now. When little brother's injuries are healed, we'll celebrate with you and drink until we're drunk." Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and thought to herself, "So they weren't testing me. I thought last night's matter was already exposed. Sweat, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that he was just an ordinary disciple. Even if he managed to escape from the orchid dusk, it wasn't enough for him to be valued by the lingering fragrance peak. So why would they suspect him? Furthermore, looking at the time, it was just daybreak. Qin Fengxiao and the rest might have arrived early, but Vice Hall Master Su's work and rest might not be so early. Perhaps no one was able to appreciate Zhang Xiaohua's extravagance on Baiyue Peak. Because Zhang Xiaohua wanted to delay his injuries, he didn't plan to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra, so he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend the talismans in his Naiwan palace. After the orchid dusk refinement, another talisman of the three-legged golden crow had revealed its true appearance, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to carefully examine it. Now that he had the time, it was time to properly comprehend the three talismans. There were many restrictions and formations in the lingering fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua had only been to a few places, but he had already encountered many. Presumably he would encounter more in the future, so he had to work harder. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was staying at Tianmu Peak to recuperate. Baiyue Peak, which was late in the morning, wasn't as chaotic as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. It was obvious that the disciple who had been waiting outside Vice Hall Master Su's courtyard had been anxious for a long time, but he hadn't seen Vice Hall Master Su's figure after waiting for a long time. When he mustered up the courage to find the small courtyard and saw Vice Hall Master Su's dead body, how could he bear it? He rushed to find Elder Purple Herb. This was a person who was second only to one person in the Pill Repository Hall, so he didn't dare to delay at all. When Elder Purple Herb heard this bad news, his first reaction was, "Is there going to be a ghost?" In the past, he wouldn't encounter such strange things for decades or even centuries. How could he encounter all of them this year? Although he was the Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall, he was an inner disciple like Vice Hall Master Su. He only instructed the disciple who reported the news not to leak it at will and kept it a secret. Then he immediately sent his confidant to Lingering Fragrance Peak to report the news. After that, he personally went to the secluded small courtyard to investigate. In short, the Lingering Fragrance cult had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had encountered all kinds of strange situations. Why would they panic because of the death of a small Vice Hall Master? And especially when he was poisoned to death. Even the disciples of the Pill Repository Hall on Baiyue Peak didn't know that their most respected and beloved Vice Hall Master Su had long left them and they could no longer see his amiable face. On Shixin Peak, which was very far away from Tianmu Peak and Baiyue Peak, there was a rather large square halfway up the mountain. Above it was a hall several times larger than the Pill Repository Hall and 100 Herb Hall. There was a horizontal board with the words, Misty Hall, written on it. At this time in the Misty Hall, there were only a few people sitting in such a large place. Directly above was Hall Master Yang Ruping, the widow of sect leader O Peng of the Misty School. Below her left was a middle-aged man with a face as white as jade. Below her right was a middle-aged woman with a rather dark face. Even the lines on her body were too horrible to look at. Looking down, there was a tall and mighty male disciple standing respectfully in front of the hall. Yang Ruping slightly frowned and asked, "Zhao Jian, your injuries have not healed yet. Stay and rest for the time being. There are not many things to do in the hall, so you don't have to come so early." The male disciple in front of the hall had his left hand fixed in front of his chest and a smile on his face. "Hall Master Yang is wise. Although this disciple has not healed yet, I am worried that there are not enough people in the hall. The others are all greenhorns. Don't delay the Hall Master's important matters." A very pleasant voice sounded, "If you have such loyalty, what have you been doing? Missy School Hall has more than 50 disciples. You took them away alive, but only you came back. Is this loyalty? My Mingtue Hall has nearly 20 female disciples, but none of them came back." Chapter 700. Zhao Jian was embarrassed and didn't dare to speak. Suddenly he heard a cough and the man said, "Vice Hall Master Qin's words are a bit too heavy." Then according to Vice Hall Master Zhong's meaning, he left my Mingtue Hall's disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Should I thank him and not say a word? It turned out that the person with the pleasant voice was the former Hall Master of the Misty School's Mingtue Hall, Aunt Qin. Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed and said, "First, I think Vice Hall Master Qin should understand that the decision to lead the disciples into the Yulon Grand Canyon was made by the 3 Hall Masters of the Misty Hall. It has nothing to do with Zhao Jian. Second, Zhao Jian's martial arts are limited. It's already good that he escaped with his life. Even the lingering Fragrance Peak's female disciples can't take care of the Wuming Hall's outer disciples. We can't ask Zhao Jian to do what he must do. Third, we are now in the Shirxin Peak of the Fragrant Religion. There is no Mingcue Hall, let alone Mingcue Hall's disciples. There are only Misty Hall's female disciples. So Vice Hall Master Qin, please clarify. Aunt Qin was somewhat angry. The Misty Hall's disciples had suffered heavy casualties when the Misty School was destroyed. The remaining male disciples were below average. The female disciples of the Mingcue Hall were better. Under the Fragrant Religion's rule of favoring females over males, many disciples didn't dare to be ruthless towards the female disciples of the Misty School. Therefore, among the female disciples who were brought to the Fragrant Religion, there were many outstanding disciples who could become the pillars of the Misty Hall. According to the usual practice of the aroma cult, these female disciples would be put in an important position when they arrived at the aroma cult. However, in order to restrain Yang Ruping and divide the power of the Misty sect, Lingering Fragrance Peak chose one of the inner sect disciples to be the deputy hall master of the Misty sect. And this deputy hall master Zhong chose Zhao Jian from the many male disciples to be the key disciple to be groomed. The outstanding female disciples of the Mingcue Hall didn't have the chance to shine. Although Yang Ruping was the widow of the leader of the Misty School's sect master O and the direct disciple of the Fragrant Religion's sect master, she wasn't keen on fame and fortune. It was only because of her late husband's request that she reluctantly took the position of hall master of the Misty Hall and protected the safety of all the disciples of the Misty School. Because the female disciples of the Mingcue Hall had the advantage in the Misty Hall, she chose Aunt Qin to be the vice hall master of the Misty Hall to help her deal with the affairs of the hall. This orchid dusk refinement was the first time since the establishment of the Misty Hall. Yang Ruping knew that it was dangerous and didn't want to send disciples in. However, this was the tradition of the Fragrant Religion. Secondly, she couldn't resist Vice Hall Master Zhong's persuasion. Thirdly, the relationship between the Shirxin Peak and the other peaks wasn't harmonious. Many medicinal herbs, elixirs and other things were lacking. In addition, it wasn't only the normal disciples who came to the Shirxin Peak, but also the other disciples who were seriously injured. They were lacking in medicinal herbs. Therefore, after thinking it over, Yang Ruping finally agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's suggestion to send disciples into the Orchid Grand Canyon. However, Aunt Qin didn't agree. She felt that the disciples' martial arts weren't good enough and they had just experienced a setback. It was time for them to rest and recuperate, so it wasn't good for them to take risks. However, under Yang Ruping and Vice Hall Master Zhong's insistence, she couldn't do anything. She even argued when selecting disciples to enter the canyon. Aunt Qin firmly didn't want some outstanding female disciples, such as Xia Zai and Chang'e, to enter the canyon. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong insisted on having his own way. He believed that only the disciples with strong martial arts could safely pick the spiritual herbs. They had to go. The three of them argued for a long time before Vice Hall Master Qin reluctantly agreed. However, he asked for Xia Zai, who had the highest martial arts, to be the leader. Yang Ruping naturally didn't have any objections. However, when they were about to set off, Vice Hall Master Zhong took out the cult leader's token and appointed Zhao Jian as the leader. He asked Xia Zai to cooperate with him. At that time, Aunt Qin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Zhao Jian knew how to stir up trouble. On one hand, he was very panicked and didn't dare to accept Vice Hall Master Zhong's order. On the other hand, he pulled Xia Zai and asked her to take charge. In the end, under Yang Ruping's suggestion, Zhao Jian and Xia Zai were both the leaders. Xia Zai and Zhao Jian would handle the daily affairs together. When they encountered difficult matters, Zhao Jian would take charge. When Zhao Jian set off, he even patted his chest and promised Aunt Qin that he would definitely bring back all the female disciples. When they heard the news of the beast tide in the Yulon Grand Canyon, almost all the disciples of the fragrant cult had died in the canyon. Other than despair, there was still a trace of hope. After all, they had taken different routes. Perhaps. However, when Zhao Jian came back alive and brought back the news that none of the disciples had escaped, Aunt Qin almost fainted. The strength of the Misty Hall had weakened by a lot. The female disciples of the Mingcue Hall had also suffered heavy losses. Thus, when Aunt Qin saw Zhao Jian's ambition, she couldn't help but ridicule him. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong's words were reasonable. The beast tied in the Yulon Grand Canyon was something that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. Even the outer disciples were completely annihilated, not to mention the disciples of the Misty Hall. Zhao Jian couldn't be completely blamed for this. When Yang Ruping saw the two quarreling again, she couldn't help but frown. She said, "Hall Masters, please don't argue. This is a natural disaster. You are both thinking for the development of the hall. Don't argue." Zhao Jian said in shame, "It's all because of this disciple's stupidity. I couldn't share Hall Master's burden and even bet the lives of my junior brothers. I really deserve to die." When Yang Ruping heard this, she smiled and said, "All right, Zhao Jian. You don't need to feel guilty. You have already done very well. Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps this is fate." Saying this, her tone was a little sad. Then she raised her head and said, "The past is the past. We can only live well. Only then can we not let down the disciples who died. Don't you all agree?" Everyone nodded. Yang Ruping said again, "Well, let's discuss the relationship with each hall. This is also a common topic, but there are always solutions that can't be found. We can't exchange elixirs and herbs with the Pill Hall in time, and we have to negotiate with the Heaven and Earth Hall for daily necessities." This, just as they were talking, a female disciple suddenly rushed in like a swallow and shouted, "Good news, Hall Master, good news." When Yang Ruping heard this, she couldn't help but feel angry. This was an important place for the Misty Hall to discuss matters. It was just like the discussion hall in the Misty School. The rules were strict. Back then, as the mistress of the Misty School, she couldn't barge into the discussion hall. Now that she saw a female disciple who didn't know the rules, how could she not be angry? However, that female disciple's words immediately extinguished the thought of punishing her. "Congratulations, Hall Master. The 3 disciples who participated in the Orchid Dusk refinement have returned. Furthermore, they brought back 4 carriages of spiritual herbs." "What? Is this true? Who are the surviving disciples?" Zhao Jian's face was ashen and his limbs were weak. Looking at the female disciple who rushed over excitedly to report the news, his eyes flickered. Seeing that the 3 hall masters had stood up and asked in shock, the female disciple smiled and said, "The 3 disciples and spiritual herbs are still at the foot of the mountain." It was a senior brother from the Wooming Hall who rushed over to report the news. "Great." Yang Ruping's face immediately glowed. How could she care about the female disciple's mistake of barging into the Misty Hall? She immediately said, "Let's go. Bring me to see which disciple is so proud of the Misty Hall." After saying that, she rushed out excitedly. Aunt Qin was also anxious. She also wanted to know if her beloved female disciple was among the 3 people. While Vice Hall Master Zhong was shocked, he saw Zhao Jian's loss of composure and frowned. "Zhao Jian, Zhao Jian?" After calling him a few times, Zhao Jian finally realized and hurriedly bowed. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, what can I do for you? What's wrong with you? Seems like..." Vice Hall Master Zhong asked suspiciously. Zhao Jian rolled his eyes and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this matter is a little strange. I was too engrossed in my thoughts just now and was a little rude." "What's strange?" "Not to mention the inner disciple, even the pill-expanding hall seems to have 4 carriages back." Zhao Jian whispered, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to think carefully. The pill-expanding hall disciple came out with the inner disciple. He must have received the protection of the inner disciple or basked in the light. It's understandable that he could come out by luck. However, when this lowly one came out, the entire prairie was the world of ferocious beasts. This lowly one was very careful all the way, lest I reveal my tracks and be discovered by the ferocious beasts. Not to mention a carriage, I only brought back a single stalk of spirit grass. How is it possible that 4 carriages carrying spirit grass openly came out of the Yulon prairie without any ferocious beasts attacking? Even the inner disciple can't fight against these ferocious beasts. How can the disciples of the Misty Hall escape? Moreover, among the disciples who entered the valley with me, how many of them are better than me in martial arts? I can't even bring 1 carriage back, but they brought 4 with them. Isn't this strange?" Vice Hall Master Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Zhao Jian, you're right. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it is. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who has such great ability to be even more powerful than an inner disciple." After saying that, he left. Zhao Jian looked at the back and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and quickly followed. I have to say that Zhao Jian is indeed a rare talent. His analysis is absolutely reasonable and infinitely close to reality. However, he didn't know that the one who made such a big move was not his junior brother and junior sister, but his junior brother's younger brother. On Shirxing Peak, after being depressed for many days, it suddenly glowed with vitality. All the disciples were standing by the side of the mountain path, talking at the same time while anxiously looking down the mountain. The sadness brought by the bad news a few days ago was slowly being healed by time. Suddenly they heard the sound of carriages. Everyone shouted, "They're back." Chapter 701. Under the expectation of the Misty Hall's disciples, the first to arrive wasn't a carriage from the Misty Hall, nor was it the Wuming Hall's senior disciple who was guarding outside the Yulon Grand Canyon. Instead it was Senior Quan who was escorting Zhang Xiaohua back to the Tuo Dan Hall. Senior brother Quan's face was a little gloomy and he looked rather unhappy. Thinking about it, he had first made a trip to the White Mountain Peak and then immediately rushed to the convoy escorting the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, when they arrived at the foot of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, they were still not allowed to go forward and were sent to the Shirxing Peak. No one would be happy. Behind senior brother Quan was another disciple with an honest face. Behind him were several carriages. There were more than 10 disciples escorting the group, all of whom were looking after the injured female disciple. There were only 2 disciples and 1 disciple who was driving the carriages. There were 3 disciples escorting Zhang Xiaohu's group and the 4 carriages. Behind the Wuming Hall's disciple was the burly Zhang Xiaohu. He sat in the front carriage and pretended to wave the whip. His carriage was in the Wuming Hall's encampment and the horses were specially used to pull the carriage. Even if he didn't use the whip, the horses would still be very obedient. From afar he saw the Misty Hall's disciples standing at the entrance of the mountain. The 3 hall masters of the Misty Hall were standing in the middle. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to sit in the carriage anymore and quickly jumped down. He pulled the reins of the horse and walked up the Shirxing Peak step by step. When Chang'e and Qinchin saw Zhang Xiaohu get down from the carriage, they also jumped down and followed behind him. Yang Ruping saw this and was happy. She waved her hand and said, "Why aren't you hurrying to catch them?" As soon as her voice fell, the disciples who were waiting at the side rushed forward and said, "Senior Zhang, Senior Chang'e, Senior Qinchin," and helped to catch the carriage. Yang Ruping walked up to Senior Quan and the others. Senior Quan didn't wait for her to come closer and quickly got down from the horse and saluted, "Greetings, Hall Master Yang." Yang Ruping smiled and said, "Martial nephew has worked hard. Please come in and have some tea." Senior brother Quan said, "There are some things that I need to tell Hall Master Yang, so I won't be nagging you." After greeting Vice Hall Master Zhong and Auntie Qin, he followed Yang Ruping inside. Aunt Qin looked at Chang'e who was surrounded by the female disciples. Although her arms were fixed, she looked very energetic and her complexion was good. Needless to say, Qinchin was no different from before they set off. Only then did she feel relieved and follow the crowd into the inner courtyard. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Senior Quan had already recounted what happened outside the Yulon Grand Canyon, as well as the matter of the escort. Soon after he came out and bid farewell. Yang Ruping looked at the disciples who were asking questions with a smile and shouted, "Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, Qinchin, come here." When Zhang Xiaohu and the others heard this, they quickly came over and bowed, "Greetings, Hall Master Yang." Disciple Zhang Xiaohu fortunately didn't disappoint and brought back 4 carriages of spirit grass. But Yang Ruping waved her hand and said, "Your senior Zhao has already told you about the other matters, so there is no need to say more. I thought that he was the only one who escaped with his life. I didn't expect that the 3 of you also came back. Moreover, you brought back 4 carriages of spirit grass. Your contribution is not small." Chang'e and the others quickly bowed and said, "Hall Master Yang is overpraising us. These are the hard work of our fellow disciples. We only brought them out of the Yulon Grand Canyon." Then he said, "However, due to the limited manpower of this disciple, even with the help of a pill repository hall disciple, we could only rush back 4 carriages. Therefore we chose some of the most precious spiritual herbs. Hall Master, please check." Yang Ruping nodded and said, "You can be considered smart. You actually thought of using elk to pull the carriages. I really can't forget you." Then she waved her hand and said, Pharmacy Hall disciples, come forward to check and register. When some of the disciples heard this, they immediately responded and quickly got on the carriages and unloaded the jade boxes. Some disciples went back to their rooms and took out pen, ink and paper to register. On the side, Zhao Jian's face was constantly changing. He didn't know whether he should go forward or not. When he heard Yang Ruping say that Zhang Xiaohu and the others used elk to pull the carriages, he couldn't help but ponder. Then a smile appeared on his face. When he saw that the pharmacy hall disciples were busy, he immediately stepped out and walked to Zhang Xiaohu with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Zhang, I really didn't expect that you could escape safely from the blood wolves. You're really lucky. At that time I was chased by the blood wolves and thought that I am really not competent as a senior brother." Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, "What is senior brother Zhao talking about? This has nothing to do with being competent or not. At that time the situation was so urgent. It was already good that I could take care of my own life." Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face relaxed even more. He still held Zhang Xiaohu's hand and sighed for a long time. On the side, Chang'e and Qin Qin had already run to Aunt Qin's side. One on each side, they whispered something in her ear. Aunt Qin was also happy and held their hands, unwilling to let go. Chang'e was able to accompany Aunt Qin to escort O Yannan to Rejuvenation Valley. She was originally an elite disciple of Mingtue Hall. Now that she had come back from the dead and Mingtue Hall's talents had withered, Aunt Qin valued her even more. At this time, a burst of exclamations came from the disciples and attracted the attention of Yang Ruping and the others. They walked over and saw that the 4 carriages that Zhang Xiaohu brought back were filled with extremely rare spirit herbs. Even the slightly ordinary ones were very old. This made the disciples of the Misty Hall, who had not seen much of the world, very surprised. Every time a jade box was opened, there would be a disciple who knew the name of the herb and its age, causing a burst of exclamations. This Shirxin Peak, which had been deserted for a long time, was now so lively. Yang Ruping and the other 2 hall masters smiled as they watched the disciples bustle about and exclaim in surprise. They did not stop them. To be honest, the amount of spiritual herbs in the 4 carriages was beyond their expectations. Even if all the disciples returned safely, they did not expect to gather so many spiritual herbs. Therefore, smiles hung on the faces of the 3 of them. Unlike all the other disciples of the Misty Palace, senior brother Zhao Jian's expression was extremely discordant. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His fists in his sleeves were clenched tightly. Where did these spiritual herbs come from? Wasn't it under his wise leadership that the disciples picked them? This great honor originally belonged to him, and only he was worthy to stand in front of the disciples and enjoy the longing, amazement, and even adoration gazes. However, now all of this belonged to the direct disciple that he had always disdained and relied on nepotism to climb up to Peng's thigh. Zhao Jian's face was somewhat ferocious as he suppressed this voice in his heart. "This all belongs to me." Zhao Jian glanced at Chang'e, who was hugging Aunt Qin's arm, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. At this time Zhang Xiaohu suddenly turned around and asked in surprise, Senior brother Zhao, why is your face so ugly? Are your injuries not healed yet? If you can't hold on, then rest early. There are many junior brothers here to help, so you don't have to worry too much, right?" Zhao Jian gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother Zhang is indeed attentive. No wonder you were able to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon filled with beasts. My arm is hurting again." Vice Hall Master Zhong, who was watching from the front, heard this and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, Zhao Jian should go back and rest. We are all here, so you don't have to watch." Zhao Jian glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and seemed to be worried. He forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Zhang has worked hard all the way and hasn't said anything about resting. How can I, as your senior brother, take the first step? Moreover, junior sister Chang'e is also injured, so shouldn't she rest?" Yang Ruping was in a good mood. She turned around and said, "All right, the 4 of you are injured. Go back and rest. Tell us about the matters in the Yulon Grand Canyon in detail tomorrow." Then she looked at the pine trees in the distance and said in a low voice, "Zhang Xiaohu, go and see your master." When he heard that you were buried in the Yulon Grand Canyon, although he didn't say anything, his expression wasn't right. It was as if he had lost his backbone. "We also just heard about your return and didn't have time to tell him." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, Thank you, Hall Master, for taking care of my master. This disciple will go and see Master. After he finished speaking, he bowed to the disciples and walked towards a secluded place in the distance. After Zhang Xiaohu walked far away, Chang'e and Qin Chen also left under the urging of Aunt Qin. Zhao Jian let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at the excited disciples and thought for a moment before he got up and left. After he walked far away, Vice Hall Master Su nonchalantly raised his head and looked at his back. Then he turned around and looked at him. In the square in front of the Misty Hall, there was a small door in the corner. It was very inconspicuous. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and pushed it open. In front of her was a small courtyard with some herbs. The courtyard wasn't big and there weren't any houses. There was only a corridor beside the wall that led inside. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be very familiar with it. She didn't even look inside the courtyard and directly walked into the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a pond and there were several small bridges. After crossing the small bridges, there was a row of pine trees. Under the green pine trees, there were several rows of exquisite small courtyards. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of a small courtyard in the middle of the front row. He stood quietly for a moment and calmed himself down. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After knocking a few times, he heard a voice from inside. "Who is it? What's the matter in the hall? Come in and talk." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and pushed the door open. He stepped into the courtyard with light steps and reached the center of the courtyard in a few steps. There was a flat field in the courtyard. Now a middle-aged man was holding a hoe. He was bending over and hoeing the field bit by bit. From the side, this person's back was a little bent and there was no sweat on his forehead. The hand holding the hoe was also abnormally steady. Although his steps were heavy, no different from an ordinary person's, his movements were methodical. Although he was hoeing the field, it gave people the feeling that he was practicing martial arts. Chapter 702. Zhang Xiaohu felt a pang in his heart as he looked at his master's calm demeanor. He walked to the edge of the field and stood there quietly. He knew that if it was before the ethereal sect was annihilated, when Wen Hai would be able to hear his footsteps even if he was standing at the entrance of the small courtyard, let alone standing by the field now. However, when Wen Hai's dantian had been exposed by the masters of the Righteous Alliance, and his entire body's power had been crippled. Although his foundation in martial arts was still there, and he was no different from an ordinary person when it came to farming and boxing, and even if he fought with others, as long as he did not use his internal energy, 3 to 5 people would still not be his opponent. However, compared to the powerful hero Wen from before, there was still a world of difference. Fortunately, when Wen Hai still had his disciple Zhang Xiaohu to teach, he was much better off than the others. "What's the matter?" When Wen Hai was surprised when he saw that the person did not speak. "Master," Zhang Xiaohu saw when Wen Hai turned around and saw a pair of lifeless eyes. It was very different from when he first set out. He immediately knew that the news of him being eaten by the wolves was a big blow to his master. His eyes were moist as he took a few steps forward and whispered, "I'm back." "Xiaohu?" When Wen Hai was truly shocked. He rubbed his eyes to get a better look before throwing the towel on the ground. He hurriedly took a few steps forward before slowing down. As he walked, he asked, "Why are you only back now?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled, "I've made master worry. I encountered a pack of wolves and did not make it back alive. But there were some unforeseen events and I was lucky to escape." How could Wen Hai know the reason? He walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu, looked him up and down and patted his shoulder. "Good, it's good that you're back. There are no external injuries, but what about internal injuries? I can't see them now." "Everything is normal, master, and..." He hesitated halfway through his sentence. When Wen Hai smiled and said, "And what about it?" "Oh master, disciple had another encounter in the valley. I had a breakthrough in my internal energy cultivation." "Really?" When Wen Hai was even more surprised. He smiled, "It's because the heavens have blessed my ethereal art, that my Misty School's most powerful martial art has a chance to flourish. You have been practicing the ethereal divine art on the Shirxing Peak. Although you have made impressive progress, you have been practicing it too late. You can't be compared with others. Now you have almost lost your life. But you are bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. You have actually made some breakthroughs in your cultivation." Little tiger," I hope you can continue to work hard in the future and let others see the true strength of my Misty School's direct disciples. When Wenhai's internal energy was now completely destroyed, his passion to revitalize the Misty School was all on Zhang Xiaohu. Moreover, the two were not too different in age. When Wenhai not only regarded Zhang Xiaohu as his disciple, but also as a friend. Watching Zhang Xiaohu grow was almost like watching his own wish slowly come true. In the past, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were not good and was much worse than the other disciples, he always felt uncomfortable. Now that he heard that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts had improved greatly, it must mean that the gap between him and the other disciples had narrowed. Of course, he was happy and encouraged Zhang Xiaohu to continue working hard. He did not think that Zhang Xiaohu's internal energy cultivation was now much higher than the number one disciple of the second generation of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu had been adjusting his breath and trying to master his internal energy. Seeing that his master had misunderstood, he did not explain. This kind of thing would be explained slowly when he practiced martial arts in the future. As for meeting Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qinchen had already discussed it on the way back. Zhang Xiaohua had changed her name to Rin Xiaoyao and was far away at Tianmu Peak. She had no connection with the Misty School, and might not be able to see her in the future. Moreover, the Misty School was in an awkward position in that fragrance cult. It might not be a good thing to let Zhang Xiaohua contact the Misty School. They had all agreed to keep it a secret, so Zhang Xiaohu did not intend to tell Wenhai. At this time, when Wenhai thought of something and asked, "Who else in the Misty School escaped with you?" Zhang Xiaohu's face sank and said, "Only senior sister Chang'e and junior sister Qinchen came out with me. The other disciples, although I did not see them being swallowed by the wolves with my own eyes, when they came out, it was the last moment of the Yulon Grand Canyon closing. Presumably, they will not be able to come back." Alas, when Wenhai was somewhat sad and said, "It is the will of the heavens. In order to pick the herbs, we lost so many disciples. It is not worth it. Both the people and the herbs are gone." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Fortunately, this disciple brought 4 carriages of rare herbs. Perhaps we can find the spirit grass that can repair the dantian." When Wenhai's eyes lit up and then immediately extinguished, he chuckled and said, "I have never heard of internal energy being able to be repaired. Don't comfort your master. Moreover, if we can find this kind of spirit grass, will the fragrance cult let us enter the valley?" Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat unwilling and asked, "Is there no way at all?" Shaking his head when Wenhai said, "There is no hope. Xiaohu, don't have any extravagant hopes." Plus, saying this, when Wenhai was even more self-deprecating. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. It is all a matter without a shadow." Zhang Xiaohu anxiously said, "Master, let this disciple know. What if we encounter it?" "How is that possible?" When Wenhai looked at the disciple in front of him who was half a head taller than him and said with a smile, "That is just a legend. When I was young, I heard Ode gang leader tell me a story." At this point, he seemed to be unwilling to talk about this topic. He looked to the side and said, "By the way, Chang'e and Qinchen, these 2 little girls have also come back. I guess your martial uncle Shui still does not know. These 2 girls have a good relationship with her. When she heard that you guys couldn't make it back, she was really sad. You should go and tell her." "Oh, and that Xia Zai, who has the best martial arts, didn't make it back either?" Zhang Xiaohu knew his master's temperament. Generally, he would not have extravagant hopes for things that could not be realized. He was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now, to talk about the recovery of internal strength was simply a fantasy. When Wenhai certainly did not want to say more. So he nodded and said, "Yes, master. I have not seen senior sister Xia since the appearance of the wolf pack. She is probably dead." Alas, the talent is withering. Mingtue Hall was supported by instinct, but now it has suffered losses. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. You go and tell your martial uncle Shui. Hurry and rest. We will talk about everything later." Zhang Xiaohu smiled apologetically and said, "Master, won't you go with me? With you by her side, won't martial uncle Shui be happier? Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for?" When Wenhai laughed and scolded, Zhang Xiaohu bowed and left the courtyard. When Wenhai turned his head and looked in another direction. Then he sighed deeply and went back to the field. He picked up the hoe and concentrated on his work. The night gradually darkened. The misty hall on Shirshing Peak was somewhat festive. After all, the return of the 3 disciples and the 4 carriages of precious herbs diluted the sadness of the past 10 days. However, in an exquisite courtyard, a handsome man was pacing back and forth in the room. His face was filled with anxiety. He was the disciple with the highest martial arts in the misty hall, Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian's eyes flickered and his fingers moved irregularly. It really showed the uneasiness in his heart. After a long time, Zhao Jian suddenly stopped and looked at the dark night sky. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He turned around and walked out of the room. He whispered to himself, "A man with a small amount of poison is not a man with a small amount of poison." Vice Hall Master Zhong was sitting on a chair in the same small room as last night. He was reading a book with great interest when he heard a disciple's report. Vice Hall Master Zhong was stunned for a moment before a look of understanding appeared on his face. He put down the book and waved his hand to let the disciple in. The person who came in was Zhao Jian. At this time he had a card up his sleeve. His face was faintly red. Seeing that it was Zhao Jian, Vice Hall Chief Zhong smiled and said, "Zhao Jian, why are you not resting in the room or visiting Zhang Xiaohu? Why are you looking for me at this time?" Zhao Jian bowed and said, "Junior brother Zhang was able to bring 2 disciples and 4 carriages of spiritual herbs. He also saved a pill-expanding hall disciple and an inner disciple. He must be exhausted and exhausted. Even the hall chief told him to rest more. How can this disciple disturb him? Besides, junior brother Zhang has made such a great contribution. In the future his position in the hall will definitely rise. This disciple can't casually visit him in the future." Vice Hall Chief Zhong looked at Zhao Jian with interest and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohu was able to make such a great contribution because of luck. You don't have to be jealous of him. His martial arts are far worse than yours. Even if the hall chief wants to put him in an important position, he can't be compared with you." When Zhao Jian heard this, he smiled and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, what are you talking about? As your senior brother, I am also happy that junior brother Zhang has made such a great contribution. After all, those herbs were gathered by the disciples. Bringing them back is better than wasting them in the canyon. Why would I be jealous?" Vice Hall Chief Zhong smiled and didn't say anything. Zhao Jian continued, "Besides, Vice Hall Chief Zhong is also very right. Junior brother Zhang became a monk halfway. When he was 18 years old he was apprenticed to martial uncle Wen to cultivate inner strength. This is too late. Although this disciple hopes that he can make great progress in martial arts and help me revitalize the Misty Hall, it's just a dream. But, speaking of this," Zhao Jian hesitated. "But what?" Vice Hall Chief Zhong was a little confused. "But if Hall Chief Yang insists on putting him in an important position and wants to restrain this disciple may be of little help to Vice Hall Chief Su." Vice Hall Chief Su smiled and said, "I've thought about this matter just now. But Zhang Xiaohu has made such a great contribution. If Hall Chief Yang wants to use him, it's like adding fuel to the fire. What can you and I do?" "Of course not." Zhao Jian shook his head and said, "Don't you think that with Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts and knowledge, it's impossible for him to do so many incredible things?" Chapter 703. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Su was also interested. He leaned forward and asked, "What do you mean, martial nephew Zhao?" Zhao Jian was the disciple he had chosen to cultivate in the Misty Hall. Naturally, he would listen to his advice. On one hand, he could find out more about the disciples of the Misty School. On the other hand, he could see if this disciple was worth cultivating. Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's words, Zhao Jian smiled and said, "Presumably Vice Hall Master Su also went to Orchid Dusk Refinement when he was young. You should know about the dangers in the Orchid Grand Canyon." Vice Hall Master Su frowned and said, "I know about Orchid Dusk Refinement and I have also entered it. But it was a long time ago. I think I can understand what you mean. You feel that it is inconceivable that the 3 of them could come out. But, since the disciples of Pill Tower Hall could come out, there is no reason why our Misty Hall disciples can't come out safely. Moreover, Orchid Dusk Refinement has a tradition of thousands of years in our incense religion. There are too many inconceivable things in it. Zhang Xiaohu's matter is not surprising." Zhao Jian nodded and said, "I know that Vice Hall Master Su is experienced and knowledgeable. You have eaten more salt than this disciple has eaten rice. Moreover, the orchid dusk refinement is held every 5 years. There must be a lot of novel things. But this time this disciple really saw it with his own eyes. All the disciples of the Misty Hall were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of blood wolves. This disciple also relied on his painstakingly trained Qinggong to escape with his life. Even senior sister Xia Zai, her martial arts is not much worse than this disciple's. But didn't she also fall into the wolf pack? What kind of martial arts does Zhang Xiaohu have? How could he escape with his life? And junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen? This disciple really can't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Can you confirm that they were really trapped by thousands of blood wolves? Vice Hall Master Su scratched his chin and asked in disbelief. Yes, this disciple can guarantee with his life. Moreover, I also saw a golden blood wolf king on the distant hillside. What? Vice Hall Master Su stood up and asked, Blood Wolf King? Did you really see it? Zhao Jian nodded. That's right, this disciple has never seen the Blood Wolf King before. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I tell Vice Hall Master Su? Well, that's true. In the fragrant religion, except for the inner disciples of the fragrant religion, almost all of the ordinary disciples who saw the Blood Wolf King died. Not many people know what the Blood Wolf King looks like. Zhao Jian struck while the iron was hot. Therefore it's impossible for this Zhang Xiaohu to escape with his life from the pack of blood wolves. Vice Hall Master Su shook his head. But he managed to escape. Then, since he escaped, why didn't he come out of the Yulon Grand Canyon earlier like this disciple? Instead he waited until the last day to come out? Moreover, Vice Hall Master Su, among the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance Cult, how many of them can ride the elk of the Yulon Prairie as a mount and pull a carriage out of the Yulon Grand Canyon? Vice Hall Master Su was still speechless. Zhao Jian's words were extremely accurate. Even if Zhang Xiaohu was here he wouldn't know how to answer. Then Vice Hall Master Su's face changed and said in horror, Don't tell me, you think, Zhang Xiaohu is related to this beast tide? Zhang Xiaohu is related to the pack of blood wolves? Vice Hall Master Su and Zhao Jian said almost at the same time. Then Vice Hall Master Su couldn't help but shake his head. Impossible, impossible, how is this possible? You are all disciples of the Misty School and have only been in Lingering Fragrance Cult for a few years. This is also the first time you entered the Yulon Grand Canyon. How could it be related to the berserk beasts inside? This is really inconceivable. Vice Hall Master Su, don't forget that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School. In the previous generations several direct disciples had their dantian destroyed by our Lingering Fragrance Cult, crippling their cultivation and becoming insignificant figures. In the third generation he is the only direct disciple. If the Misty School doesn't have anything hidden up their sleeves, would you believe it? Vice Hall Master Su's face slightly changed. Moreover, after this disciple came to Shirxin Peak and saw many incredible things, only then did I know that the Misty School is actually a large sect like Lingering Fragrance Cult. Think about it, how could the Misty School be so easily destroyed by us? Maybe they don't have any ulterior motives. At this moment, Zhao Jian was possessed by the spirits of the Lingering Fragrance Cult, completely forgetting his identity as a disciple of the Misty School. Although Vice Hall Master Su was an inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, he did not participate in the battle against the Misty School. Naturally, he did not know the situation. Hearing Zhao Jian's words, he could not help but be moved and anxiously said, Do you really think that Zhang Xiaohu is related to the beast tide? Moreover, this is a plot by the direct disciples of the Misty School? That's right. Zhao Jian resolutely said, even if it is not a plot by the Misty School's disciples, it must be related to the Blood Wolf and the Beast Tide. Vice Hall Master Su listened and sat on the chair, his eyes staring at Zhao Jian. The cauldron lasted for half a cup of tea, making Zhao Jian's hair stand on end. Immediately, Vice Hall Master Su picked up the tea on the table, took a sip and said, Zhao Jian, do you think this old man is old and does not know what you are thinking? You just saw that Zhang Xiaohu had made a great contribution and threatened your position, so you are anxious and want to trip him up. Zhao Jian immediately bowed and said, Vice Hall Master Su, you are right. This disciple is indeed jealous of this guy. Clearly, this disciple was the one who brought people to pick the spiritual grass, but now it is his credit. However, this disciple was personally promoted by Vice Hall Master Su. How can this disciple not do his best for Hall Master Su? Moreover, compared to the business of the Misty Hall and Vice Hall Master Su's plan, this disciple's position is nothing. Isn't it just a matter of Vice Hall Master Su's words? I know that after Vice Hall Master Su came to Shishing Peak, you have always been modest to Hall Master Yang and did not argue with her about many things. Under the premise of being modest, you want to complete the task given by the sect leader. This time the Orchid Dusk refinement was an opportunity for you. Unfortunately, you encountered the beast tide caused by Zhang Xiaohu, which made your efforts go to waste. If you can catch the mastermind behind this beast tide, not only will you be able to turn the tide in the Misty Hall and completely defeat the Misty School's former disciples, but you will also be able to show your face in front of the sect leader and make a great contribution. This, Zhao Jian's words hit the nail on the head. Vice Hall Master Su didn't care about the internal strife between Zhao Jian and Zhang Xiaohu at all. However, Zhao Jian was, after all, personally promoted by him, so it was inevitable that he would lend a helping hand. Moreover, being able to show his face in front of the sect leader was truly what Vice Hall Master Su wanted. Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su was moved, Zhao Jian continued, Zhang Xiaohu is just an ordinary disciple of the Misty Hall. Even if he was a direct disciple of the Misty School, his identity has long been outdated. If Vice Hall Master Su can find something from this guy, of course it will be good. You are not only the benefactor of hundreds of disciples who died unjustly, but also the savior of the disciples who will participate in the Orchid Dusk refinement in the future. Think about it, if you don't get rid of the mastermind behind Zhang Xiaohu, who will dare to participate in the Orchid Dusk refinement in 5 years? A rush of excitement. This was the only feeling Vice Hall Master Su had at this time. He really could not imagine what kind of situation he would be in if he could really get rid of the mastermind behind the beast tide. This condition, this contribution, really made Vice Hall Master Su's mouth water a little. It was not surprising that Vice Hall Master Su felt this way. The fragrance cult had always respected the female disciples. Most of the inner disciples on the fragrance peak were female disciples. There were very few male disciples like Vice Hall Master Su, and his status was also low. If nothing unexpected happened, Vice Hall Master Su would be the Vice Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Perhaps after many years, when Yang Ruping was tired of it, the position of the Misty Hall Master would be vacant, and he would have a chance. The premise was that there was no resistance from the former disciples of the Misty School. Therefore, Vice Hall Master Su couldn't help but be greedy when he saw that he might be able to make a name for himself in the future. Once this greed was born, it became a situation where a single spark could start a prairie fire. Vice Hall Master Su's little bit of rationality was burned away. He only saw Zhao Jian gritting his teeth and said, Zhao Jian, don't think of me as a sword. You have to know that I personally selected you from the disciples of the Misty School. If there is no accident, your future will be 10,000 times brighter than Zhang Xiaohu's. Just based on his identity as a direct disciple of the Misty School, the fragrance cult will not allow him to do anything in the Misty Hall. These disciples all know. If Vice Hall Master Su had not been kind to me, I would not have come here today and would not have said these words. Zhao Jian, are you hiding something from me? Vice Hall Master Su shouted. Zhao Jian's eyes twitched as he said, Disciples' loyalty is as clear as day. How can I hide anything from Hall Master? To be honest, Disciple does not dare to believe that junior brother Zhang and the other two in the afternoon are real. I saw the disciples being eaten by the wolves with my own eyes. Vice Hall Master Su sucked in a breath of cold air and said, You mean that the three of them are not the original disciples? Yes. Zhao Jian said decisively. Perhaps Vice Hall Master Su did not notice, but when I saw Zhang Xiaohu in the afternoon I paid attention. Although I did not directly exchange blows with him, but when I saw him jump off the carriage and walk, I felt that his martial arts had greatly improved. There is a huge difference from before. Is that so? Are you sure? Vice Hall Master Su's martial arts weren't on the same level as these disciples, so he naturally wouldn't care about the level of Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts. However, Zhao Jian saw Zhang Xiaohu as a thorn in his side, so he had already noticed it. With the sudden increase in Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts and the fact that he wasn't able to control it freely, it was inevitable that someone would notice it. Chapter 704. Of course, Vice Hall Master Zhong can rest assured. As long as you call Zhang Xiaohu over and check his cultivation, you will know. Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head. This can't be considered as evidence. There are a lot of heavenly treasures in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the inner court female disciples of the lingering fragrance peak to enter the canyon for training. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu's internal force cultivation is very low. Even if he doesn't use any high-grade heavenly treasures, it would be possible for him to increase his internal force. Zhao Jian was jealous. Why can't I encounter such a thing? Thus he laughed. Vice Hall Master Zhong is thinking too much. Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind is not Vice Hall Master Zhong's style. How dare you? Vice Hall Master Zhong frowned and scolded. Zhao Jian trembled and quickly said, I don't dare. I don't have any other meaning. I just thought that if this matter is true, then this is a fat piece of meat sent to Vice Hall Master Zhong's mouth. If it is not true, then you can just wave your hand and let him go. Do you think he will turn around and blame you? He dares. Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed. He is just an ordinary disciple. In the eyes of your Misty School, he is only a direct disciple. But in my eyes, he is not even as good as you. Immediately he made up his mind and waved his hand. Then tomorrow we will take down Zhang Xiaohu and the others. I want to see what kind of trick they are playing. This. Zhao Jian heard that they were going to take down the 3 people and was happy. However, he hesitated and hesitated. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong angrily said, If you have something to say, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't let me see it. Zhao Jian flattered. Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. At this time I was thinking that if Zhang Xiaohu had some flaws and came back to collude with the martial uncles of the Misty School, wouldn't we be able to erase some of the clues we want to know? What if we tell Hall Master Yang tomorrow and let Hall Master Yang have a preconceived idea? Then, wouldn't we be in a passive position? Here he directly said we are passive. Not Vice Hall Leader Zhong is passive. Obviously he tied Vice Hall Leader Zhong to the same boat as him. Vice Hall Master Zhong gritted his teeth when he heard this, and his eyes narrowed as he said, All right, I'll listen to you. However, I'll make things clear. If you're hiding anything from me, then I'll absolutely not forgive you. Zhao Jian panicked and said, This lowly one only has a little bit of selfishness. Everything else is out of consideration for you. If you can take a step further, then wouldn't this lowly one be able to enjoy it endlessly? Vice Hall Master Zhong changed his expression and said, Humph, I know your selfishness. You can rest assured that as long as you are careful and loyal to me, even if this Zhang Xiaohu has nothing to do with the beast tied in the Yulon Grand Canyon, I will still take responsibility and protect you. Zhao Jian was overjoyed as he cupped his hands and said, I knew that following Vice Hall Master Zhong was the wisest decision in my life. Alright, I already know about your loyalty. You don't have to keep mentioning it. After Vice Hall Master Zhong finished speaking, he took out a token from his bosom and handed it over, saying, This is a token specially bestowed by the sect leader. Take it and dispatch the law enforcement disciples to capture Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 and send them to the dungeon. I'll personally interrogate them in a while. Understood. Zhao Jian was abnormally excited as he carefully took the token and turned around to leave. Vice Hall Master Zhong stared at Zhao Jian's back as he left, and thought to himself, this guy is quite shrewd. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu has the tendency to threaten him, he wants to find a way to restrain him. Isn't this old man also thinking of weakening the Misty School's strength? 50 disciples have died, but Zhang Xiaohu and the others have appeared. Will these 3 be able to implicate the other disciples? I'm looking forward to it. The situation in the Misty Hall was somewhat delicate. In order to control the disciples of the Misty School, the sect leader of the fragrance cult had dispatched Vice Hall Master Zhong Pei under Yang Ruping. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong couldn't go into the tiger's den alone, so he had dispatched dozens of law enforcement disciples to protect Zhong Pei's dignity. Moreover, he had also specially bestowed a token. If Vice Hall Master Zhong had any objections to Yang Ruping's decision, he could use this token to veto and delay the decision and hand it over to the Lingxiang Peak. Therefore, Zhao Jian took this token and led the law enforcement disciples to easily capture Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin in the dungeon. When Zhao Jian was capturing Zhang Xiaohu, he had bad intentions. At first he didn't let the law enforcement disciples come forward, but suddenly barged in himself. Zhang Xiaohu was circulating his qi and regulating his breathing, but Zhao Jian's sudden intrusion almost caused him to go mad. Moreover, Zhao Jian didn't answer and went forward with a fierce method, wanting to take Zhang Xiaohu's life. Zhang Xiaohu was confused and abnormally angry. When he saw Zhao Jian attacking, he naturally had to fight. As a result, without using any weapons, Zhang Xiaohu actually forced Zhao Jian to the point where he almost didn't have the strength to fight back, causing Zhao Jian to lose face. The jealousy in his heart TSK was really indescribable. Seeing that he was unable to cause Zhang Xiaohu's cultivation to go berserk and that he had verified his conjecture that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, Zhao Jian took out the token and called out the disciplinary disciple from outside. Zhang Xiaohu recognized the token and the disciplinary disciple that all ethereal sect disciples loathed and immediately understood what was going on. After all, in the Yulon Grand Canyon that day, the disciples of the Misty School were hiding in the small forest. The blood wolves only passed by from a distance and didn't discover them. If it weren't for the two inexplicable horse neighs, the dozens of lives wouldn't have been lost in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e whispered for a long time along the way, speculating about the horse neighs outside the forest. At that time, Zhao Jian and Xia Zai had asked everyone to take good care of the horses. Who would want to die and let go of the horses? The two of them couldn't be sure. Even when Zhang Xiaohu heard that Zhao Jian was still alive, he didn't dare to think too much about it. He only had a little suspicion. That day, everyone was focused on running for their lives, so who would pay attention to each other? It was normal that he didn't see Zhao Jian's figure. However, at this moment, Zhao Jian actually brought law enforcement disciples from the fragrant religion to capture him. Wasn't this a blatant act of exposing 300 taels of silver here? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu immediately stopped resisting and pretended that he didn't know anything. He smiled and said, "Senior Zhao, I don't know what mistake I made. I just returned from the Yulon Grand Canyon and you brought law enforcement disciples to capture me? No matter what, we are still brothers who have gone through life and death together." Zhao Jian shook his head. "Junior Zhang, you have to understand. I also don't know what happened. It's just that Vice Hall Master Zhong wants to capture you. Please come with me. If you continue to fight, it will hurt the harmony between us brothers." Harmony. Zhang Xiaohu sneered in his heart. "If it wasn't for my great improvement in internal energy, wouldn't I have injured you?" However, his face was very warm. "How about this, Senior Zhao? Just now, a disciple came over and asked me to go see the Hall Master. I was just about to go over. Why don't we go to the Hall Master together?" Zhao Jian waved the token in his hand. "If it was any other day, I would definitely go see the Hall Master first. However, at this time Junior Zhang should come with me first." Zhang Xiaohu was helpless. He knew that he couldn't win against the law enforcement disciples. Even if he made a fuss, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only wait to be captured. His acupoints were sealed and he was thrown into the dungeon. Zhang Xiaohu was a direct disciple of the ethereal sect. Even though he had passed away a long time ago, he was still taken care of in the Shirxin Peak. His residence was different from the others and no other disciple knew that he had been captured. However, capturing Chang'e and Qinshan was different. The residence of the two was usually forbidden to male disciples. When Zhao Jian and the law enforcement disciples entered, they naturally attracted the attention of the female disciples. Chang'e and Qinshan didn't resist, but when they were taken away, they were stopped by Aunt Qin, who had received the news and rushed over. However, when she saw Zhao Jian's token, she could only let them go. However, just in case, she sent several female disciples to follow behind the law enforcement disciples. She quickly went to Yang Ruping's residence to seek help. Thus, Zhao Jian easily captured the three of them. However, just as he invited Vice Hall Master Zhong over, Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin arrived as well. Looking at Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin's angry expressions and stern questioning, Zhong Pei wasn't surprised in the slightest. He only smiled faintly and said, "Hall Master Yang is overthinking things." This one just suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaohu's group of three being able to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon was very sudden and unreasonable. "That's why I captured them and carefully questioned them." Yang Ruping angrily said, "I also want to ask them tomorrow. You just need to call Zhang Xiaohu and the others to the Misty Hall tomorrow. Why did you make such a big fuss tonight?" Zhong Pei was still indifferent as he said, "This matter is of great importance. Thousands of disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon were buried in the stomach of the beasts. I was afraid that there would be some changes tonight, so I had to make such a hasty decision. You. Yang Ruping was so angry that she laughed. You actually think that Zhang Xiaohu and the others are related to the beast tide? Isn't it? Zhong Pei's expression was still the same as he said, using elk to pull the carriage, 3 people with ordinary martial arts to bring 4 large carriages, and even saving an inner disciple and a disciple of the pill-expanding Hall. Hall Master Yang can't even understand this. This is also what I want to ask tomorrow. Yang Ruping said sternly. Then I will ask on behalf of Hall Master Darren tonight, so that Hall Master Darren doesn't have to worry. Seeing Zhong Pei so fearless, Yang Ruping angrily said, Are you the Hall Master of the Misty Hall or am I the Hall Master? Quickly release them for me. Zhong Pei cupped his hands and said, This Misty Hall is naturally Hall Master Yang's Misty Hall. However, I was appointed by Sect Master Darren and had to deal with matters that Hall Master Yang can't bear to deal with. Zhang Xiaohu didn't give me a reasonable explanation about the Yulon Grand Canyon, so I can't release him. Good. Yang Ruping said with a smile, I will send someone to the Lingering Fragrance Peak to report this matter to Sect Master Darren and wait for Sect Master Darren's decision. Hall Master Yang doesn't need to worry. I have already sent someone just now. Hall Master Yang only needs to wait calmly. Chapter 705. Yang Ruping also said, Don't worry, Deputy Hall Chief Shong. I'll immediately send someone to Lingxiang Peak and tell the whole story to Hierarch His Excellency. The whole story. Deputy Hall Chief Shong sneered and said, I haven't seen Zhang Xiaohu yet, but Hall Chief Shong already knows the whole story? Then without waiting for Yang Ruping to answer, he cupped his hands and said, Hall Chief Yang, I'm going to ask Zhang Xiaohu something. Will Hall Chief Shong follow me? Yang Ruping gritted her teeth and said, Forget it. Since Deputy Hall Chief Shong volunteered, I'll leave it to you. You can report to me after you get the result. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. But when he was halfway, he turned back and said, I forgot that after Deputy Hall Master Zhong finishes his questioning, I may also have something to ask. Therefore you can't torture Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin at will. If there is anything wrong with these 3 people, I will ask you. Deputy Hall Chief Shong laughed and said loudly, Hall Chief Yang, if I don't torture them, how can I make them tell the truth? Do you think it's possible? Yang Ruping ignored him and said, That depends on your means. You, Deputy Hall Chief Shong was angry and stared at Yang Ruping's back for a long time. Then he laughed and looked at the token in his hand with disdain on his face. This was a room similar to the dungeon on Baiyufeng, but there were burning torches on the wall. Zhang Xiaohu was sitting on a stool and looking coldly at Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian, who were walking into the cell. Zhong Pei walked to Zhang Xiaohu and stared at him for a long time. Then he reached out and pointed at the major acupoint on Zhang Xiaohu's chest. A stream of internal force flowed into Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. After circulating for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, Congratulations, nephew Zhang. I haven't seen you for dozens of days, but your internal force has made a big breakthrough. Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Please don't laugh at me, Deputy Hall Chief Shong. How can my little internal force be noticed by Hall Chief Shong? Could it be because of this that you captured me? Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head and said, You started cultivating your internal strength late and your foundation is too bad. Even if you ate some heavenly treasure in the Yulon Grand Canyon, your cultivation would still be at your current level. How can I care about it? Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. This disciple only ate a scarlet fruit in the Yulon Grand Canyon, which greatly increased my internal energy. Moreover, Junior Sister Chang'e and Junior Sister Qin Qin also ate it. You will know if you ask. Hall Chief Zhong Testis was, Tikas Paises. And I, Titas half Titas ask. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Zhao Jian, whose expression had changed. He asked curiously, Then why did Deputy Hall Chief Zhong bring me here so late at night? Vice Hall Master Zhong said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohu, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. With your current inner strength, even if you eat 2 more cinnabar fruits, you may not be able to enter my eyes. You should tell me in detail what is going on with the beast tide in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Red fruit. Beast tide? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, That red fruit is the legendary red fruit? Seems different from what I imagined. Then he said in confusion, "Our Misty Hall's convoy didn't encounter any beast tide, only a pack of blood wolves." Senior Brother Zhao, who led the convoy, knows it better than this disciple. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong didn't even look at Zhao Jian and said, "What Zhao Jian should say has been said. What I want to know is what happened to you and what you did." It's very simple. After we were discovered by the pack of blood wolves that day, we ran for our lives. However, we were still surrounded by blood wolves. This disciple, Chang'e and Qin Chen's horses were faster, and our direction was different from that of the other disciples. By the time they surrounded us, the other disciples had already disappeared. Of course, this disciple and the other disciples were no match for the pack of blood wolves. After our horses were eaten by the blood wolves, the disciples were desperately trying to resist. Then we heard a loud cry in the sky, so the pack of blood wolves left the disciples behind and left. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was dumbfounded. So simple? Yes. Nonsense. Zhao Jian, who was next to him, was extraordinarily angry and shouted, "Why didn't I hear it? It's simply nonsense." "Hey, when we were surrounded by the pack of blood wolves, where was Senior Brother Zhao? How could you not hear it?" Zhang Xiaohu sneered. "Shut up. I didn't ask you to say it." Deputy Hall Chief Zhong turned around and scolded Zhao Jian, then asked, "Then why didn't you return to Shishing Peak earlier like Zhao Jian? Instead you stayed there for so long?" Zhang Xiaohu said innocently, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, have you forgotten? Didn't this disciple say it just now? When Junior Sister Chang'e and Junior Sister Chen were hungry and thirsty, we ate the vermilion fruit and then fainted." Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was speechless. The vermilion fruit was only a legend. Many years ago, there were indeed inner disciples who had eaten it, but he had never seen it himself. Naturally, he didn't know the symptoms of taking it. There was no way to verify this. After thinking for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, "I didn't expect that Junior Nephew Zhang's method of making up a story is so first class. It's almost like a scholar writing a book watertight. However, this is not what I want to know. You'd better tell me about the beast tide." Zhang Xiaohu furrowed his brows. The plot that he came up with was something that he and Chang'e had come up with. They only blamed everything on that loud cry. Anyway, they had heard it before, and besides them, there were no other living people, so it was impossible for them to verify it. When they left the valley, they heard that Zhao Jian had also escaped danger. They were surprised, but the matter of repelling the blood wolves was indeed inhumane. They didn't have any good ideas, and after thinking about it, it was just like that. Anyway, 3 people's words were more credible than one person's, and there might not be anyone who would really investigate. However, Zhang Xiaohu and the others didn't expect that someone would really investigate the details. At this point, they could only bite the bullet and continue. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohu's matter must not be mentioned. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu also knew that the status of female disciples in the Misty School was different. Even if Chang'e and Qin Chen were captured, Deputy Hall Chief Su wouldn't do anything to them. He could only grit his teeth and bite the bullet. That was it. Who could do anything about it? However, at this time, Deputy Hall Chief Su didn't care about the blood wolves, but mentioned the beast tide, which really made Zhang Xiaohu puzzled. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu probed, "I don't know what Deputy Hall Chief Su wants to know about the beast tide. I was with Senior Brother Zhao before I encountered the blood wolves, so I should know less than Senior Brother Zhao. That's all on the surface. Zhao Jian is just an ordinary disciple of your Misty School. How would he know the core secrets of your Misty School? Your Misty School is also a big sect. Don't tell me you don't have any secrets? Or don't you have any means to cause a beast tide? Of course, I know that you have only been in the sect for a short period of time. You may not have any feelings for the ethereal sect, but you did it because of someone's instigation. If you say it, yes, even if you say it's a name, this hall will let you go immediately. Don't worry, not to mention the merit of your report. Even if you bring back 4 carriages full of spirit herbs, this hall will be lenient with you. Don't you want to say 1 or 2 names? Zhang Xiaohu was angry. At this time, he knew that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's plan was to wipe out the Misty School's forces in one fell swoop. Moreover, he even used the beast tide as a reason. What is a beast tide? It is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the fragrant religion. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohu didn't know the whole story. Even if he knew that it was related to the Misty School, he would absolutely not say it. Deputy Hall Chief Su really thinks highly of this disciple. How could this disciple provoke a beast tide? There is no one behind me who instigated it. Zhang Xiaohu said coldly but resolutely. But how do you explain how you drove the 4 carriages from the east of the Yulon Grand Canyon? While using Alka's mounts, you drove the carriages to the south exit? That's across the entire Yulon prairie. How could you not encounter any ferocious beast? Don't tell me that with your martial arts, you are invincible in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Haha, Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. This was the truth. He regretted not listening to Zhang Xiaohua's advice in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He could only smile and say, perhaps this disciple's character is good, or perhaps it is the blessing of our Misty Hall. This disciple really didn't encounter any ferocious beast. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu push the blame away, Deputy Hall Chief Su didn't get angry. Instead he confidently said, Martial Nephew Zhang, you are our hall's younger generation. We don't want to be too strict with you. If you are an outstanding person, you should be able to adapt to the current situation. But if you don't accept the toast, then the only thing waiting for you is the punishment of drinking. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhong Pei and then looked at Zhao Jian. He knew that if he mentioned the horse's neigh at this time, it would only add to the joke. Instead it would arouse Zhao Jian's suspicion. Even Zhang Xiaohu began to suspect that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong had instructed Zhao Jian to do something. This kind of thing can only be effective in front of Hall Chief Yang. Therefore Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, this kid is stupid. He only knows how to tell the truth. If you want this kid to make up something, then you should find someone else. Then he pointed at Zhao Jian with his chin and said, this senior Zhao seems to have a deep understanding of this. Zhao Jian's face was very ugly. Hehe, why is your Misty School full of trash that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness? First there was He Tianshu and now there is you. Do you think you can resist more than He Tianshu? Martial Nephew Zhang, think about He Tianshu's appearance. If you wait until that point your life will be ruined. What fun will there be? Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's words, Zhang Xiaohu's face changed slightly. However, this matter was not only related to his brother, but also to the people of the Misty School who were implicated by Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How could he say it? Zhang Xiaohu almost believed it. Even if he told the whole thing now, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong might not believe him. He only wanted what he wanted. Chapter 706. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was stubborn and did not tell him what he wanted to know, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was not surprised. He took half a step back and waved his hand. Several law enforcement disciples came up from behind. They lifted Zhang Xiaohu up and hung him straight on the torture instrument just like Bai Huan. Zhang Xiaohu's major acupoints were sealed and his limbs were weak, so he could only be at the mercy of the law enforcement disciples. After they put him down, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, Martial Nephew Zhang, I don't want to embarrass you. After all, you are different from He Tianshu. You are a famous figure in the Misty Hall and also a direct disciple of Wen Hai. If you can cooperate with me and tell me the secret about the beast tide, I will let you go immediately. We will still have a harmonious relationship as uncle and nephew. In the future our hall will also take care of you. Zhang Xiaohu looked at him indifferently with a kind of disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong tactfully shut up and did not want to say another word. He turned to the law enforcement disciples and said, let him have a taste of the punishment of our fragrance cult. A law enforcement disciple stepped forward and picked up a long half-foot-long steel needle from the blood-stained stone table. He walked up to Zhang Xiaohu, tore open Zhang Xiaohu's clothes, aimed at his armpit and was about to stab him. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong paid attention to the changes in Zhang Xiaohu's expression. Seeing that the steel needle was about to pierce into his body, Zhang Xiaohu just narrowed his eyes and prepared himself for the pain. He did not seem to want to beg for mercy at all. Feeling a little angry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong raised his hand and said, wait a moment. The law enforcement disciple stopped. Then Deputy Hall Chief Zhong said, don't make him bleed first. Didn't Hall Chief Yang say that she wants to ask more questions? Let's pick up the ones who won't get hurt first. Yes. The law enforcement disciple threw away the steel needle and raised his hand to touch one of Zhang Xiaohu's acupoints. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohu felt a kind of numbness and swelling, as if crazy ants were biting his bones. Zhang Xiaohu twisted his body hard, trying to get rid of this unbearable feeling. He also gritted his teeth. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohu's face turned pale and large beads of sweat appeared on his head. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, "How about it? Zhang Xiaohu, have not tasted this feeling? To tell you the truth, this is just the beginning. It's just an appetizer. If you agree, we'll stop now and let you redeem yourself. Otherwise, there's still many more dishes waiting for you. Think about He Tianshu, he's your role model." Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and tried his best not to make a sound. He stared fiercely at Zhong Pei. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong continued, "Don't try to be brave. Although we won't make you bleed today, that might not be the case in the future. As for Hall Chief Yang, she can protect you now, but she can't protect you forever. As long as you don't say anything, I will use different methods to deal with you. When my patience runs out, not to mention seeing blood, even your life will be hard to protect." After saying this, he no longer hesitated and turned his head. "You guys, take out your best skills and serve this Misty School's direct disciple well." Then he said to Zhao Jian, "You stay here and watch. I will go and ask the 2 female disciples." Hearing this, Zhao Jian smiled and bowed. "Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, don't worry. Once Zhang Xiaohu speaks, I will immediately report to you." Zhong Pei nodded and walked away. The entire prison cell was filled with screams that Zhang Xiaohu tried his best to hold back, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. After an unknown period of time, the whole cell fell into silence. When Zhang Xiaohu woke up from his coma, the whole cell was empty. Only the torch on the wall was still burning. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head with great difficulty and looked around in exhaustion. At this moment, although he didn't seem to have any injuries on the surface, the inside of his body, regardless of whether it was his internal organs or his limbs, they were all filled with pain. It was an unbearable pain. He let out a few soft groans and let out a sigh in his heart. He really didn't expect that his choice at that time would bring him such a big disaster. However, thinking of the surprise and joy of the disciples when they saw the magic herb in the carriage in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but think, if I were given another choice, I would still do the same. But I don't know if Chang'e and Qinshan have encountered the same thing. When Zhang Xiaohu thought of Chang'e, his heart ached. Her injuries haven't healed yet. Won't it be more serious if she suffers more? Just as he was thinking about it, a soft sizzle sound suddenly rang out in the quiet prison cell. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. It was a figure who had pushed open the iron door of the prison cell and walked in softly. When the person came closer, Zhang Xiaohu saw it clearly. Wasn't it Zhao Jian, Senior Zhao? When Zhang Xiaohu saw him, he didn't say anything and lowered his head. He didn't see him. Zhao Jian walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and said earnestly, "Junior brother Zhang, you know that I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Vice Hall Master Zhong is a figure on Lingxiang Peak. If he wants to know, you have to tell him even if you don't want to. You better tell him everything you know. Not only can you avoid physical pain, but you can also win his favor. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" With that, he walked closer and whispered, "Junior brother Zhang's situation of falling into the wolf pack and escaping from the wolf pack is very different from mine. This is strange. Do you think the 2 of us encountered the same pack of blood wolves?" Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes and looked at him, still ignoring him. Zhao Jian looked around and raised his voice. He smiled and said, "Since junior brother Zhang is so benevolent and keeps the secret of the Misty School a secret, then I can only help you." With that, he stretched out his finger and gathered internal force on the tip of his finger. His hand was like lightning, aiming for Zhang Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he was startled and said angrily, "You?" But in the next moment, Zhao Jian raised his hand and sealed Zhang Xiaohu's mute acupuncture point, making it impossible for him to speak. However, the finger that was aiming for Zhang Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point also stopped in the air. Zhao Jian stared at the acupuncture point and gritted his teeth. His expression changed again and again as if he couldn't make up his mind. Zhang Xiaohu, who was on the torture rack, looked at the finger that had stopped on his Achilles heel. His heart was also uneasy. His body was constantly twisting, afraid that Zhao Jian would press down and instantly kill him. He. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's struggle, Zhao Jian laughed as if he had already made up his mind. He said, "What's wrong? Junior brother Zhang, you're also afraid of death? Then, shouldn't you say what you want to say?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gradually stopped struggling. He raised his head and stared fiercely at Zhao Jian. "Pa." Zhao Jian raised his hand and gave Zhang Xiaohu a slap. He sneered and said, Am I very handsome? Do I need you to stare at me like that? Then he moved closer to Zhang Xiaohu's ear and whispered, Don't worry, I'm so handsome. I'll definitely gain junior sister Changa's favor. After you die, I'll take care of her. Zhang Xiaohu was enraged. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhao Jian's face. Zhao Jian only tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Then he didn't hesitate and used his internal energy to slap Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. He destroyed Zhang Xiaohu's dantian, and the 20 years of cultivation that Zhang Xiaohu had just obtained immediately disappeared. After being tortured for an entire night, Zhang Xiaohu was already weak. Now that his dantian was destroyed, his decades of cultivation would go down the drain. Furthermore, he would be a cripple in the future. He immediately felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted and he fainted again. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu faint, Zhao Jian undid his mute acupoint and sighed. He muttered to himself, You're lucky. If it wasn't for the Hall Master's orders and me being afraid of exposing myself, how could I still let you live in this world? Hee, but you've already lost your internal energy. Can you still withstand the torture of the law enforcement disciples? At that time I won't know who killed you. Then he laughed and walked out of the cell. Only the fainted Zhang Xiaohu and a few burning torches were left. At the other end of the dungeon, in a rather large cell, Yang Ruping sat on a chair and Aunt Qin stood beside her. In front of them, on a dilapidated execution platform, Chin Chin sat cross-legged and rubbed his wrist. Beside him was a rope that had been torn into several pieces. You said that the disciples of the Misty Hall were all hiding in the woods. If there weren't two strange horse neighs, those blood wolves wouldn't have found you? Yang Ruping frowned and asked, Do Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e know about this? Of course they know. Hall Master, we heard it with our own ears. That's right, senior sister Chang'e's injuries haven't recovered yet. If she's tied up like this, won't her injuries worsen? You must take good care of her. You little girl, instead of thinking about yourself, you're thinking about other people. Senior sister Chang'e and senior brother Zhang protected me when the blood wolves attacked. If it weren't for the two of them, I would have been food for the blood wolves. Naturally, I have to think about them. And senior brother Zhang, I don't know how he is now. Alas, Zhong Pei took out the token of the hierarch and captured the three of you here. I can't do anything. Chang'e is fine. He's right next to you. Zhong Pei doesn't dare to touch her. It's a pity that Zhang Xiaohu will suffer physical pain. Hall Master, senior brother Zhang is a good person. You must save him. Chin Chin was shocked and begged bitterly. Aunt Qin also said, Hall Master Yang, since you already know that there are many suspicious points, why don't you ask Zhang Xiaohu first, or tell Zhong Pei about this and let him know? Yang Ruping smiled bitterly. Zhong Pei may not know. It's because he knows that he dares to do this. Didn't you hear what he said? Finding the cause of the beast tide is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the incense cult. This is enough to make him hot-headed and do a lot of incredible things. He also has the token of the hierarch. I have no suitable reason to stop him. Chapter 707. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ruping smiled and said, I've already told him that I need to ask Zhang Xiaohu personally. If I don't go, he won't be able to be ruthless. After all, if he leaves me aside, he will be the first to lose his reason. In the future, he won't be able to gain the upper hand. Aunt Qin listened thoughtfully, but there was some worry in her eyes. When Chin Chin heard this, he didn't understand at all. He was only thinking about how to tell Yang Ruping the reason that his senior brother and senior sister had made up. Yang Ruping underestimated Zhong Pei and didn't expect Zhao Jian to be so vicious. Just when she thought that everything was under control, Zhong Pei had already made a ruthless move, wanting to get what he wanted from Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. Zhao Jian wanted to kill him, but after weighing the pros and cons, he took a step back and crippled Zhang Xiaohu's internal strength. After all, there were many ways to interrogate. It was inevitable to make a mistake. Even if Zhong Pei knew what was done could not be undone. At most he would be scolded. Perhaps this would be to his advantage. He might even be rewarded. In the next few days, the disciples that Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei sent to Lingering Fragrance Peak didn't return, nor did they send any orders. Yang Ruping only protected Chang'e and Chin Chin from being tortured, but Zhang Xiaohu in another part of the dungeon suffered a great punishment. Since his dantian was broken by Zhang Xiaohu that day, Zhang Xiaohu's decades of cultivation had been lost. However, the major acupoints on his body hadn't been opened, so the law enforcement disciples didn't realize that his internal strength had been crippled. They still took turns to torture him, and Zhang Xiaohu also wanted it. From the initial screams to the later groans, he clenched his teeth and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't make a sound. At first, Zhao Jian was worried that his shady methods would be discovered. However, after 2 days there was no movement. He became even bolder and followed behind the law enforcement disciples. Sometimes he would even personally go into battle to practice his interrogation techniques. On the 7th day, the disciples sent by Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei came back and said that they had already explained the reason to the inner sect disciples. The disciples also reported this matter to the sect master, but the sect master didn't give any instructions and just asked them to come back. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what kind of medicine the cult leader was selling in his gourd. Yang Ruping even wanted to personally go to Lingxiang Peak to ask, but she was afraid that as soon as she left Shixing Peak, Zhang Xiaohu and the others' lives would be in danger. On the other hand, when Zhong Pei heard his disciples' report, he couldn't help being wild with joy. Wasn't this an obvious signal? The cult leader agreed with his point of view and did not bring back any instructions, which was tacit approval. Therefore, Zhong Pei seemed to have seen the cult leader's smiling face on Lingering Fragrance Peak when he was at Shixing Peak, which made him even more energetic. It didn't matter if he was full of energy, but Zhang Xiaohu was unlucky. In the first 7 days, Zhong Pei was still very restrained. He only asked the law enforcement disciples to use some methods that couldn't see the scars so that he could give an explanation to Yang Ruping. Now that he had the cult leader's tacit approval, he seemed to be more unscrupulous. The first thing he did was to serve Zhang Xiaohu with a poisonous whip. 72 lashes, he whipped Zhang Xiaohu's body until it was badly mutilated and he fainted a few times. Poor Zhang Xiaohu. He was already 25 years old. When had he ever been subjected to such a cruel punishment? Even when he came from Guozhuang House to Pingyang City, he had to endure the supercilious looks and difficulties of others. It was just some of the fickleness of the human world. Later, when he became a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was flattered by others, which was hard to come by. Then when the Misty School was destroyed, although he was a direct disciple, his martial arts were weak. He fought with others for only a few moves before his acupoints were sealed and he was kicked to the side. Others died, but he only had the oily skin on his head broken. The most dangerous thing was the battle with the blood wolf in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He almost died in the wolf's belly. But even in that battle there was a long song by his side. There was the lingering beauty and the heart-stirring heroic spirit. It only highlighted the heroic struggle between man and beast. In this dark and gloomy dungeon, all his martial arts were crippled and he became a useless person who could no longer practice martial arts. A few days ago he was still full of heroic spirit and almost wanted to point out the world. But now he had fallen from the clouds into the swamp. The smelly mud polluted his mouth and nose, making Zhang Xiaohu breathless. He really wanted to die. On the other hand, his body was also going through unprecedented torture from inside out. The pain made him faint a few times every day. This pain directly hit his heart and made his heart stronger. One time when he woke up from his coma, he felt the disappointment in his heart and the pain in his body. Suddenly, a sentence came into Zhang Xiaohu's mind. For a person of great power, he must first suffer hardships in his heart, toil his muscles and bones, starve his skin and empty his body. Wasn't this what Li Jinfeng often said? When Zhang Xiaohu heard it, he didn't understand. When he understood the meaning, he felt that it was pedantic. He only thought that it was a scholar working behind closed doors. But now when he thought about it, it was like sweet dew that moistened his withered heart and killed the gradually budding will to die. Thus, this whipping, this torture in Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, gradually became a method to train him. His will became stronger and stronger under this test. Zhang Xiaohu, this seedling that had never experienced wind and rain, was now gradually growing under the ravages of Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was being whipped in the dungeon of Shixing Peak, Zhang Xiaohua on Tianmu Peak was also being ravaged. However, the person who was ravaging Zhang Xiaohua was not anyone else but himself. That day after Zhang Xiaohua killed Deputy Hall Master Su, he escaped back to Tianmu Peak. The next morning he met Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu who came to visit. He thought that the news had been leaked, but looking at the two of them, It was nothing out of the ordinary. But after the two of them left, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Since he was pretending to be injured, then he could only pretend till the end to avoid attracting the attention of Tianmu Peak or Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were healing day by day and the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak had yet to appear. Even the disciples of Baiyue Peak's Pill Expanding Hall didn't come to Tianmu Peak to test Zhang Xiaohua. This put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. He had no choice. Every day when he woke up he looked at his healed meridians and internal injuries. He could only forcefully circulate his internal energy to expand his meridians or use other methods to aggravate his injuries to ensure that he was injured. Day after day of destruction, until 7 days later, there was still no news or movement. On this day Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Every time he injured himself he would recover extremely quickly the next day. In the past few days the recovery speed of his meridians had sped up again. It seemed that the meridians in his body had adapted to his injuries. Fine, I don't care who it is. The Xiaoxiao is already like this. If it really doesn't work I will learn from Huan Huan and find a place to hide. Who would have the patience to serve you? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Hence he didn't create any more obstacles. His injuries healed rapidly day by day. Could it be that something went wrong? Deputy Hall Master Su's corpse wasn't discovered? Or he wasn't killed? That can't be right. If he wasn't killed wouldn't I be in danger? The disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak should have come long ago? If he wasn't discovered then who took him away? I remember that the restriction was removed at that time. Every time Zhang Xiaohua thought of this peaceful scene, his imagination would run wild. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua had overestimated his own influence and underestimated the strength of the Lingering Fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua was just a little medicine boy of Tianmu Peak. Even if he had saved a few disciples of Tuo Dan Hall, in the eyes of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it wasn't a matter at all. It was absolutely insignificant. It was even more impossible for them to link him with Deputy Hall Master Su's death. Moreover, he was seriously injured the moment he returned to Tianmu Peak. Even if Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu knew a little about the grudge between Deputy Hall Master Su and Zhang Xiaohua, it was only a fleeting thought in their minds. He was injured to the point of vomiting blood. How could he run to Baiyue Peak to kill someone? Even if he wasn't injured, one was an inner disciple while the other was a little medicine boy. This was absolutely not proportionate. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua had wasted such a long time in vain. They simply didn't put him in the scope of suspicion. Moreover, the news of Deputy Hall Master Su's death had spread to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Lingering Fragrance Peak was naturally quite shocked. After all, there were only a few people who could be a Hall Master. Deputy Hall Master Su's martial arts was also high. His inexplicable death naturally aroused suspicion. However, Deputy Hall Master Su originally had a background. Although he was usually very careful, there would always be some clues in the place where he lived. How could the inner disciples and disciplinary hall's disciples not find any clues if they carefully checked? Therefore, it was very easy for them to treat Deputy Hall Master Su's death as something related to the Lingering Fragrance cult and other sections. Since their starting point was wrong, of course they wouldn't find Zhang Xiaohua's head. On this day Zhang Xiaohua stretched his body as he walked out of the house. Immediately, several disciples gathered in front of him. They were all laughing and talking at the same time. Junior Brother Ren, have you rested well? Junior Brother Ren, how is your body recovering? I have here the great revitalizing pilk from Lingering Fragrance Peak. How about I give it to you first? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately had a headache. Since a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua's body had recovered. There were often many disciples who came to his small house to express their concern. It couldn't be said that these disciples were not sincere. They didn't really want Zhang Xiaohua to recover quickly. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw their slightly exaggerated expressions and charming smiles, his heart was extremely uncomfortable. If one wanted to stand out, one should rely on one's own strength. If one only climbed up the thigh of others, it would not be one's own and it would not be up to them. Others just shook their legs and you would fall down. This was not the right way. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for your kind intentions, senior brothers. Little brother's injuries have been controlled. I will slowly recuperate. Senior brothers, please do your own things. I just heard from senior brother Lu that Headmaster Chen might come in a while. If he saw you, it would be inappropriate for senior brothers. Chapter 708. When the disciples heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They said, if junior brother hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. There's still ginger soup simmering on the fire. Don't let it dry up. I'll take my leave first. That's right. After hearing junior brother's words, I just remembered that this recover pill seems to be a pill from the Dalan temple. Did I take the wrong one? If I let junior brother take it, wouldn't it be a big problem? I'll go back and see if there's any other pills like the Yuandan pill. Yes, my stomach hurts a little. I might have eaten something bad just now. It didn't take long for them to all leave. At this time Lu Chaoxian came out from not far away with a smile. He said, Junior brother Ren, when did I tell you that Headmaster Chen was coming? Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. He looked at the sky and the ground. He said, when did I say that you said that? Lu Chaoxian laughed. Who knows? However, the smile on his face faded. He said seriously, actually these junior brothers are also pitiful people. They just want you to protect them. If junior brother has the power, don't let them down. You can't always be alone on Tianmu Peak. If you don't have a few brothers to support you, you won't be able to achieve anything. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at Lu Chaoxian. He said, I didn't expect senior brother Lu to have the potential to be a doghead military advisor. Then he copied Lu Chaoxian and said seriously, if it was at Yulan dusk I could protect them. It's just for a few days. Moreover, it's a matter of life and death. But if I protect them now, it's not a matter of a few days. I've always been free and undisciplined. I'm used to being free and unfettered. How can I care so much? Since you don't have such thoughts, don't let others think about it. It's pointless to let Headmaster Qin and Wu Daolong worry. Lu Chaoxian was silent when he heard this. He really hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to stand up and become the next head like the other disciples. Given Zhang Xiaohua's kind heart, he would definitely treat the Tianmu Peak disciples well. As for himself, based on his friendship with Zhang Xiaohua, which was different from others, his life would definitely be smooth sailing in the future, and his status would rise along with the tide. Unfortunately, everyone had their own ambitions. Zhang Xiaohua only gave a simple explanation, but Lu Chaoxian knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not care about Tianmu Peak's position. He could only smile and say, Junior apprentice brother Ren has great ambitions, but it's a pity that the other junior apprentice brothers don't know about it. Sooner or later they will come and make a fuss. Zhang Xiaohua giggled. This is really too simple. I stayed here previously because my injuries were more serious. I needed senior brother Lu and the rest to take care of me. Although my injuries have not fully recovered, they are much more stable now. Senior brother also knows that internal injuries need to be carefully nursed. There must be a secluded environment. Although this place is good, it is also very lively. I would like to ask senior brother to report to Headmaster Chen that I will move back to the top of Tianmu Peak today. I'm used to the cave there. It is a good place to recuperate. Junior brother Bai Huan has not returned. Others will not know what you are doing on the mountain alone. Lu Chaoxian was shocked and dissuaded her. If Bai Huan comes back, it will be like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her words were firm. Lu Chaoxian was helpless. After saying a few words, he turned to ask Qin Feng for instructions. Zhang Xiaohua wandered around the empty space a few times. No one had been keeping an eye on the pavilion in the distance for several days. Zhang Xiaohua guessed that the news of Vice Hall Master Su's death had reached the ears of Wuzhou ruins and the others, so there was no need for these eyes and ears to exist. Not long after, Lu Chaoxian turned back and smiled. Headmaster Qin is busy. At first he did not agree for you to return to the peak. Later on, he nodded and said that I should accompany you. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. That's good. In the past, senior brother Bai took care of most of the medicine farm work on Tianmu Peak. I was worried about how I could handle it alone. Now that senior brother Lu is there, I am so lazy. Lu Chaoxian laughed and patted her shoulder. Bai Huan wants to be lazy. What he can do, your senior brother Lu can do even more. After he finished speaking, he went in to help Zhang Xiaohua pack her things. Zhang Xiaohua had always been meditating. She did not even unpack her bedding. After Lu Chaoxian entered the hut, he came out empty-handed. He shrugged. Junior brother, you are very simple. I wonder if the bedding on the peak is still there? It is. Tianmu Peak is not a good place. I wonder if Headmaster Chen still sent people there. Who would take away my bedding? You don't say. Headmaster Chen really forgot that there is no one on duty on the peak. The pile of work is still left for junior brother Ren. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Let's go up the mountain to work. After she finished speaking, she walked out and headed straight for the peak. Lu Chaoxian smiled and followed behind her. Heaven Eye Peak was no different from usual. In just a few days, Zhang Xiaohua's ascension and descent had changed everything. In the hut on the peak, Bai Huan's belongings were still placed in an orderly manner. Their owner was no longer around. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the peak and looked around. She sighed in her heart. Then she returned to the cave and reminded Lu Chaoxian not to disturb her if there was nothing urgent. After placing a restriction on the cave, Zhang Xiaohua escaped into the elixir chamber. Everything was no different from before. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. It was as if there was only free breathing in the heaven and earth here. Sitting cross-legged in the elixir chamber, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she immersed her divine sense into her belt, intending to take out all the jade boxes. However, after looking at them and looking at the size of the elixir chamber, she dispelled this idea. Zhang Xiaohua was the biggest winner in this Valley Orchid Dusk refinement. Not to mention the black and white fruit that was like a yin-yang fish, not to mention the golden lotus fire seed, not to mention the 10,000 years stalactite milk. Even the herbs that the Pill Tower Hall disciples brought back and the herbs that the Misty Hall disciples picked were extremely considerable. How could the elixir chamber hold them all? After tidying up the jade boxes and other items, Zhang Xiaohua was happy but also a little sad. From Lu Chaoxian's mouth, she already knew that in this Valley Orchid Dusk refinement, other than the female inner sect disciples who did not suffer much loss, all the other halls were completely annihilated. Even Wu Ming, a dignified outer sect disciple, almost died. Thinking of the nearly 500 lives of the Pill Tower Hall, wouldn't the entire fragrance cult have lost thousands of lives in the Valley Orchid? But immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the tragic death of Black Lightning. Needless to say, this was definitely the doing of the lingering Fragrance Peak's consecrators or elders. They did escape but angered Yellow Wind and caused a beast tide, burying thousands of disciples in the stomachs of the beasts. Every drink and every peck, perhaps it is fate. Every cause and effect must be borne by someone. The Tao of life and death, the Tao of karma, is nothing more than this. A merciful heart filled Zhang Xiaohua's heart. His heart moved and he immediately sat down cross-legged. He did not even take out the primordial stones. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his mind directly welcomed the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua woke up from his meditation. He only felt that the previously unfathomable heavenly Tao seemed to have become much clearer. A kind of intimacy hit him in the face, as if the countless resplendent stars in the sky were like the stones he played with when he was young, clearly and incomparably intimate. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and secretly said, could it be that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao is the same as the cultivation of a mental cultivation method, and there are many realms? Before he had time to ponder, his heart moved and he escaped from the alchemy room. Just as he appeared in the cave, he heard an anxious call from the outer sect. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Listening to the voice, it was Lu Chaoxian. This senior brother Lu had always respected him. If it was not an urgent matter, he would definitely not disturb his cultivation. Could it be the matter of Bai Yefeng? Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. But when he released his divine sense, there was only Lu Chaoxian outside the cave. Strange, could it be another trap for me to jump into? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously began to feel suspicious. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the cave, looked up at the sun and said with a smile, Senior brother Lu, you came back quite quickly. This little brother just slept, and seeing that the time is still early, I wonder why you called this little brother? The time is still early. Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua, and after he came back to his senses he said in surprise, Junior brother Ren, could it be that you overslept? You entered the cave the day before yesterday and did not come out. Yesterday when I tidied up the medicine field, I did not see you come out to help. If not for Bai Yefeng's messenger coming today, I may not have come to call you. The day before yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that while he was absent-mindedly comprehending the heavenly Tao, 2 days had already passed. The immortal Tao has no sense of time. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice to cover up. Little brother's body is weak and needed to rest. The mountain is quiet and I slept for so long. I made senior brother Lu wait for a long time. Oh right, did Bai Yefeng's messenger say what it was? This. Lu Chaoxian frowned. I don't know, but seeing the messenger's face, it doesn't seem to be anything good. Zhang Xiaohua was startled, secretly saying, it can't be that he really found some clues. Then he rolled his eyes, wondering if he should follow Lu Chaoxian down the mountain. To be honest, as long as Zhang Xiaohua burrowed into the ground, who would be afraid of the fragrant cult in this vast world? However, if he did so, he was afraid that he would be the enemy of the fragrant religion in the future, and would be hunted down by the fragrant religion's worshippers and elders. According to the dead deputy hall leader Su, the worshippers all practiced immortal Tao and might have some unique spells. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face changing, Lu Chaoxian laughed loudly. Ha! Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, thinking, he has a guilty conscience as expected, every bush and tree is an enemy. If Bai Yefeng wanted to catch someone, why would he be so nervous? So he laughed. Senior brother Lu actually knows how to joke, then little brother will entertain you. Lu Chaoxian shook his head. No, I just saw Bai Yefeng's reward and was a little jealous. Chapter 709. Reward? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he looked at Lu Chaoxian, who was still trying to hold back his laughter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and secretly said, Big brother, you have to make it clear. I almost ran away just now. This is really not a joke. Immediately, he piled a smile on his face and said, What reward? Does senior brother Lu know? I don't know about this. Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, In the past it was just herbs and elixirs and only a cart was dragged here. This time it is a little different and junior brother Ren's contribution is quite big, so it is even more impossible to guess. But then, he said mysteriously, I heard from the disciple who went up the mountain that the person who came was junior brother Ren's old friend, so there should be a generous reward. Old friend? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, Junior Uncle Yang is here? It seems that he is really looking forward to it. What reward can there be? Zhang Xiaohua said that he was looking forward to it, but in his heart he was disdainful. Even if it was elixirs, even if it was spiritual grass, or even a bestowed cultivation method, he didn't care about it. But when Zhang Xiaohua saw Yang Yao, he was shocked by the reward that Yang Yao mentioned. What? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears. Sending me to Shixin Peak? The peak where Ethereal Hall is located? When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's strange expression, Yang Yao felt extremely guilty as he said, Dear nephew, there is no need to be anxious. I know that the Shixin Peak is extremely dangerous. The dozen or so disciples from our pill-expanding hall were bullied quite badly and a few of them even had their legs broken. However, as he said this, he picked up a small package from the small table next to him and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, It's just that our Dan-spreading hall really doesn't have any disciples with high martial arts skills to go. Well, Master Qin and Wu Daoang naturally can go, but they are the elites of the hall and have a lot of things to deal with. We can't let them go to Shixin Peak to play such a small role. Nephew, you've just come to the pill-sprouting hall. You should experience life at Shixin Peak and accumulate some experience. It should be beneficial for your future development. Moreover, the hall master has said that when you complete your task and return to the pill-sprouting hall, you will be given a suitable position. Oh, this is nephew's other rewards for refining Yulan Twilight. They are the Yuandan pill, spirit congealing pill and other pills used by Lingxiang Peak. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face became more and more interesting, and she waved her hand again and again. Martial Uncle Yang, you really think too highly of nephew. No, Hall Master really thinks too highly of this disciple. What kind of people are the Ethereal Hall? They are all fierce and fiendish. Many of the previous disciples were not able to do it, let alone me. I have little talent and knowledge and am not good at the affairs of pill-expanding hall. When I go to Shixin Peak, it will inevitably delay the affairs of the hall. Martial Uncle Yang, please go back and let Hall Master think about it and find someone better. Yang Yao smiled and said, Nephew, you must be joking. How can Hall Master's order be changed just like that? Moreover, nephew managed to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon and even saved Lu Chaoxian and the others. Even in the first faith peak, your martial arts are considered to be one of the best. Moreover, nephew was also saved by a disciple of the first faith peak and can be considered to have some relationship with the first faith peak. This task can only be assigned to you. I can't go. Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yao took out a small bag from his arms and opened it. Inside were 2 tokens. He picked up one of them and said, Nephew, Hall Master has already thought of your excuse. This is the Hall Master's token of our pill-expanding hall. If you take it, it means that Hall Master has personally come. If you encounter any danger on Shixin Peak, take it out. Maybe it can help you. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it, carefully looking at it and said, Do the disciples of Shixin Peak give face to our pill-expanding hall? Is this token as useful as Martial Uncle Yang said? Yang Yao looked at Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu who were accompanying her and chuckled, Nephew, you are wrong. Do you think this token is useful on Shixin Peak or Baiwa Peak, Tianmu Peak or Three Reeds Peak? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Looking at Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu's jealous eyes, she instantly understood. This token was said to be for her use on Shixin Peak, but in fact, it was for her use in Pill-Expanding Hall. In other words, it was another reward for her. A reward for using someone else's power. As long as she took this token, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the entire pill-expanding hall? Zhang Xiaohua giggled and looked at the other token. It was much smaller than the one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Seeing this, Yang Yao smiled and said, This is also a token of our pill-expanding hall. With this token you can go to Heaven and Earth Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall, Weapon Refining Hall, and other places to ask for a weapon, jade artifact or other things. Consider it a form of compensation for your trip to Shixin Peak. Then he stuffed the token into Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, Nephew, you are really lucky. This old man thought that you had died in the stomach of a beast and was rather sad for a few days. I didn't expect to see you today. Valley Master Nya is really lucky. Valley Master Nya? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did this have to do with Rejuvenation Valley? Yang Yao continued, To be honest, the Hall Master has been scratching his head for a long time about the Shixin Peak. A while ago he was called to Lingering Fragrance Peak by the sect leader and scolded. This is not a good task. Even the Hall Master himself knows that you have made a great contribution to the pill-expanding hall and should be rewarded. However, the elixirs just now are sufficient. After considering various factors, it seems that you are the only one in the entire pill-expanding hall who is suitable to go to Shixin Peak. The Hall Master has no choice but to do this. The Hall Master thought for a long time before deciding on these 2 tokens. In this old man's opinion, you shouldn't decline anymore. Otherwise, the Hall Master will be angry even if it isn't good. Moreover, if you do well in front of the Hall Master, you can also build a good foundation for entering the outer sect. When you enter the outer sect, you can use the token to find a suitable weapon in Heaven and Earth Hall. Who knows? You might even be able to pass the outer sect test and enter the pugilistic world again in a few years' time. Then, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and thought for a long time. Then she said in a negotiating tone, Should I accept this task? Of course. Yang Yao wasn't the only one who nodded. Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu also laughed. Although this task is a bit of a headache, it's a great task compared to the favor of the Hall Master. At worst, the disciples of Shixin Peak will break your legs before you come back. Then I'll accept it? Zhang Xiaohua was still hesitant. Everyone fell down. Wu Zhouxiu almost rushed up to strangle Zhang Xiaohua's neck. This is a good future in front of you. Why are you still pretending? If it were me, I would be willing to break my legs twice. After putting away the token and elixirs, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, By the way, Masters Junior Yang, if I had agreed before, would you still give me this token? Yang Yao looked at Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu and shook his head. I only follow the Hall Master's instructions. I can't say what if. Zhang Xiaohua secretly criticized, This elder purple herb is really cunning. If I didn't refuse, he would have kept this token. The Xiaoxiao is still the wisest. Where is Shixin Peak? Isn't that the purpose of this Xiaoxiao coming to spread the incense cult? You sent this Xiaoxiao over and even obediently gave me elixirs and a token. You really lost the wife and the soldiers. Pei, I'm not a woman. What do you mean lost the wife? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly delighted, but Qin Fengxiao walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, congratulations. Although this job is a little difficult, you have a bright future ahead of you. You should give it a try. I think with little brother's martial arts, you may not be at a disadvantage. Senior brother wishes you a smooth job, and a few years from now, you will also become the head of the family. Wu Zhouxiu and the others also went up to congratulate him. Zhang Xiaohua's face was bitter as he dealt with them one by one. Finally he heard Yang Yao say, "Nephew, this task is a bit rushed. Shirxin Peak has been empty for a long time. Hall Master wants you to quickly pack up and go as soon as possible." "Then what do you mean? It's best to go now." "So anxious?" "My injuries." Yang Yao smiled and said, "Actually, the Hall Master wanted this old man to come long ago, but considering nephew's injuries, he delayed it for a few days. White Mountain Peak is also very busy these days, so the Hall Master took time out of his busy schedule to let this old man come. After I send you to Shirxin Peak, I have to quickly return to White Mountain Peak." Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was much more anxious than Yang Yao. Seeing that Yang Yao was urging him, he did not refuse anymore. Wu Zhouxiu, who was beside him, said, "Little brother's mount has gone missing. Senior brother has a good horse here, I'll give it to you as a memento." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. "That's great." Qin Feng laughed and rolled his eyes. "I also wanted to say this, but you beat me to it." Wu Zhouxiu cupped his hands. "Little brother is still a member of your grass division. It's different from our pill division. Let me do this favor." Immediately Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the courtyard and went straight to the peak to pack up. Outside the hall, Lu Chaoxian had heard it long ago. His expression was half happy and half worried. He was happy that this little brother who had gone through life and death with him was favored by Hall Master. He would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Even he would be able to benefit from it. But he was worried that Shirxin Peak was definitely not a good place. His junior brother was still young. Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian said a lot of things to pay attention to. He must have heard it from other people. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny. He was going home. How could there be such risks? He was also touched. After all, they had gone through life and death together. Some things were really different. She nodded in agreement to let Lu Chaoxian be at ease. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the cave, Lu Chaoxian hurriedly ran down the mountain. The disciples of Tianmu Peak still didn't know about Zhang Xiaohua's situation. It was fine if others didn't send them off. But senior brother Wang and the other disciples who were saved by Zhang Xiaohua had to be sent off. Chapter 7:10. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhang Xiaohua educated him again. "Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack you, what would you call it just now?" "You." The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall from the fragrant school is bullying people in our Shirxin Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of." After that he turned to the disciples and said, "Go, let the pill-expanding school see our misty halls." Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Flap, flap, flap. He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "I used to hear the senior brothers talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I thought they were the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall were heroes. But now it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. When the sneak attack failed, you still want to bet. When you lose the bet, you want to gang up on the disciple. What kind of behavior is this? This is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty School who defended the name Misty?" Then she sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this. After saying that, she shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty School. Before they could break out with the other disciples, they were captured by the Righteous Alliance in the other two sections. During that time they had seen many of their senior brothers being murdered. They had long regarded the disciples of the incense cult, the Righteous Alliance and the Dalan Temple as their enemies. Even now in the incense cult, their hearts were still restless. As long as they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other halls who were on duty at the Shirshing Peak to give them trouble. They didn't care if the disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time they had already gotten used to it. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had said those words, their faces changed. It was unknown whether it was because they were ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered and didn't dare to look at Zhang Xiaohua. There were also a few who were eager to fight, but no one dared to make the first move. In a hurry, they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple that Zhang Xiaohua had thrown to the ground blushed. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's tall, thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth, walked up to Zhang Xiaohua, turned over and knelt down. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled. "Senior brother, what do you want? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give." The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised and smiled bitterly. "I am Lu Qiaogang of the Misty Hall. Junior brother, you are right. Let's not talk about the hidden weapon just now. Since I have lost the bet just now, I have to kowtow." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment with the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't think that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "The bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel down to me. However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I am also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall." It was Lu Qiaogang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling down, he was also hot-blooded and wanted to kneel down. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled down it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. He had lost a lot of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Lu Qiaogang sighed. It's hard to be a true hero. Then he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Rin, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You are too kind. In the future, I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other." At this moment, Lu Qiaogang thought of the purpose of Zhang Xiaohua's visit to the Shirshing Peak. He smiled and said, "Senior Rin, please wait for a moment." After he finished speaking, he took out a signal and prepared to report to the Shirshing Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were all happy. A few disciples came over and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then she asked, "By the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now?" Zhang Xiaohu? When the disciples heard this name, their faces changed and their expressions became strange. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but wonder. She asked, "Is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhang Xiaohu?" A disciple blinked and asked curiously, "Senior Rin, how do you know Senior Zhang's name?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "This one also participated in the Yulon Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulon Grand Canyon." "You are the disciple of the Pill Tower Hall that Senior Zhang rescued?" The disciples said in disbelief. "Senior Ren's martial art seems to be higher than Senior Zhang's. How could he be rescued by him?" Ah, I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhang's help, I would have been buried in the stomach of a beast. Then she asked, is Senior Zhang in the Shirxing Peak now? What happened? This. The disciples hesitated and said, Senior Zhang is indeed in the Shirxing Peak. But after a long time they couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time Lu Qiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. He then said with a smile, Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care who was coming to pick him up. She just asked, what happened to Senior Zhang? Lu Qiaogang smiled bitterly, this? I can't tell you. But Senior Zhang's situation is not good. I heard it from others. I didn't see it myself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction Zhang Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciple that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Lu Qiaogang was shocked and shouted, the signal of an inner disciple? Could it be that an inner disciple came to the Shirxing Peak to ask about the Yulon Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up. I will. Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from the Shirxing Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close he saw Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, Junior Brother Lu, why did you send the signal of our sect? Lu Qiaogang stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the pill-expanding hall of Baiyue Peak. I will inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up. Senior Brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua unkindly and said, how can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just need to stay here and watch him. At this moment the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples. They don't have time to pay attention to him. Anyway, we just need to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would attack him in anger. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some apprehension. He saw that Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, it doesn't matter. It is important to welcome the inner disciples. I will wait here. While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, forget it, junior fellow apprentice Lu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. We'd better hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples. After that, the group of disciples left Zhang Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask about the news of her second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the horse near Zhang Xiaohua. Hey! When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 7:11. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, the masked Qin Qin smiled and said, Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhang Xiao who has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Tsuhuan mental cultivation method, and with the help of the Tsuhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is even possible for him to reach the peak of the Tsuhuan mental cultivation method within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Qin Qin. Qin Qin said coldly, Hall Master Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus I ask Hall Master Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue speaking after the sect leader's decree is passed on. Yang Ruping's face darkened and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that when Wen Hai was about to stand up, the masked Qin Qin immediately said, "Hero Zhang Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhang Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important." After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Qin Qin. Qin Qin quickly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What choice did Zhang Xiaohu have? In his heart he was just a cripple. What, ethereal divine art? What, Suhuan mental cultivation method? They had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Qin Qin smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Qin Qin. She then turned around and sat back in her seat. Then he looked at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Hall Master Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hall Master Yang has any questions you can ask them now." Then he changed the topic and said, "However, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Su Huan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past." This. Yang Ruping and Wen Hai were both shocked. However, Qin Qin waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians, only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort." Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, "This might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhang Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Suhuan heart technique." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day, Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. Why did the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time he heard the masked Qin Qin say, "In addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, he also agreed that Zhang Xiaohu can cultivate the Misty Divine Art in addition to cultivating the Suhuan Heart technique." Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhang Xiaohu must first cultivate the Suhuan Heart technique before he can cultivate the Misty Divine Art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Ruping and Wen Hai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, "Thank you, Sir Religion Master, for your kindness." Good, good, good. The masked Qin Qin clapped his hands and said, "Since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily." Then he glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the end of the table, and said to Yang Ruping, "Master Yang Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill Opening Hall was saved by Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall, and he also helped Xia Zai of the Misty Hall to set her bones. Now he has come to the Misty Hall to be a disciple on duty. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for his sake." This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Ruping. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time, so how could she care about this? She naturally nodded and said yes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward to greet Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin again and thanked Qin Qin. At this time the masked Qin Qin said to him, "Qin Qin, come here." Qin Qin was puzzled. He looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Qin Qin. The masked Qin Qin carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, "What a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian." After that he took out a jade pendant and threw it to Qin Qin. Qin Qin caught it and heard the masked Qin Qin say with a smile, "Well, I know you now. Qin Qin, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you." Qin Qin was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, he said softly, "I just don't know. Sister's name is..." This sister was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhang Xiaohua that day. The masked Qin Qin seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, Although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember. Zhang Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help but secretly curl her lips and sneer. Qinchin said softly, then, "Sister, please tell me." Qinchin. The masked Qinchin said. "Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me." Qinchin. The masked Qinchin still said. Qinchin was a little embarrassed and said, "Yes, Qinchin is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me." The masked Qinchin suppressed the smile in his heart and said, "Qinchin." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, "Junior sister Qin, the messenger of Fragrance Peak is also called Qinchin." "Ah?" Qinchin exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth. The masked Qinchin smiled and took her hand, saying, "Qinchin, in the future, you will be protected by Qinchin in the fragrance cult." Qinchin was also happy and bowed. "Thank you, sister Qinchin." The masked Qinchin turned to Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Well, I have finished my mission and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang." Yang Ruping tried to persuade Qinchin to stay but failed, so she led the disciples to send Qinchin to Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua, as the representative of the Pill-Expanding Hall, was also lucky to be there. When they were about to say goodbye, Qinchin called Zhang Xiaohua to the front and asked in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, "I don't think so. What's wrong?" Qinchin smiled mysteriously and said, "You have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any thoughts, it's better to check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, it's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door and you'll be at a loss." Zhang Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Qinchin laughed and went down Shixing Peak. It was already late at night. In a small courtyard near the cliff of Shixing Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. He stood with his hands behind his back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was the disciple on duty of the Pill-Expanding Hall, Zhang Xiaohua. Qinchin came to Shixing Peak to deal with the matter of Zhang Xiaohu. It only took him half a day to bring Zhong Pei back to Lingxiang Peak, put him to death and gave Zhang Xiaohu a reward. After Qinchin left, Aunt Qin ordered the disciples to make a good arrangement for Zhang Xiaohua. Because of Qinchin's instructions to Yang Ruping and seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with Qinchin, the disciples of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect. However, the residence of the disciples on duty of the Pill-Expanding Hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the Pill-Expanding Hall close to the Misty Hall just for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, when she saw the apologetic expression of the disciples of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciples of the Misty Hall left, Zhang Xiaohua led his big black horse and David's deer into the courtyard. After a few days of living together, Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. She could occasionally get close to them. At this time when Zhang Xiaohua led her, she did not feel nervous. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits and there were a few small rooms. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room and threw some of his belongings inside. Normally he should be looking around the courtyard at this time, but first it was late at night. Second, Zhang Xiaohu was seriously injured. When he heard from Qinchin that the internal force in his meridians was completely gone, Zhang Xiaohua was worried. Therefore he stood in the courtyard and thought about whether he should go and see his second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and went underground. He went straight to the Misty Hall during the day. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua came to the Misty Hall. At this time the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Ruping and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhong Pei left. Zhang Xiaohua sneaked into the Misty Hall and showed himself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time the candles in the Misty Hall were flickering. Zhang Xiaohua did not find Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qinchin. There were only Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but he heard Yang Ruping say, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, today in the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior was a little strange. I think," when he said this he stopped. Aunt Qin asked, "Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say please say it." "Deputy Hall Master Qin, Don't you think that Zhang Xiaohu didn't refuse at all and directly accepted the Sutra of Yuhuan Heart? Did he want to accept sect leaders' goodwill and let the Misty School? Please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 7:12. Zhang Xiaohua entered the alchemy room, looked around and put the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Even the jade boxes that were piled up in the alchemy room were swept clean. Previously he didn't have much space to store them in his money pouch, but now that he had a belt he naturally had to take them with him. Thinking that there were still some jade boxes left in the small courtyard on the mountainside, Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to tidy them up. The extremely precious medicinal herbs had already been brought to the mountaintop by him, and most of the remaining ones had been taken by him. The rest were just ordinary goods, and compared to what he had obtained in the Yulon Grand Canyon, it was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, those jade boxes were known to all the disciples of Tianmu Peak. If he took them away, wouldn't it raise suspicions? When the alchemy room was empty, Zhang Xiaohua took out his bag from his money pouch and slung it over his shoulder. Finally, his gaze fell on the great wisdom sword that was inserted into the ground. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua slightly gritted his teeth and released his divine sense, trying to put it into his money pouch. However, the great wisdom heavy sword was like a boulder in the wind. It could not be moved by the divine sense at all, let alone put it into the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and thought to himself, what material is this heavy sword made of? Even my divine sense can't move it. Immediately he tried to use the object controlling technique. When the technique hit the sword, it was like a dragonfly trying to shake a stone pillar. It didn't move at all. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. The more peculiar this sword was, the more precious it was. But immediately he frowned. Huan wasn't here and ordinary horses couldn't carry it. He also had to follow Yang Yao to Shixin Peak. It seemed that he couldn't take the great wisdom sword away for the time being. However, it didn't matter. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, there might not be anyone in Chuanxiang cult who could pick it up. Not to mention putting it in the alchemy room, even if he left it halfway up the mountain it would still be safe. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing else, Zhang Xiaohua formed a hand seal and left the cave. She followed the path down the mountain. Halfway through they saw Lu Chaoxian's senior Wang and the others walking up to them. They couldn't help but exchange some words when they saw each other. Under Lu Chaoxian's urging they accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the courtyard. At this time Yang Yao, Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxi were talking in the yard. A handsome big black horse was tied to one side. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come in, they all went forward to welcome her. What Wu Zhouxi saw was the package slung over her shoulder. Wu Zhouxi's eyes twitched for no reason, and there was a bitter taste in his mouth. He muttered in his heart, "Where did she hide the package? He actually made me search for several days without any results. Fortunately something happened to Vice Hall Master Su, otherwise." That's right, if Vice Hall Master Su was still around, Wu Zhouxi would have to follow Vice Hall Master Su's orders and go against Zhang Xiaohua. Wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? Sending Zhang Xiaohua off was simple. Since Yang Yao was in a hurry, all they did was send Zhang Xiaohua out of the courtyard. After exchanging a few words of farewell, the two of them mounted their horses, shook the reins and went down the mountain. After passing a bend, Zhang Xiaohua pulled the reins and turned the horse around. She took a closer look at the towering Tianmu Peak. It had only been a few months since she entered the incense cult and left Tianmu Peak. So many things had happened. Some of these things might have become stories that were passed down by word of mouth among the disciples of Tianmu Peak. However, most of them had become eternal secrets that no one knew about. The mountain remained the same, but the people had changed. Perhaps this was the sorrow of being a human. Zhang Xiaohua then turned the horse around and chased after Yang Yao. She left Tianmu Peak, the people of Tianmu Peak and the matters of Tianmu Peak behind her. After descending Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao led Zhang Xiaohua in the direction of Baiyu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Martial Uncle Yang wants me to go to the pill expanding hall by myself? She quickly caught up and asked, "Martial Uncle Yang, this road seems to lead to the pill expanding hall. I heard from the senior brothers of Tianmu Peak that Shixin Peak should be in another direction." Yang Yao smiled. "Nephew, you should know that this old man is bringing you along a remote path." Remote path? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. From Yulon Grand Canyon to Tianmu Peak, They had taken a remote path which made it difficult for her meridians to recover. Why was it still a remote path from Tianmu Peak to Shishing Peak? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Yang Yao explained, "Nephew entered the sect late and did not know this. Although the 19 peaks of Tianmu Peak are connected by roads, most of the disciples feel that the road is too far. Most of the time they take a shortcut and take a small path. As more and more people take this path, the road becomes more and more obvious. Therefore, if it is not a formal occasion, many people will take some unknown paths to save a lot of time. This time, nephew should have asked someone to send you to Shishing Peak. After all, this is your first time there, but the situation on Bayou Peak. Oh, everyone is very busy, so this old man volunteered to send you there. I still have other things to do, so I can only take this shortcut and not waste time." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. "Thank you, Martial Uncle Yang, for your concern." Haha, Yang Yao was very happy. "It's no matter. You can be considered as someone I personally brought into Tianmu Peak. Your progress is also my pride." Dear Lu Li Hong. I heard that this time Martial Nephew Lu finally obtained the opportunity to refine Yulon Grand Canyon, but then he encountered the beast tide. His luck in martial arts are wasted. Yang Yao sighed several times, feeling pity for Lu Li Hong. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disdain. Although his martial arts are good, his heart is sinister. That kind of martial arts will only harm others. It is better not to have such a person. Seeing Yang Yao speak as if he was speaking the truth, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was half relieved. However, Yang Yao was also good to her. Zhang Xiaohua did not suspect him, but she could not prevent others from using Yang Yao. It was not impossible to set up an ambush in such a remote place. However, would Zhang Xiaohua care about such a trivial ambush? And do I care about your ambush? The answer was naturally no. Zhang Xiaohua's divine ability did not need to be mentioned. Even the internal injuries that could not be healed for a long time had completely healed today. The recovery of her injuries was beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. It was only when she came down from Tianmu Peak that she realized it. After 2 days and 2 nights of comprehending the heavenly Tao, not only did her cultivation of the Heart Sutra improve, even the injuries that she had deliberately delayed had healed without leaving any traces. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether it was because of her cultivation of the Heart Sutra or because of her comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Raising her guard, Zhang Xiaohua followed Yang Yao along the desolate path for half a day. When it was almost sunset, Yang Yao turned his horse around and headed in another direction. Looking at the faint traces of a small path on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin and followed without hesitation. However, after half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She pulled on the reins and stopped the horse. Yang Yao, who was in front of her, also stopped. He asked puzzledly, "What's wrong? Virtuous nephew Ren, are you tired?" Following which, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me, I forgot that you are still injured. I have been running for half a day without stopping the horse. I believe you can't hold on any longer." Yang Yao raised his head and looked around. He pointed to a gentle slope in front and said, "Let's go. We have set up our tents on that slope. We will rest there today. Not to mention you, even my old bones are aching." As he spoke, he shook the reins and slowly moved forward. Zhang Xiaohua still stood there without moving. Looking at Yang Yao's back, she seemed to be deep in thought. After thinking for a while, she raised her head and let out a low whistle. That whistle wasn't loud, but it was abnormally clear. Her voice wasn't very loud and could only be heard in the wilderness. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's whistle, Yang Yao was also surprised. He stopped the horse and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and leaped onto the horse's back. He stood there steadily and looked around, causing Yang Yao to feel rather puzzled. Just when Yang Yao was puzzled, in the distance to the left, there was a hurried rustling sound from the grass and trees. Following which, there were a few low neighs that sounded like the neighing of a horse. Looking over, there was a wild beast that looked like a donkey and a horse that wasn't a horse. Wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua's lost mount, David's deer? Huan, Zhang Xiaohua stood on the horse's back and unconsciously felt tears in her eyes. Huan had been with her for so long. Although she didn't usually use it and felt that it didn't matter if she had it or not, it would still eat grass around her. When she really couldn't see it, her heart immediately felt empty. Especially when she was tidying up the great wisdom sword. She missed this ugly mount even more. Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect to actually meet it here. At that time her heart was moved. She thought that there would be an ambush from the pill tower hall ahead. When Huan Huan ran closer, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the horse's back. Huan Huan immediately intimately came forward and stuck out its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's face. But just as it came close, its sensitive nose sniffed as if it felt a huge threat. It raised its head and neighed, then immediately retreated as if Zhang Xiaohua was a familiar stranger. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. She immediately realized that there were two little monsters in her arms. Ordinary horses might not be able to smell it, but how could a somewhat intelligent beast like Huan Huan not know? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted her chest. She used her hand to beckon Huan Huan to come over. Her expression was like a wet nurse who was about to breastfeed. However, Huan Huan was like a child who had made a mistake. Its big eyes flickered with fear as it vigorously shook its head. When Zhang Xiaohua took 2 steps forward, it took 2 steps back. When Zhang Xiaohua stood still, it also stood still, but it didn't dare to take another step forward. After trying a few times, Zhang Xiaohua was quite helpless. It must be said that the mother of the two little things in her arms was the Beast King who commanded the Yulon Grand Canyon. How could a spirit beast like Huan Huan, who had never seen the world, dare to approach? Yang Yao looked at the side and also said with heartache, "AI, look at this 4 odd beasts. I don't know what those disciples did a few days ago. They didn't even let a beast go." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Chapter 7:13. In the end, Huan Huan did not dare to get within 3 feet of Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy to see Huan Huan. Therefore, Huan Huan followed behind the big black horse and went up the gentle slope. After helping Yang Yao pack up, Zhang Xiaohua quietly stuffed Little Black and Little Yellow into her bag. Then she walked over to Huan Huan, who had been pacing back and forth beside her. The 4 odd beasts, who had gained human intelligence, looked at Zhang Xiaohua with their eyes. They looked like children who wanted to go home and admit their mistakes, but couldn't find an excuse to do so. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua walking towards it, Huan Huan took a step back as usual. However, it immediately raised its bald head and ran towards her as if it was cheering. It stuck out its tongue and licked Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stretched out her hand to cover her face. Huan Huan was very happy. Its soft tongue licked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. It was ticklish but very comfortable. After a moment of intimacy, Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan Huan's head. She looked around and saw that there were many whip marks on Huan Huan's body. However, they were almost healed. Other than that, there were not many changes. It was even fatter than when it was on Tianmu Peak. Only its fur was glossy. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This guy is really a glutton. His days here seem to be more comfortable than when he was on Tianmu Peak." Not long after, the sun set in the west and night came as usual. Zhang Xiaohua waited for Yang Yao to fall asleep. She immediately sealed his acupoints and set up a restriction around him. After casting a spell, she stood up and rushed towards Tianmu Peak. When she saw the odd beast Huan Huan, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her great wisdom sword did not have to be locked up in the boudoir anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua rose into the air, she realized that her wind-riding technique had improved. When she flew in the wind, she seemed to be able to blend in with her surroundings. Her speed was much faster and the consumption of her genuine qi was much lower. Is this the result of comprehending the way of heaven again? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. Previously, whenever he had time, he would try to comprehend the way of heaven, but it didn't help him in his cultivation. Now it seemed that the comprehension of the way of heaven was a slow process that produced fine work. It was just a small improvement, but it actually had so many reactions in his cultivation. It seemed that the comprehension of the way of heaven should be a main homework for his future cultivation. In the time it took for 2 meals, Zhang Xiaohua had flown to Heaven Eye Peak. He did not delay and directly entered the pill room. He took the great wisdom sword and was about to return. However, when he was halfway up the mountain, he remembered the small courtyard where he kept the jade box. Even though Qin Feng had smilingly promised to keep these medicinal herbs properly and that Zhang Xiaohua could come back to collect them in the future, he would be gone for many years. Who would have the patience to come and collect them? Who knows, someone might benefit from it. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua identified the direction and headed towards the small courtyard. It was still the mentality of a small farmer. He didn't want to let others take advantage of him at all. The interior of the small courtyard was the same as before. Even the jade box in the room was the same as before. No one had moved it. It seemed that no one was interested in these medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to light a lamp. He only released his divine sense and picked up the jade box with the medicinal herbs. With a pinch of an incantation he kept it in his belt. The incantation of the Way of Immortals was very strange. He finished it in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Seeing that there were still many empty jade boxes, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously clapped his hands. He thought maliciously, after half a year this Xiaoxiao will return. In front of Chen Feng I will open these empty jade boxes. I want to see what kind of expression Headmaster Chen will have. Maybe I can even get him to compensate me with some rare medicinal herbs. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the courtyard. Other than me, who else would be interested in these medicinal herbs? However, the footsteps stopped outside the wall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what was going on. He made a hand seal and teleported to the other side of the wall. He listened carefully and heard a familiar voice. Senior brother Hu, why did you ask me to come here? Is it something important again? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought, this seems to be some spy I met on Tianmu Peak. As expected, another voice that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with rang out. I don't want to either. It's just that I received orders from Elder Qingming. There are some things that I need to hand over to Junior Marshal Brother Qian. Qingming? Junior Marshal Brother Qian was obviously stunned. He blurted out, isn't Elder Spring Equinox the only leader? Why is there another Qingming? He can't be a fake, right? How is that possible? Senior Marshal Brother Hu was full of disdain. He explained, ever since Lord Spring Equinox got into trouble, I have been worried that others might find out. In the end, one night I was woken up by someone. When I saw that I was in the forest, I don't even know how I got there. Lord Qingming's cut and token are exactly the same as Lord Spring Equinox's. I think other than our own people no one else would know about it. Then, what orders does Lord Qingming have? Yes, because Lord Spring Equinox's matter has attracted the attention of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Lord Qingming wants us to stop contacting each other frequently. We should lay low for now. Damn, if Senior Marshal Brother Hu doesn't call me, won't no one know about it? There's one more thing. Because a few of our brothers went missing, Lord Qingming thought that it was Lingering Fragrance Peak who did it. In order to prevent us from being exposed, he also organized some people to kill the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak and caused some chaos. So he wants us to remind each other not to act rashly or have any other thoughts. I understand, Senior Marshal Brother Hu. But our Tianmu Peak is still very quiet. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. This Lord Spring Equinox should be one of the leaders of this organization. He should have some status in Lingering Fragrance Peak. Thinking about it, it seemed that Deputy Hall Master Su should be very suitable for this condition. Could it be Deputy Hall Master Su? Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and was about to go over and capture the two of them for questioning. But just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly felt happy. Am I not being a busybody? They are fighting with Lingering Fragrance Peak, isn't it safer for me? Moreover, they have already stirred up the water, who would suspect me? I should be encouraging them. How can I help the evildoer? If it's possible, I won't be stingy and give them a small banner of taking pleasure in helping others. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had another thought. Just now they said that Lingering Fragrance Peak has already noticed that a few people have gone missing. Moreover, they have also killed a few disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, causing chaos. I seem to have made a mistake. Immediately she broke out in cold sweat. That day, Deputy Hall Master Su had killed Li Chong in order to silence him. For her own safety she had taken Li Chong out to destroy the evidence. But now that she thought about it, wasn't she giving herself away? Li Chong was just an ordinary disciple of the Grass Division. If he went missing on a normal day, it wouldn't attract any attention. But now that he had gone missing and was even summoned by Deputy Hall Master Su, if the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak knew about it, they would definitely suspect her and Rejuvenation Valley. It would be hard to guarantee that Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't get into trouble. And this organization led by Lord Qingming had also caused a few ordinary disciples to go missing. They had done things that made it harder for people to distinguish between the truth and the lies. It had to be said that they had helped her. I still don't have much experience. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She resisted the urge to give the two of them a good person award. She formed a hand seal and flew down Tianmu Peak. With Bono's heavy sword, Zhang Xiaohua's wind-riding technique slowed down significantly. It took her longer to return than when she came, but she still managed to make it back before midnight. The gentle slope was as usual. The bonfire was about to extinguish. The two horses and the odd beast were resting by the side. Zhang Xiaohua fell from the sky. Huan seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head to look, snorted and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yang Yao. She didn't unseal his acupoints. Instead she sat cross-legged beside him and took out some key stones to recover her zhenqi. When he woke up the next day, Yang Yao was relieved. He practiced a set of fist techniques at the morning sun and said, "It's been a long time since I last camped outside. I even forgot about my insomnia and sleepwalking. It seems like I have to reminisce about the difficult times in the future." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. Zhang Xiaohua packed up her things and followed Yang Yao. She still had Xiao Huang and Xiao He in her arms, so Huan could only follow behind. Yang Yao was stunned when he saw the sword on the back of the odd beast. He smiled and said, "Nephew Ren, why are you still holding on to the sword embryo? You already have the Hallmaster's keepsake. Why don't you go to the Qiankuan Hall or the Blacksmith Hall to get a divine weapon?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I don't have anything useful right now. I'll take it first." Yang Yao didn't doubt her. He had already seen the Great Wisdom Sword on the way back to the incense order. Now that he saw it again, he just had to say a few words. The two of them continued on their journey. Occasionally they would bump into a few other disciples on this remote road. They would all politely greet each other before brushing past each other. After another 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua could be considered to have completely dispelled his doubts. "It seems that lingering Fragrance Peak doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Elder Sage really sent me to Shirxin Peak for this matter." Early in the morning, after turning around a mountain valley, there was a huge mountain peak in front of them. It was much bigger than the Tianmu Peak. Yang Yao pointed with his finger and said with a smile, "Nephew Ren, this is the Shirxin Peak. If you can have a good relationship with the disciples of the Misty Hall, I estimate that you will live here for the next few years. When you complete the Hallmaster's task, there will be a lot of positions in the pill-expanding hall waiting for you." Then he said some inexplicable words which made Zhang Xiaohua very puzzled. Finally, he exhorted, "When you arrive at the Shirxin Peak, it's best that you don't have any conflicts with the disciples of the Misty Hall. They all practice martial arts. Well, if you have any opportunities, it's best to learn from them. This will also be beneficial for you to take the outer door assessment in the future." Thinking about her doubts about Yang Yao a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little apologetic. She bowed deeply on the horse and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Yang, for your advice." After another half a day, they suddenly heard a shout from the side of the road, "Stop, which disciple are you? You can't come to the Shirxin Peak so easily." Chapter 7:14. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised to see someone blocking the way. She had heard from Bai Huan that there were many experts from the fragrance cult guarding the foot of the Shirxin Peak. They forbade the disciples of other halls to enter and the disciples of the Misty Hall to go down the mountain. Sure enough, Yang Yao stopped the horse and dismounted. He took out a token and a yellow silk and handed them over. He smiled and said to the disciple, "I'm Yang Yao of the Pill Sprouting Hall. I'm here to send my disciple Ren Xiaoyao to the Shirxin Peak. He's the new disciple on duty of the Pill Sprouting Hall." The disciple took the token and silk and looked at them carefully. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua quickly dismounted and walked to the front. The disciple pointed to the David's deer behind him and asked, "What's this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "This is my old mount. I'm used to it, so I brought it here." The disciple waved his hand and said, "Come here." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and walked to the front. The disciple suddenly reached out and patted on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. However, there was not much internal strength in the disciple's palm, so she could not hurt him. She ignored him and let him pat her shoulder. The disciple was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua standing there straight and did not even sway. He looked back at Yang Yao and said, "This disciple is a little interesting. I remember that guy 3 months ago was slapped to the ground by me. He seemed to have stayed in the Shirshing Peak for a few days before the disciples of the Misty Hall found fault with him and broke his arm. I didn't expect that your pill-sprouting hall could find such a good seedling, but... Yang Yao smiled apologetically and said, yes, aren't all halls worried about this matter now? We just sent our disciples to be on duty, but the Misty Hall thought that they were going to plant a spy. They were all malicious. What can our hall master say about this matter? Our disciples are just messing around. We can't be too serious about it. It's not easy to find a disciple who can handle the situation. How can it be so simple? The disciple shook his head and said, Shirshing Peak is in a mess now. Several groups of disciples went to Lingxiang Peak. It's hard to say if your disciple went there. Alas, it's a pity. The continuous pity made Zhang Xiaohua curious. She cupped her hands and said, Senior, are the disciples of the Misty Hall so violent? Anyone who goes there will be broken arms and arms and legs are broken? But Yang Yao asked curiously, what? They had fought all the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak? What's the matter? That disciple looked at Yang Yao snappily. How could you and I know about the incident at Lingering Fragrance Peak? Yang Yao was embarrassed. He smiled and said no more. The disciple turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, you will know when you get there. However, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Being able to tolerate what others can't is the way to survive in the Misty Hall. Even if others challenge you to a duel, don't force yourself. You should know that although the Misty Hall has declined, there might still be a few unknown disciples waiting to deal with you. What does this have to do with me? Zhang Xiaohua said in her heart, this Xiaoxia is the direct disciple of Zhang Xiaohu, who can do anything to me. However, she still cupped her hands and thanked this enthusiastic disciple. The disciple smiled and said, go there. I hope you will behave yourself. Otherwise you will be thrown off Shirshing Peak in a few days. Then he casually handed the 2 tokens to Zhang Xiaohua and said to Yang Yao, Senior brother, I think you should return. You can only let this junior brother on duty pass. Yang Yao heard and hesitated for a moment. Then he thanked Zhang Xiaohua and said, I have told you everything along the way. This place is far from the Pill Repository Hall and there are no close disciples here. Everything depends on you. And this disciple is right. Although your martial arts are strong, you are still lacking compared to the disciples of the Misty Hall. Don't try to be brave and just follow the Hall Master's orders. Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed when she saw Yang Yao acting like an old woman. She smiled and said, I know Martial Uncle Yang. Come and pick me up in a few years. Okay, Yang Yao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, let's part here. I have other important matters to attend to in the Pill Repository Hall. If you have the chance to go back to White Mountain Peak, come and see this old man. After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and rode away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the enthusiastic old man and cupped her hands to the disciple on duty. Then she mounted her horse and left for Shirshing Peak. Shirshing Peak was different from Tianmu Peak. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. Not to mention the green pines and cypresses, the flowing mountain springs, even the chirping of birds was intoxicating. Moreover, the yuan-qi of heaven and earth on Shirshing Peak seemed to be stronger than on Tianmu Peak. Looking at the many medicinal fields at the foot of the mountain, it was easy to tell how many medicinal herbs were planted on Shirshing Peak. But looking at the ordinary herbs in the fields, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. That's right. These herbs are like weeds on Tianmu Peak. No wonder second brother insisted on bringing the 4 carts of herbs back. While she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua went up the mountain path. Just as she was about to urge her horse to go up, she heard a soft sound in the air. A hidden weapon was aimed at her shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua had already seen clearly with her spiritual awareness that the hidden weapon was an iron lotus seed. She frowned and thought, how can the disciples of the Misty School treat people like this? It's different from what I imagined. Zhang Xiaohua was born in Huanxi Villa, which was a branch of the Misty School. She had always been looking forward to joining the Misty School. She had only been in and out of the Misty School for a few times, but she felt that the whole sect was full of vitality. Every disciple would have a smile on their face and would greet people politely. The unhappiness in the pharmacy hall and the embarrassing things that happened to Zhang Xiaohu were all forgotten by her consciously or unconsciously. Even by Huan's description, Yang Yao's advice and the disciple on duty at the foot of the mountain were not taken seriously by Zhang Xiaohua. They obviously regarded her as a member of the Misty School and thought that they were exaggerating. She even felt a little conflicted. But now she saw the disciple of the Misty School shoot out the hidden weapon without saying a word. If it were an ordinary disciple of the Pill Hall, wouldn't his shoulder be injured? It seemed that the disciple at the foot of the mountain was not lying. The disciple of the Pill Hall who had his hands and feet broken must be true. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town if he bullied the weak with his martial arts? He wanted to make him suffer a little. But on the one hand, this was the Misty School. Maybe he was the junior fellow apprentice of her second brother. On the other hand, if she fought with him as soon as she arrived, wouldn't the senior fellow apprentice at the foot of the mountain be wasting his breath? So, Zhang Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged. She waved her right index finger and middle finger in front of her eyes and casually pinched the iron lotus seed between her fingers. Then she looked up at the tree next to her and said with a smile, "I wonder which senior fellow apprentice of the Misty School wants to make fun of me?" There was a cry of surprise from the tree next to her. Then several young disciples who were about the same age as Zhang Xiaohua jumped down. The one in the front was holding a sword in his right hand and something in his left hand. He walked forward and looked up and down. Then he looked at the four odd beasts behind Zhang Xiaohua. He did not salute and said loudly, "Who are you? Why did you barge into my Shirxing Peak?" "Your Shirxing Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua heard and laughed. "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Pill Hall's Shirxing Peak. I haven't asked for your name yet." "What are you laughing at?" The disciple was a little angry. "You are just a little apprentice of the Pill Hall. What is there to be proud of? I have seen a lot of people like you. Many of them have died in my hands. You seem to have some skills. Give me a reason. Otherwise today will be the day you leave the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and sighed in her heart. Where is the magnanimity of a senior from the Misty School? But she said, "The 19 peaks of the incense cult naturally belong to the disciples of the incense cult. This Shirxing Peak used to belong to my Pill Hall. But now it has been allocated to your Misty Hall. When did it become your Misty Hall's? How can I not laugh at your words?" The disciple was furious. Zhang Xiaohua's words could not be refuted. So he waved his sword and shouted, "You brat, don't pretend to have a glib tongue. Don't think that you are good at catching the hidden weapon. I didn't use my full strength. If you have the guts, jump down from your horse and fight with me for 300 rounds. Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry when she heard the disciple calling her me. She smiled and said, "There is no need for 300 rounds. I want to knock your sword down in 30 rounds. The disciple was even angrier and shouted, "That's good. If you can't knock my sword down, quickly kowtow to me 3 times and run down the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "What if I knock it down? Then I will kowtow to you." The disciple blurted out. "Good," Zhang Xiaohua said loudly. "Senior brothers, you have to be a witness. Don't bully me with your numbers." After he finished speaking, his right wrist flicked and the iron lotus seed that he had just caught flew out. Before the disciple could react, it hit the hilt of the long sword. A huge force came and the disciple felt as if he was struck by lightning. His right hand couldn't help but loosen. The long sword flew out of his hand and brushed past a disciple's cheek. With a dang sound, it hit a big tree on the side of the road. Not only was that disciple shocked, but the disciple beside him also turned pale and couldn't help but take a step back. The other disciples also immediately spread out and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the actions of these disciples, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What? Are you really going to bully me with numbers? Why did you launch a sneak attack without even drawing your sword?" That disciple said angrily. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and let out a long laugh. "Which eye of yours saw a sword on my body? Besides, did I tell you that I used my sword to knock your sword down?" Chapter 7:15. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhang Xiaohua educated him again. "Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack, what would you call it just now?" The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the Pill Expanding Hall from the Fragrant School is bullying people in our Shirxing Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of." After that he turned to the disciples and said, Go, let the pill-expanding school see our misty halls. Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Flap, flap, flap. He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, I have heard the senior brothers in the hall talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So, I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I think they are the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall are heroes. But now it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. You want to bet with him when you fail. You want to gang up on him when you lose the bet. What kind of behavior is this? It is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty School who defended the name Misty? Then she sighed and said, forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this. She shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty School. They didn't have time to break out with the other disciples and were captured by the Righteous Alliance and the other 2 factions. During this time they had seen many of their senior brothers being killed. They had long regarded the disciples of the 3 factions as their enemies. Even now, in the Misty School, their hearts were still restless. Whenever they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other factions who were on duty at Shirxing Peak. They didn't care if these disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time they had already gotten used to it. How could they still care about the morals of the Jianghu and basic etiquette? Now that Zhang Xiaohua had said those words, their expressions changed. It was unknown whether it was because they felt ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered, not daring to meet Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. There were also a few who held their swords eager to fight. However, no one dared to make the first move. In a moment of urgency they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple who was thrown to the ground by Zhang Xiaohua was even more embarrassed. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth and went forward to kneel down. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled. Senior brother, what do you want to do? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give. The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised. He smiled bitterly and said, I am Lu Qiaogang of the Misty Hall. This junior brother's teaching is very right. Let's not talk about the previous hidden weapon. Since I have lost the bet, I have to kowtow. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment towards the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't expect that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, the bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel to me. However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I am also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall. It was Lu Qiaogang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling, his blood had rushed to his head and he wanted to kneel. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled, it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. It would be a huge loss of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Lu Qiaogang sighed. It is difficult to be a true hero. Then he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Rin, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, You are too kind. In the future I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other. At this moment Lu Qiaogang thought of the reason why Zhang Xiaohua came to Shixing Peak. He smiled and said, Senior Ren, please wait for a moment. After he finished speaking he took out a signal and prepared to report to Shixing Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were happy. A few of them came over and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then she asked, By the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now? Zhang Xiaohu? When the disciples heard this name, their expressions changed greatly, and their expressions became strange. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this she couldn't help but wonder, is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhang Xiaohu? A disciple blinked and asked curiously, Senior Ren, how do you know Senior Zhang's name? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, This one also participated in the Yulon Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulon Grand Canyon. You are the disciple of the pill-expanding hall that Senior Zhang rescued? A few disciples said in disbelief, Senior Ren's martial arts seems to be higher than Senior Zhang's. How could he be rescued by him? Haha, I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhang's help, I would have been buried in the stomach of a beast. Then she asked, Is Senior Zhang in Shixing Peak now? What happened? The disciples hesitated and said, Senior Zhang is indeed in Shixing Peak. But after a long time they couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time Lu Qiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. Then he said with a smile, Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care who came to pick him up. She just asked, What happened to Senior Zhang? Lu Qiaogang smiled bitterly, I can't tell you. But Senior Zhang's situation is not good. And I also heard it from others. I didn't see it myself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction that Zhang Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciples that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Lu Qiaogang was shocked and shouted, The signal of an inner disciple? Could it be that an inner disciple came to Shixing Peak to ask about the Yulon Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up. Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from Shixing Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close he saw Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, Junior brother Lu, why did you send the signal of our sect? Lu Qiaogang stepped forward and said, Senior brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the pill-expanding hall of Baiyue Peak. I'll inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up. Senior brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with an unfriendly look and said, How can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just have to look at him here. At this moment the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples and have no time to pay attention to him. Anyway, he just has to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would get angry and attack him. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some apprehension. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, It doesn't matter. It's important to welcome the inner disciples. I'll wait here. While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, Forget it, junior fellow apprentice Lu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. Let's hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples. After that, the group of disciples left Zhang Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask someone about second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the left hand of the horse that was very close to Zhang Xiaohua. Hey! When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 7:16. Zhang Xiaohua was also taken aback. Following which he was overjoyed. There was no need to look at this woman's face. Just by looking at her waist, which was as thick as a bucket, and that extremely pleasant voice, he knew that this was an old friend of Misty Sect, Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua then realized that Lu Qiaogang had mentioned Deputy Hall Leader Qin from the Misty Hall. She must be the former Hall Leader Qin from the Misty School's Mingtue Hall. However, when she heard Aunt Qin's Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she was surprised because she had heard about her from Chang'e and saw her here, or because she was surprised to see a similar face from a few years ago in the Chuanxiang cult. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she should greet her. While she was hesitating, Aunt Qin also withdrew her gaze and brushed past the other people. The other people also looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely, but didn't stop to ask. After that, the entire mountain path returned to its usual tranquility and no one came over. Zhang Xiaohua had to pull the big black horse and the 4 odd beasts to the side of the mountain path obediently, waiting for the inner core disciples of the Lingxiang Peak to go together. After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of galloping horses could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Looking up, it was the group of young disciples who had been with Lu Qiao. They rode past in a hurry, not even sparing Zhang Xiaohua a glance. In such a hurry? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. I thought it was the inner core disciples who came up. After a while there was another sound of horse hooves. This time it was still a few young disciples who came over, but also hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaohua was a little disdainful. Why is that? Why don't they go up together? Can't they save money by going up separately? However, after a while Lu Qiaogang and the others appeared again, which made Zhang Xiaohua dumbfounded. Even if he was ignorant, he seemed to know that this was definitely not as simple as saving money. This seemed to be a kind of etiquette, right? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still in a daze, Lu Qiaogang shouted, Senior Apprentice Brother Ren, after the inner sanctum messengers are over, you can just follow behind the carriages. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and left. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and swallowed the words she wanted to ask. Then several groups of disciples walked past Zhang Xiaohua. Only then did she see the inner court emissary walking slowly from the foot of the mountain. This was a simple caravan. At the front, there were a few young disciples riding pure white horses. At the back there were a few female disciples with their faces covered. They also looked quite young. In the middle there was a girl in green clothes. She was wearing a veil so her face could not be seen. She rode a large red horse, like a moon surrounded by stars. Behind the girl, there was an exquisite carriage that slowly followed behind the caravan. Currently Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only reach 10 feet, and could not see through that disciple's veil. Of course, what kind of person was our Zhang Xiaohua? She was a magnanimous man, so how could she do such a thing without telling? Cough cough. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua carefully hid at the side of the road and waited for the caravan to pass. In this caravan, on both sides of the inner court emissary, there were Misty Hall's Deputy Hall Master Qin and Deputy Hall Master Zhong accompanying them. They were pointing at the side of the mountain path and talking about something. When Aunt Qin saw Zhang Xiaohua in front, she unconsciously looked at her a few times and secretly said, This person looks very familiar. Why can't I remember? It seems that other than the Misty School's disciples, I don't know anyone else in the fragrant religion. Could she be one of the Misty School's disciples? That can't be right. This young person is only in her teens. Back then she was even younger. How could she be one of the Misty School's disciples? Back then, oh, could it be? I remember now. She looks very similar to Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother. And she should be called Zhang Xiaohua. What a pity, that child. While Aunt Qin's imagination was running wild, the inner court emissary in green also saw Zhang Xiaohua and unconsciously blurted out, Ren Xiaoyao. From her tone there was a hint of joy. Hearing this, Aunt Qin smiled apologetically and said, Emissary Chen, do you see someone you know? He is. Deputy Hall Master Qin, don't you see the young disciple in front of us? He's a little medicine boy from the pill hall and entered the fragrant religion a few months ago. After saying this, she shut her mouth. It was better not to tell the Misty Hall about the fragrant religion. Moreover, she was an inner court emissary. How could she answer every question? Hearing this, Aunt Qin didn't mind and smiled. Should I call him over? The woman in green thought for a while and nodded. I'll have to trouble Deputy Hall Master Qin to ask him what he's doing at Shishing Peak. Aunt Qin nodded and urged her horse forward, stopping in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Aunt Qin coming over, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. When she was about to salute, she heard Aunt Qin say, "Are you Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the pill hall?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled and smiled apologetically. "Yes, I am. May I know, you're a disciple of the pill hall. Why are you here at Shishing Peak? What's the matter?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Aunt Qin didn't recognize her, so she took out the token of the pill hall and gave it to Aunt Qin. She briefly explained the whole story. Hearing this, Aunt Qin nodded and carefully looked at the token. Then she put the silk in her arms and returned the token to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Please wait a moment." She was about to turn around when she turned back and asked, "Do you know Lord Qin of the inner court?" Qin. Then she realized that it was the gossipy Qin Qin. She nodded and said, "I've met him a few times, including Lord Kong." Aunt Qin thought for a while and got up to greet the approaching carriages. Then she reported the matter to Qin Qin. Qin Qin smiled and said, "That's good. Let him come over and we can go up the mountain together." Hearing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong hurriedly stopped her and said, "Lord Qin, the disciple on duty of the pill hall is just an ordinary disciple. It's always the ordinary disciples of the Misty Hall who welcome him. If he goes with Lord Qin, won't he?" Qin Qin was wearing a veil so no one could see the change of expression on her face. She snorted and said, "Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, do you still want to meddle in my affairs? Even if I let him ride my horse, it's none of your business." Zhong Pei blushed and smiled apologetically. "I just think it's a little inappropriate. It'll damage the identity of the inner court disciple of the Lingxiang Peak." "Inner court disciple?" Qin Qin chuckled and said, "Deputy Hall Chief Zhong is now the Deputy Hall Chief of the Misty Hall. Let's talk about the identity of inner court disciple in the future." Hearing this, Aunt Qin felt happy and bowed. She said, "Then should I call Ren Xiaoyao over?" Qin Qin waved her hand and motioned her to hurry up, but she didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised to hear that Qin Qin called her. Qin Qin was a gossipy girl. It would be strange if she didn't call her over when she saw her and asked her to tell her what happened in the pill hall. So Zhang Xiaohua pretended that she didn't know and walked to Qin Qin's horse in a panic. She bowed to the ground and asked, "I'm Ren Xiaoyao of the pill hall. Greetings to the inner court emissary. May I know why you call me here?" Hearing this, Qin Qin was amused and said in a low voice, "I just heard from Deputy Hall Chief Qin of the Misty Hall that you're the disciple on duty of the pill hall this time. So I call you here and go up the mountain with me." Hearing that Qin Qin used a fake voice, Zhang Xiaohua had already complained in her heart. "As I said, Qin Qin is not a quiet person. She won't stop until she does something strange." Zhang Xiaohua looked panicked and waved her hand quickly. I don't dare. I'm just a little pharmacist of the pill hall. How can I be qualified to walk beside you?" Qin Qin laughed in her heart and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Just come here. Believe it or not, I'll ask Elder Purple Herb to whip you 30 times. Zhang Xiaohua shrank her neck and looked scared. She jumped on the black horse next to her and walked behind Qin Qin's horse. Qin Qin looked around and frowned. She whispered, "Well, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, can you walk behind me? Ask the pharmacist of the pill hall to come here. I want to ask about the pill hall." Well, seeing that Qin Qin suddenly changed her voice, Zhong Pei felt very strange. Hearing her words, he was even more puzzled. What's there to ask about the pill hall? Don't you want to ask about the Misty Hall? His Excellency asked me to care more about the lives of ordinary disciples and give them more care. Isn't that right? Do you want to question the wise decision of His Excellency? Zhong Pei was sweating. He quickly reined in the horse and walked behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Qin Qin with a bitter face and bowed. "What can I do for you?" Ahem ahem. Qin Qin coughed and pretended to say, "Tell me what you've done in the pill hall in the past few months." Zhang Xiaohua had already burst into laughter. Tell me what you've done in the pill hall in the past few months? It was obvious that Qin knew that she had just come to the fragrance cult a few months ago. She knew that the messenger Qin in front of her should be the original Lord Qin. Zhang Xiaohua had ears. How could she not hear the messenger Qin mentioned by Deputy Hall Chief Zhang? However, Qin thought that he had concealed it well. His fake voice was as real as a real one. Putting aside the fact that Qin somewhat looked down on ordinary disciples, Zhang Xiaohua was still pleasing to the eye in other aspects. At this time he had found his second brother and no longer had to suck up to Qin, but he was also willing to tell Messenger Qin about the interesting things of the pill-expanding hall. So Zhang Xiaohua rode beside Qin and told him about what had happened in the pill hall and the gambling on Tianmu Peak. Qin was so fascinated that he almost wanted to fight on behalf of Zhang Xiaohua. He unconsciously revealed his original voice and complained, "Ren Xiaoya, why do you have all the good things? You've held the hand of the beautiful girl in the Rejuvenation Valley and got engaged. Even in the fragrance cult, you can meet such interesting things. God, what can I say about you? You can be an inner disciple and I'll go to the pill hall." "You?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised and almost fell off the horse. She pointed at Qin's veil and said, Who are you?" Chapter 717. Qin accidentally revealed his true face and was regretting it. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua almost falling off the horse, he couldn't help but feel happy. After lying for a long time, wasn't this a happy moment? Qin was so happy that he swayed back and forth and laughed heartily. There was no trace of the majesty of the inner disciple just now. Not only Aunt Qin and Zhong Pei, but even the few inner sect disciples accompanying them had faces full of astonishment. After Qin finished laughing, he sat up straight again and coughed twice. His voice was as calm as usual as he said, "Well, Ren Xiaoyao, you're very good. Your martial arts are good and you get along well with the disciples of the pill-toppling hall. You can be considered an excellent talent. If there's a chance in the future, I'll put in a good word for you in front of the sect master." As soon as he said that, everyone around him was filled with admiration. Zhong Pei was even more jealous. What kind of relationship was this? Just fooling a few burly men from Tianmu Peak and exchanging a few stalks of herbs for their pills and that was it? Then what had they done all these years? Wasn't it better than what they had done in the past few days? Was this the legendary "having connections in the court makes it easier to be an official"? Zhang Xiaohua looked surprised and repeatedly cupped her hands at Qin. She said, "So it's Qin, Lord. I was wondering which inner disciple was so approachable and amiable as usual, making me feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Since it's Lord Qin, it's really not strange. Oh, by the way, Lord Kong, Lord Xia, how are they?" Qin beamed with joy. Good, very good. It's just that you can't go to Lingxiang Peak. Otherwise, I'll take you to see them." Aunt Qin, Zhong Pei and the other disciples' jaws dropped to the ground. This inconspicuous little medicine boy of the pill-toppling hall even knew Peacock and Xia Qing. Could this guy be a relative of the sect master? Then Qin felt a little strange and asked, "But according to what you said, you went to Tianmu Peak as soon as you arrived at the pill-toppling hall. You didn't even see Elder Zishan. How could he know you? And he even let you be a disciple on duty at Shirxing Peak?" Then he looked at Aunt Qin and smiled. The Misty Hall is famous for its unity. The disciples on duty in the other halls have suffered a lot in their hands. Your martial arts might be good, but you've only been in the fragrant cult for a few months. You don't know anything. How can you succeed? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. It was not a secret that she had participated in the Yulon Dusk refinement. That day at the exit of the Yulon Grand Canyon, Qin only cared about running away and did not see her. Otherwise, he would not be here listening to her. She just had to talk about the unimportant things. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, "About this, it is because this little one participated in the Orchid Evening refinement and accumulated a little merit." Twilight Orchid refinement. Qin was shocked and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. You also participated? Why didn't I see you? And, you actually made it out alive." Then she realized, "Are you the disciple of the Tuodan Hall saved by the disciple of the Misty Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said with a wry smile, replying to Lord Qin, "It is this little one. This little one relied on Senior Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhong Pei's face was extremely ugly and he wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Chen's interest was piqued and she quickly said, "Quick, tell me about it." Zhong Pei quickly stepped forward and said, "Reporting to Envoy Chen, it's getting late. Let's hurry up. Hall Master Yang is still waiting for Envoy Chen on the mountain." Qin Chen casually looked at the mountain path and said, "Am I not going up the mountain? You don't have to say more." Zhong Pei was rebuffed and had to follow behind. Beside him, Aunt Qin was happy and also slowed down her pace, thinking that the mountain path was getting longer and longer. Zhang Xiaohua was well aware of Qin Chen's character, so he told him about the thrilling experience he had in the Valley Orchid Dusk. Of course, he did not mention anything about Deputy Hall Master Su and Lu Lihong. He only said that he had made a mistake and the Hall Master wanted him to pick the ice soul grass. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua saw him at the exit of the Yulon Grand Canyon and that he was running in the front and that Zhang Xiaohua sacrificed herself to lead the Yellow Wind to Lu Chaoxian and the other disciples out of danger, he could not help but be silent. After a long while he stretched out his jade-like hand and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, you're really good. I didn't expect you to be so benevolent." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. That jade-like hand patting his shoulder was a little mushy. He could only smile apologetically and say, "I don't know why I was so hot-blooded that day. Maybe it's because the feelings between men are different. I couldn't bear to see them lose their lives. Now that I think about it, I'm scared. Also, did Lord Qin have other important matters to attend to that you couldn't care about other things?" Qin Qin was stunned and then his voice became a little louder. He found a reason to be at ease and said, "Yes, you are right. If I didn't have to protect junior sister Zixiao, how could I be in such a difficult situation?" "Zixiao?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. She guessed that it was the woman in purple who was holding Qin Chen's hand that day. Then Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "That's right. I think with Lord Chen's chivalry, if it wasn't an urgent matter, he wouldn't have to be like this." "That's right." Qin Chen echoed unwillingly. But then she felt strange and said, "But that Yellow Wind was unusually brave. It was like the wind. How could you escape with your life?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua exerted his strength. His face suddenly turned pale and he looked frightened. He said in a trembling voice, "Lord Qin, please don't mention it. Speaking of this, I'm just scared. What on earth was that thing that was like the wind? I still don't know. You don't know that when I ran in front, it chased after me. It disappeared for a while and then appeared again. At first my neck was cut by it. After that he was about to show his neck. Qin Chen couldn't look at his neck. He waved his hand and said, "Then, what happened later?" "Later I don't know what happened. That thing slowed down a little. But then I didn't know where I ran to. I saw a very deep cliff and then I heard a cry that resounded through the sky. Then I felt a pain in the back of my head and fainted. I guess I was killed by that thing." Oh. Qin Chen was also surprised. Knowing that Zhang Xiaohua was in front of him, he also shouted, "Why did the Yellow Wind come from the back of your head? Didn't it tear the throat?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Qin, I don't know. At that time I didn't care about anything and tried my best to run to a place with many trees. I was afraid that thing would catch up with me. Now that I think about it, it was because I ran into the valley that the thing was afraid that someone would come out from the exit, so it hesitated. Or perhaps there was something wrong with that thing, so it slowed down the more it chased me. In the end it knocked me out. Perhaps it thought that I was already dead." Qin Chen was thoughtful but Zhang Xiaohua was nervous. He didn't know if this lie could be deceived by Qin Chen. After a long while, Qin Chen asked again, "Ren Xiaoyao, can you tell me what happened after you met Zhang Xiaohu?" Zhong Pei, who was at the side, couldn't help but want to remind him. However, after patting his horse and taking 2 steps forward, he stopped. "Nonsense, you've repeatedly disturbed the inner court emissary's observation of the people's situation. Isn't it obvious that you have a guilty conscience?" Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned and secretly said, "What's there to say? Isn't it all a story made up with second brother and second sister-in-law? Could it be that the people of Lingxiang Peak saw something wrong?" After thinking for a while, he cleared his throat and told the story that he had discussed with Zhang Xiaohu one by one. Even the matter of saving the inner disciple was put on Zhang Xiaohu. Of course, in the middle of the story, Zhang Xiaohua did not forget to praise herself. Lord Chen, the inner disciple's bones were all set by me. If there's any merit, don't forget me. I don't dare to share with senior brother Zhang Xiaohu. I'll just give a little reward. As he said, he stretched out his little finger and gestured the size of a fingertip. Qin Chen laughed out loud and said, if you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't know. When I have the chance, I'll definitely report this matter to the sect master. Then he asked, where did you learn the technique of setting bones? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said, Lord Qin, don't you know? I came from Rejuvenation Valley. The medical skills of Rejuvenation Valley are also famous in Jianghu. Isn't that so? Qin Chen patted his forehead and said, I really forgot about this. Then Zhang Xiaohua followed up with a casual look. Lord Chen, why have you come to the ethereal hall today? Is it to reward senior brother Zhang for saving the inner disciple? The corners of Qin Chen's mouth under the veil curled up and he said with a smile, how can you know the whereabouts of the inner disciple? Then he looked at the disciples of Shirxin Peak who were already in sight and said with a smile, let's go. You're just in time. Follow me and you'll know. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and secretly complained, isn't it just an inner disciple? What's so great about it? I Xiaoxia have been talking all the way and my mouth is dry. Can't I let you say a word? Hee, if it weren't for my second brother's reputation, I Xiaoxia would be too lazy to talk to you. Although he thought so, his mouth was tight and he said modestly, I'll listen to Lord Chen's orders. In front of Lord Chen, I'm willing to lead the horse and serve you faithfully. Qin Chen laughed again and said, forget it. I don't need you to do this. Just watch from the side. On Shirxin Peak, Yang Ruping and Hall Master Yang had been waiting anxiously for a long time. After several waves of disciples came up to report, there was no news, which made her very anxious. Although there would be no accidents on the mountain road of Shirxin Peak, she was a little confused because she hadn't come up for a long time. Yang Ruping was not relieved until she saw the figures of the crowd. But even so, Qin Chen and others still went up the mountain slowly, which made her frown and her heart moved for no reason. Is this a show of strength from His Excellency? I don't know which junior sister this messenger is. I only heard that her surname is Qin. I don't know if she is easy to get along with. Chapter 7:18. By the time Qin Chen saw Yang Ruping, Zhang Xiaohua's story had also ended. Qin Chen did not delay any further. He spurred his maroon horse and rushed out of the crowd. When Yang Ruping saw this, she hurriedly came out to greet him. When the two of them got closer, Qin Chen dismounted from his horse and took out a fist-sized jade talisman. He held it high and said, I've come to Shirxin Peak on the orders of the sect leader to settle the dispute between Hall Master Yang Ruping and Vice Hall Master Zhong Pei. Yang Ruping bowed and said, thank you for your concern, sect master. Then Qin Chen handed over the jade talisman and said with a smile, Senior Sister Yang, please tell me your identity. Hearing Qin Chen call her Senior Sister Yang, Yang Ruping was relieved. According to the rules, she was the Hall Master of the Misty Hall, so Qin Chen should call her Hall Master Yang. Now he called her Senior Sister Yang in front of her, which meant that they were close. So she took the jade talisman and looked at it carefully. Then she handed it back and said with a smile, Welcome to Shirxin Peak, Junior Sister Qin. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Chen took the jade talisman and put it in his arms. He shook his head and said, It's not hard work. I'm just helping sect master. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I didn't have the chance to meet you. Now seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. Yang Ruping smiled bitterly and said, What do you mean by famous? I'm very stupid and I'm not good at dealing with the affairs of the hall. Sect master put the Misty Hall in my hands, but I caused so much trouble and troubled sect master. Junior sister, please don't laugh at me. Qin Chen stopped talking. At this time Aunt Qin, Zhong Pei and the others also approached. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be young among the inner disciples, so they couldn't see anything special about her. Yang Ruping glanced at the crowd and said to Qin Chen, Junior Sister Qin, do you want to take a rest now or ask the questions directly? Qin Chen looked at the many disciples standing solemnly behind Yang Ruping and nodded. There's no need to rest. Let's just ask them directly. This has dragged on for many days. I'm sure that Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Chen must have suffered a lot. Please call them here, Hall Master Yang. When he mentioned the name Chin, there was a hint of excitement in his tone, which made Yang Ruping a little confused. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the crowd, heard this, he felt his head explode. What? Zhang Xiaohu was wronged. What's going on? Second brother brought back 4 carriages worth of spirit grass and even saved a female inner sect disciple. How could he get into trouble? Zhang Xiaohua looked around, the corner of his eyes twitching slightly and his teeth grinding. At this time he also thought of the scene when he met Lu Qiaogang on the mountain road. Presumably, all the disciples of the Misty Hall knew what was going on. Who can tell me what happened? Zhang Xiaohua shouted in her heart. At this moment Yang Ruping asked, Yes, Emissary Qin, where would you like to ask? Ethereal Hall, Qin said indifferently. Emissary, please follow me. With that, Yang Ruping led the way and led Qin inside. The younger disciples of the inner sect also followed Qin. Zhang Xiaohua mingled in the crowd. After a moment of hesitation he followed as well. Qin did not ask him to go out. He wanted to see what happened to his second brother. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was not in the mood to look at the scenery of Shixing Peak. She just followed the disciples and was puzzled. What happened to second brother? Not long after, everyone came to the ethereal hall. Although the ethereal hall was big, it could not accommodate everyone. Qin looked back and pointed. You come in with me. After that he stepped into the ethereal hall. Among these people Zhang Xiaohua was among them. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why Qin called her in, but this was exactly what she wanted. She quietly followed the crowd into the ethereal hall. Needless to say, there were rules about who could enter the ethereal hall and who could not. After the disciples of Lingxiang Peak went in, the others also went in and stood in their own positions. Zhang Xiaohua, who entered the ethereal hall for the first time, was stunned. The decoration of the ethereal hall was almost the same as the meeting room of the Misty School. Even the position of the torches and candles were the same. At first glance she thought she was back in the Misty Heights. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded inwardly. Hall Master Yang really has deep feelings for Master Openg. I admire him. Qin was the envoy of His Excellency, so naturally he was the chief. The disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak and Zhang Xiaohua stood on both sides of Qin. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin sat on the lower left side, while Zhong Pei sat on the lower right side. After everyone had taken their seats, Qin said, Disciples of Misty Hall, His Excellency has known about your report on Lingering Fragrance Peak since the earliest time. But now the sect is not peaceful and there are more important things happening in other peaks, so it has been postponed again and again. This time, His Excellency has taken time out of his busy schedule to pay attention to our Shixing Peak and sent me as an envoy to investigate your report. Then he said to Yang Ruping, Hall Master Yang, please escort Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin to the front of the hall. Escort to the front of the hall? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. She was slightly angry and thought, are they already considered prisoners? Why use the word escort? Yang Ruping bowed and said, Chang'e and Qin are female disciples and have not been tortured to extort a confession. It's okay to call them up, but Zhang Xiaohu, as she said, she looked at Zhong Pei. Zhong Pei hurriedly got up and said with a smile, Messenger Qin, I took over this matter from the beginning. I know it's of great importance and concerns the lives of thousands of disciples in the sect, so I dare not be careless. However, Zhang Xiaohu refused to say anything, so I had to use some punishment. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his mind buzzed again. He was furious in his heart. His eyes were round as he stared straight at Zhong Pei. This ignorant man, he actually dared to torture second brother. He must be tired of living. Qin waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. Punishment is a necessary means. You just need to send Zhang Xiaohu to the front of the hall. Hearing that Qin did not mean to blame him, Zhong Pei was overjoyed. He waved to the law enforcement disciples behind him and said, Go and bring Zhang Xiaohu here. The law enforcement disciples behind him hesitated for a moment and bowed to take the order. Not long after, a stretcher carried Zhang Xiaohu, who was covered in blood and bruises and whose breathing was a little weak. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the crowd, stared at the stretcher as soon as it appeared. Her eyes were faintly filled with tears. When she saw her second brother's miserable condition, she almost exploded. However, when her divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohu, she found that her second brother was still alive and not in danger. Only then did she force herself to restrain herself and see what Qin was looking for. At this time Chang'e and the other Qinchin were also brought to the front of the hall. As soon as Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohu, he no longer cared about etiquette and rules. He rushed forward in a few steps and wanted to hug Zhang Xiaohu. However, he was covered with wounds and did not dare to do so for fear of hurting Zhang Xiaohu. He only held the bamboo pole of the stretcher tightly with his hands. His tears had already dripped onto Zhang Xiaohu's body. Qinchin also hesitated for a moment before following behind Chang'e. Her tears fell as she cried, Senior brother, you can't die." When Chang'e heard this, his heart ached as if he had returned to the wilderness surrounded by blood wolves. He clenched his teeth and fiercely glared at Zhong Pei. Then he looked at the masked woman sitting in front of the hall. How could he not know that she was an inner disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak? He walked forward and knelt in front of the high and mighty Qinchin. He said, "Senior brother Zhang is innocent. Zhao Jian is the main culprit." When the masked Qinchin saw this, she said in a deep voice, "Stand up. Regardless of whether your senior brother Zhang is innocent or not, you have to remember that in the Lingering Fragrance sect, female disciples are respected. You don't need to kneel to anyone except the sect leader." When Chang'e heard this, he hesitated for a moment before slowly standing up. "Zhao Jian?" The masked Qinchin asked, "Where is he?" "This lowly one is here." Zhao Jian walked out from behind Zhong Pei and bowed towards the seat of honor. Qinchin didn't comment. Then she stood up and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. She stretched out her hand and gently touched Zhang Xiaohu's pulse. After checking, she sighed and said, "His meridians are damaged, but his martial arts are not damaged. However, his internal injuries are very serious. Many of his bones are broken and there are many external injuries. His life is not in danger, but he will need a long time to recover." After speaking, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chang'e. "This is Lingering Fragrance Peak's Yuandan pill. Feed him one, I have something to ask him." Chang'e accepted the bottle and fed the Yuandan pill into Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. The masked Qinchin looked at Zhong Pei's face and said, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you don't have to do this. The truth is not out yet. I just want to wake Zhang Xiaohu up and ask him the reason." Then she sat back in her chair and stretched out her right hand. She hooked her right index finger and said to Qinchin, who had just stopped crying, "Are you Qinchin? Come up and talk." Qinchin looked at Chang'e, who was busy feeding Zhang Xiaohu the pill, and timidly walked forward. He bowed and said, "Disciple Qinchin greets your excellency. You don't have to be so polite, Qinchin." The masked Qinchin nodded and said, "Tell me everything that happened in the Yulon Canyon." Then he added, "Don't be afraid. It'll be fine as long as you tell me the truth, Qinchin." It was very easy to call him Qinchin. Qinchin looked back at Chang'e and started to talk about the disciples of the Misty Hall, from entering the Yulon Canyon to encountering the blood wolves and the two inexplicable neighs of the horses. "Qinchin is lying. Your Excellency, Qinchin must have colluded with Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu." Zhao Jian couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward to defend himself. "Shut up. Who are you to call Qinchin?" The masked Qinchin was furious. "Didn't you see that your Excellency is asking a question? What right do you have to speak?" Chapter 719. Although Zhao Jian did not understand the meaning of Qinchin is also for you to call, he knew the anger of the messenger from Lingxiang Peak. He quickly shrank his head and retreated. The masked Qinchin sneered, "Zhao Jian, since it's your first offense, I won't lower myself to your level. If there's a next time, I'll slap you." Zhao Jian said that he didn't dare. The masked Qinchin asked, "You said there were two inexplicable horse neighs. Is it the horse of your Misty Hall? Aren't the horses of your Misty Hall all in the woods?" Qinchin looked at Chang'e, then at Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin. She still said timidly, "That's what we thought. We haven't seen any disciples from other halls for several days. If I'm not mistaken, this horse belongs to our Misty Hall." "But didn't you say that you were all in the woods?" Qinchin was anxious and said, "That's what we thought at the beginning, but later on when we carefully recalled it, it seems that Senior Zhao Jian and Senior Xia Zai rode out to call the patrolling disciples, but we didn't pay attention to whether they came back." Zhao Jian's face changed slightly when he heard this. He was about to go forward, but he stopped when he thought of the warning just now. The masked Qinchin nodded. That is to say, Qinchin, Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu discussed and felt that it was the horse of Zhao Jian and Xia Zai, but you couldn't be sure that it was them. This. Chin hesitated and nodded. Yes, I was also very scared at that time. The blood wolves were not far away and I only wanted to pray that they would leave quickly. How could I pay attention to anything else? The masked Chin asked again. Changgu, is Chin right? Are you and Zhang Xiaohu not sure? Changgu thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Lord Messenger, I'm not sure either. What about you? Zhang Xiaohu, are you not sure either? You just need to nod. It had to be said that the Yuhuandan pilk of the Xiangism was magical. After the seriously injured Zhang Xiaohu took the Yuhuandan pill, he had already woken up. His breathing was long and steady, not as intermittent as before. What could Zhang Xiaohu say? He could only nod. At that time he really didn't notice whether or not the two of them had returned to the forest. He was only guessing based on his intuition. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was still somewhat confused. Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e had also told him about this matter. But if that was the case, the one who should be locked up in the dungeon should be Zhao Jian. How could it be Zhang Xiaohu? However, when he saw that Chin had given the Yuhuandan pilk to Chang'e, he was temporarily relieved. As long as his second brother's life was saved, nothing else mattered. What next? The masked Chin asked. Chin looked at Changgu and said, after that, senior brother Zhang, senior sister Changgu, and I rode the horses and ran wildly. Although the horses were more handsome than the horses of the other senior brothers and senior sisters, after the other senior brothers and senior sisters were eaten by the wolves, we were caught up by the wolves. But just as the wolves were about to eat us, there was a sudden roar that shook the whole valley. Those wolves immediately stopped and then quickly ran south. You're talking about a roar? The masked Chin asked. Was it the same as the previous roars and could be heard by the whole Yulon Grand Canyon? Chin nodded. Yes, it was the same as before, but it was changed to the direction of the south exit. The masked Chin nodded thoughtfully. What next? Chin thought for a moment and said, then we had nothing to eat. We picked some vermilion fruits by a pool and then fainted. When we woke up, our power was greatly improved. The masked Chin smiled and said, Chin, you're so lucky that you can pick the legendary vermilion fruit? I've been looking for it for a long time but still couldn't find it. After that, he waved his hand and said, come here. Chin walked over obediently. The masked Chin checked for a moment and nodded. There's still a lot of medicine in your body that hasn't been refined. You're not lying. Then he asked, by the way, who thought of using elk to drive the carriage? And who caught the elk? Hearing this, Chin said with a smile of exultation, senior brother Zhang is really amazing. When I woke up that day, he and senior sister Chang'e had caught 4 elks nearby. Then we went back to the woods and picked out all the rare herbs from the original carriage. We gathered them in the 4 carriages and let the elks pull them out of the woods. The masked Chin turned his head and asked, Chang'e, tell us what happened at that time. Chang'e said, senior brother Zhang and I woke up first. Senior brother Zhang remembered the herbs in the woods and said that they were exchanged with the blood of the disciples in the hall and should be taken out. At that time we just wanted to take some for each of us, but when we saw elk passing by, I had an idea and thought of using elk to pull the carriage. Then why are there 4 elk and not 3? Messenger, there were only 2 of us. Chin was still in a coma, so each of us could only subdue 2 elk. After all, we didn't have a third hand. Chang'e answered calmly. Not far away, Zhang Xiaohua was also in a cold sweat. This was indeed a flaw. She was rescued by Zhang Xiaohu and others when they left the valley. At that time there were already 4 carriages and one of them was undriven. It was not designed by her that each of them could drive 1 carriage. Chin next to her also sighed. It's a pity that I didn't wake up in time. Otherwise, I could have helped senior brother Zhang catch 1 more elk and pull 1 more carriage out. There were a lot of herbs, which were exchanged with the lives of senior brother Zhang and senior sister Chang'e. As soon as these words came out, the whole misty hall was silent. The masked Chin smiled and said, Chin, you've done a good job. It's a great contribution to help senior brother Zhang and senior sister Chang'e get the carriage back. Then the masked Chin asked, what happened later? How did you save the disciples of the Tuadu Hall and the female disciples of the inner branch? Chin no longer hesitated and told the story that he had made up in the future, just like Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud. I Xiao am good at making up stories, no worse than some scholars. The masked Chin nodded and said, Chin, are you telling the truth? Of course, Lord Messenger. Then, do you think Zhang Xiaohu has anything to do with the animal tide? Animal tide? How could the animal tide have anything to do with senior brother Zhang? Hearing this, Chen's expression changed greatly. Even Chang'e next to him was panicked. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu lying on the stretcher, he quickly shook his head and explained, Lord Messenger, it's all the framing of senior brother Zhao and Deputy Hall Master Zhang. How could senior brother Zhang have anything to do with the animal tide? He has been with us all the time. When the animal tide happened, senior brother Zhao was also there. How could he say that senior brother Zhao is related to the animal tide? Since Chang'e and Chin were taken to the dungeon, they did not understand what was going on at first. After Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin's inquiries as well as Zhong Pei's indirect inquiries, how could they not understand the reason behind it? It was just that they felt that Zhao Jian and Zhong Pei had no reason to frame Zhang Xiaohu. At the same time, they faintly felt that Zhao Jian was guilty. Of course, it was just a feeling. They did not have any real evidence. The masked Chin did not comment and asked, Chin, Chang'e, do you have anything else to say? Chin and Chang'e shook their heads. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at Zhao Jian. He said something softly, but even if Chang'e put his ear next to Zhang Xiaohu's mouth, he could not hear clearly. He could only faintly hear. Gong. Zhang Xiaohu actually wanted to say that Zhao Jian had sinisterly broken his dantian and crippled his entire body's internal energy. He had a guilty conscience, but he was seriously injured and could not speak clearly. How could he accuse him? Chang'e listened for a long time and still could not understand. He could only look at the masked Chin and shake his head slightly. The masked Chin turned to look at Zhong Pei and said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you can tell us your reason. Zhong Pei cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Envoy Chin, for giving me this opportunity. Then he cleared his throat and told Chin about the conspiracy between him and Zhao Jian. Zhong Pei's eloquence was very good. He was like a lotus flower with his tongue, vividly describing his suspicions. It was as if Zhang Xiaohu was the instigator of the beast tide and the group of beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon were under the command of Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu's purpose in going to the Yulon Grand Canyon was to slaughter thousands of ordinary disciples of the Xiangzi cult. Until the end, Zhong Pei did not leave any trace. How could Zhang Xiaohu have such magical powers? He must have been instructed by someone, but who were these people? This question was thrown to the masked Chin. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing among the inner disciples, finally understood why his second brother was sent to the dungeon by Zhong Pei and suffered such torture. It turned out that Zhong Pei wanted to fight for fame and gain the favor of the leader of the Xiangzi cult. The angry Zhang Xiaohua was in an incomparably bad mood. It doesn't matter if you fight for power, but to step on the corpses of small people is your fault. This kind of behavior of harming people behind their backs is even worse than the blood wolves in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Well, since I'm here, then second brother's grievances can't be in vain. Staring at Zhong Pei, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes gradually narrowed. But at this time the masked Chin raised his head and looked at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, didn't you always want to speak? Now it's your turn. From now on, I will remember everything you say and report it to Lord Sect Leader without changing a word. Zhao Jian took a step forward and bowed. Thank you, Lord Messenger. Then he pointed at Zhang Xiaohu and said, They're lying. Chin was anxious when he heard this and said in a shrill voice, Zhao Jian, why do you say we're lying? The masked Chin stopped him. Chin, shut up. Whether they're lying or not, it's up to me to decide. Although he stopped him, there was some excitement in his tone. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind him, unconsciously curled his lips. He understood Chin's mood. Talking to someone with the same name was like talking to two of himself. It was quite novel. It was exactly Chin's favorite trick. Chapter 720. Chin saw that the messenger had stopped him and didn't dare to say more. He lowered his head in grievance. The masked Chin looked on with interest and said to Zhao Jian, Tell me what you think is true. Zhao Jian's eyes were filled with deep emotions as he recounted everything he knew. In the end he concluded, Do you know? Messenger Chin, when I saw that my brothers were buried in the belly of the wolves, my heart was broken. I also wanted to go with them. That way they wouldn't be alone on the road back to the Yellow Springs. At least we could hold hands and go together. However, I also know that there are more brothers in Shirshing Peak waiting for me to bring back news of the brothers in Yulon Mulian. I can't be so depressed. I still have a complete body to serve Sir Hierarch. So I wiped my tears and hid my grief and indignation deep in my heart. I silently thought of Sir Hierarch and fled all the way back to Shirshing Peak from the Yulon Prairie. Zhang Xiaohua's stomach spasmed when he heard this. He didn't expect that senior brother Zhao, who looked so bright, would be so fluent in flattery. Then Zhao Jian changed the topic and said with great grief and indignation, "After returning from the Yulon Grand Canyon, I have always felt guilty. I couldn't bring back the brothers who went with me. I regret it very much. Why is my martial arts so bad?" However, before I could escape from the abyss of grief, I heard the news that junior brother Zhang Xiaohu had returned safely from the Yulon Grand Canyon. You don't know how excited and happy I was at that time. However, when Zhang Xiaohu came back, I saw the 4 carriages of spirit grass and junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Qinchin were safe and sound. My upright heart couldn't help but have doubts. Yes, I didn't want to doubt. I didn't want to doubt Zhang Xiaohu, who was like a brother to me. He was usually so loyal and honest. Moreover, as a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was supported by most of us disciples. This direct disciple of the Misty School, Zhao Jian's words were especially clear and heavy. However, my conscience tells me that I have to say it. I have to say it on behalf of the dozens of brothers in the underworld. They can't die in vain. It's true, Lord Messenger. Although the situation was urgent, I still cared about my brothers. My eyes never left the pack of wolves. Zhang Xiaohu was really submerged in the pack of wolves and there was no possibility of survival. But now he is actually standing in front of us. I don't need to say it, you should be able to think of something. If I say that Zhang Xiaohu has nothing to do with this blood wolf pack, would you believe it? Hearing this, the disciples in the hall went into an uproar and started whispering to each other. All the disciples knew about Zhang Xiaohu's matter, but because of Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei, everyone was not clear about the details. These days there had been a lot of rumors and there were all kinds of versions, but no one would have thought of this because after all, Zhang Xiaohu was able to bring the 4 carriages of spirit grass back to the Shirshing Peak, which could be considered a great merit. Now that they heard Vice Hall Master Zhong's words and Zhao Jian's instigation, they couldn't help but suspect. That's right, dozens of disciples have died, and Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts are not high. How could he have survived? Furthermore, he saved a lot of people and brought back a lot of spirit grass. Hearing the noisy discussions of the disciples and their distrustful gazes, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel regretful. Why didn't she think of this earlier? No matter what Zhao Jian's intentions were, what he said was reasonable. These things could not be explained very well. Although Qinchin had already said that he had eaten the cinnabar fruit and increased his power, it was still a bit far-fetched. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel anxious. She lowered her head and thought, if things developed unfavorably for Zhang Xiaohu, how should she deal with it? Shut up. The masked Qinchin berated, and the entire Misty Hall immediately fell silent. Then he said, Zhao Jian, do you have any evidence for your words? Zhao Jian shook his head. No, all the disciples died in the Yulon Grand Canyon and I barely escaped. Where is the evidence? The masked Qinchin asked Qinchin again. Qinchin, do you have any evidence? Qinchin shook his head. Then he turned to ask Zhong Pei, Vice Hall Master Zhong, who do you think is telling the truth? Zhong Pei cupped his hands. I know that Zhao Jian is telling the truth, so I put Zhang Xiaohu in the dungeon. I believe Zhao Jian. Good. The masked Qinchin nodded and said to Yang Ruping, what do you think, Hall Master Yang? Yang Ruping hesitated. To be honest, she was also moved by Zhao Jian's words. After all, what Zhao Jian said was reasonable. Of course, his final conclusion was also a bit unimaginable. I believe in Zhang Xiaohu, Yang Ruping said reluctantly. When the word believe came out, Zhang Xiaohua was a bit angry. Her second brother risked his life to bring back 4 carts of spirit grass, and in exchange the Misty Hall Master trusted him so little. It was really not worth it. What about Vice Hall Master Qin? The masked Qinchin asked again. Lord Messenger, although I know Zhang Xiaohu and I don't dare to judge his affairs, I believe in Chang'e and Qinchin. They were brought up by me. What they say is what I want to say. Madame Qin was resolute, but after thinking about it she was a bit soft-spoken. However, what she said was reasonable. Zhang Xiaohu joined the Misty School halfway. When he came to the Shirshing Peak, he was not with Madame Qin and the others. It was reasonable to say that he didn't know them. There was no flaw in Madame Qin's words, but in the ears of the disciples in the hall, it was a bit inappropriate. The disciples' hesitant eyes became more and more puzzled. The masked Chen laughed and said loudly, "What about the disciples in the hall? Who do you think is right and who is wrong?" Seeing that everyone was silent, he waved his hand and said, "Those who believe in Zhang Xiaohu stand on the left. Those who believe in Zhao Jian stand on the right. Those who don't know who is right and who is wrong stand in the middle." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples panicked. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at them. Among the disciples, 5 of them stood on the right and 4 of them stood in the middle. Those who believed in Zhang Xiaohu stood on the left, only 1 of them. Clap, clap, clap. The masked Chen clapped his hands and asked softly, Chen, do you have anything to say?" This. Chen's face was pale and he said in a trembling voice, "Lord Messenger, senior brother Zhang is indeed." While they were talking, there was a loud bang and the closed door of the misty hall was pushed open. The strong sunlight outside shone in, making many people squint their eyes slightly. In the sunlight, a middle-aged man with a straight back walked in with heavy but firm steps. "Are you?" The masked Chen said angrily, "I am here." "How dare you break in?" However, the man still walked into the hall step by step. His shadow in the sunlight was extremely bright. When the disciple next to him closed the door of the misty hall again, everyone saw clearly that he was Zhang Xiaohu's master, Wen Wenhai, who had been abolished of his martial arts and had never come to the misty hall. Zhang Xiaohua stood behind. Although he didn't move, his heart was warm and his eyes were moist. When he saw Wen Wenhai, his first impression was that gentle young master he saw in Lu Town, the young Xiao who came from the sky and saved him and his father from the hands of bullies. At this moment, although Wen Wenhai was not old, his spirit was not as good as before, and his movements were no longer as nimble as before. He was not much different from an ordinary burly man, and this was the result of his inner strength being crippled. When Wenhai walked to the front of the hall, bowed to Yang Ruping and said, "Master's wife." Yang Ruping got up and returned the salute. Then she said, "Wenhai, why are you here instead of resting?" "Oh, this is Lord Qin, the messenger sent by the hierarch of Lingxiang Peak." When Wenhai cupped his hands and said, "I am Wen Wenhai from Misty School." "Greetings, Messenger Qin." He said Misty School instead of Misty Hall. The masked Chen didn't care about it. He waved his hand and said, "I wonder what Heroine has to say." When Wenhai straightened his back and glanced at Zhong Pei from the corner of his eyes, his expression was full of disdain. Withdrawing his disdainful look from Zhong Pei, when Wenhai said to the masked Chen, "When I came to Shirshing Peak, I never entered Misty Hall. I don't care about anything on Shirshing Peak. It's just that I haven't seen this disappointing disciple of mine for a long time, so I asked someone and found out that such a thing had happened. Lord Qin, just now I heard clearly outside the door. Isn't Zhong Pei trying to find the person behind Zhang Xiaohu?" Came. "I'd like to see how a cripple like me who has lost all his martial arts can have a connection with the beast tied in the Yulon Canyon." When Wenhai stood there as steady as Mount Tai and looked at Zhong Pei with bright eyes. For a moment, Zhong Pei felt that he didn't dare to face him. "Heroine, I know you love your disciple, but Vice Hall Leader Zhong is just guessing. Am I not looking for evidence? Then let me ask you, you are standing here. What evidence do you have to prove that you and Zhang Xiaohu have nothing to do with the beast tied in the Yulon Canyon?" Then he pointed to the disciples in the hall and said, "You see, I don't need to say anything. How many of your own disciples in Shirshing Peak believe your disciple Zhang Xiaohu?" When Wenhai looked at the 3 groups of disciples in the hall, many of them were a little ashamed and lowered their heads. With a smile on his face, when Wenhai looked around and said, "Regardless of whether you support it or not, there is only one truth. No one can fake it, right? They have the right to choose. I won't blame them no matter who they choose. On the contrary, if they go against their conscience for power and reputation, then I'm ashamed." When Wenhai's words were powerful and resonant. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's blood surged. She couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism spontaneously rise. Isn't it just unfair? With the 3-feet-long sword in my hand, I'd like to see who dares to say no. Lingering fragrance peak? I'll just topple this lingering fragrance peak. Chapter 721. Hearing this, the masked Chin smiled and said, Master Wen, you can see it clearly, but don't you want to see your disciple's injury? When Wen Hai glanced to the side and saw Zhang Xiaohu's eyes full of grief and indignation, he said with a smile, as long as he is alive there will always be life. At worst he will only have some dry firewood like me. There is no need to see him. The masked Chin asked curiously, Master Wen, are you here to accept your punishment? Don't you want to say something? Do you want to say something for your disciple? When Wen Hai shook his head and said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaohu has made such a great contribution to the Misty Hall, but he was destroyed by you with a groundless accusation. What else can I say? I came here today just to see. Aren't you looking for the person behind Zhang Xiaohu? Who else is there except me? If you have any problems, just come to me. At worst, I will give you my head to fulfill my wish several years ago. Although when Wen Hai was talking to Chin, he also looked at Yang Ruping several times, which made Yang Ruping quite embarrassed. Hearing Wen Hai's heroic words, all the disciples were a little ashamed. The masked Chin stood up from the chair and clapped his hands and praised, Master Wen, you are so forthright that I admire you. Then he turned around and said to Zhong Pei, do you think you are the only smart person? Do you think you can play everyone on the Shishing Peak and the inner disciples on the Lingxiang Peak in the palm of your hand with such means? Zhong Pei was stunned and quickly stood up and said excitedly, Envoy Chen, please understand. I am loyal to the Lingxiang Peak. I am trying my best to complete the task of the sect master. Seeing that Zhong Pei still wanted to argue, the masked Chin took out the jade talisman from his arms and held it above his head. He shouted, pass the sect master's decree. Zhong Pei did not dare to speak at once. He bowed and said, please tell me. The masked Chin said, Zhong Pei, do you think I am a fool? Do you want to fool me with such a non-existent thing? Why don't you use your cleverness on the right path? I know that you want to make some contributions, but you have to find something reliable to do. Don't mention the beast tide of Yulan Mu. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, use your heel and think about it. Is that something the disciples of the Misty Hall can control? It's the work of Yellow Wind and Black Lightning. We'll look into it when we have the time. There's no need for Vice Hall Master Zhong to come. Zhong Pei's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He mumbled to himself, not daring to say a word. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have a good impression of this sect master whom he had never met before. Fortunately, you're not muddle-headed from old age. You can still distinguish the cause of the matter. Then he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the masked Chin. This guy had already received the order from the sect master that he only needed to pass it on to the Shishing Peak and everyone would have to listen to it. But this guy, on the other hand, kept shouting this and that, insisting on being the so-called righteous one time, making him worry for nothing for a long time. After reading the decree of the sect master, the masked Chin put away the jade talisman and said to Zhong Pei with a cold face, Zhong Pei, the matter of the beast tide ends here. Do you know? Zhong Pei said obsequiously, this lowly one knows. This lowly one was also blinded for a moment and wanted to make some contributions for Lingering Fragrance Peak. I didn't expect that I was deviated. This matter will never be mentioned again. Up to this point, things were not out of Zhong Pei's control. He had made preparations for both sides. If he succeeded, he would have completed some unspeakable tasks given to him by the hierarch. If he failed, he would have been punished by the hierarch. Not far away, Zhao Jian's face was green and red. He was unwilling, but if Zhong Pei did not dare to say anything, what could he do? Who knew that the masked Chin would say, the sect master is extremely dissatisfied with you. You stirred up a storm, but you fell into the scheme of others. Well, sit down first. When I return to the Lingxiang Peak, you will return with me and ask for forgiveness in front of the sect master. The scheme of others? Zhong Pei was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, what did you do behind my back? When Zhao Jian heard this, he became anxious. He stepped forward and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am innocent. I did not do anything. I only did what I should do according to your instructions. These words were vague, but it was also very clear that Zhao Jian had entered the Yulan Grand Canyon because of Zhong Pei's instructions. You, Zhong Pei said angrily, you still dare to talk nonsense? The masked Chin waved his hand. Zhong Pei, sit down. Your task in the Shishing Peak has been completed. There will be a successor to replace you. Then he said to Yang Ruping, Hall Master Yang, the sect master will arrange a suitable person for you to live in harmony and develop the Misty Hall together. Yang Ruping nodded. Thank you for the arrangement. Well, Hero Wen, you can sit down now. Everything in the Yuanxiang cult is under the control of the sect master. He will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will he let a bad person go. When Wen Hai snorted but obediently found a seat to sit down. The masked Chen sat back in his chair and quietly looked at Zhao Jian for a long time. He said in a deep voice, Zhao Jian, are you not going to say anything? Zhao Jian cupped his hands and said, I have said what I should say. There is nothing more to say. Oh good. The masked Chen asked, then I would like to ask again. Did the two inexplicable horse neighs in the Yulon Grand Canyon have anything to do with you? Zhao Jian shook his head and said, absolutely not. I didn't hear any horse neighs. If my guess is wrong, then junior brother Zhang and the others also escaped from the Blood Wolf. I have wrongly accused a good person. I can apologize to junior brother Zhang. Hee. The masked Chen sneered. If you don't have any ulterior motives, why did you suggest such an idea to Zhong Pei when Zhang Xiaohu and the others came back? This. Zhao Jian was somewhat speechless. When he suggested the plan to Zhong Pei, there was obviously no one around. How did the sect master who was far away in the Lingxiang Peak know about it? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jian hardened his heart and said, since Lord Envoy knows about this, then this little one will tell you everything. Bringing my fellow disciples into the Yulon Grand Canyon to gather herbs was due to my hard work. Gathering more than 10 carriages of rare herbs was also due to my contribution. Even if we encountered a beast tide, I thought that I would be able to escape and bring back some herbs. But this Zhang Xiaohu actually came back alive and brought back 4 carriages worth of herbs. He actually became the greatest contributor to the Yulon Grand Canyon. What about me? I became the pitiful worm in the mouths of the other disciples. Everything that I worked so hard to do was obtained by him by luck. His martial arts are ordinary, how can he block my path? Yes, Lord Envoy is right. I am jealous. Really, I am incomparably jealous. He is only a direct disciple of the Misty School. He took all the glory of being a direct disciple. He learned the Misty Divine Art, and practiced the Misty 7 Swords. These were all obtained by him effortlessly. But what about me? My martial arts are stronger than his, and my swordsmanship is better than his. But what did I obtain after 10 years of hard work? The more Zhao Jian spoke, the more agitated he became. It was as though he was about to step on Zhang Xiaohu's nose. Zhang Xiaohu was lying on the stretcher. He was so angry that his face turned red and his eyes were wide open. He pointed at Zhao Jian with difficulty and wanted to say something. But after a moment he regained his composure and looked at Zhao Jian's performance pitifully. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but smack his lips. This fellow was really boring. He didn't know about the other direct disciples, but when it came to his second brother he knew very well. If he didn't exchange his life for sect leader O's little sister, how could his second brother enter the Misty School? The identity of a direct disciple was also incomparably awkward back then. Now he was actually envied by an ordinary disciple. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never thought of. Zhao Jian spoke for a while more and the surrounding disciples also came to a realization. They looked at Zhao Jian with some disdain, but at the same time there was some sympathy. What he said was not false. Many disciples would occasionally have such complaints, but they would all say it secretly and not dare to surface it on the surface. After a series of sonorous and forceful explanations, Zhao Jian finally said, Lord Envoy, I know I was wrong, but I feel that there is nothing to regret. The martial arts world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Since I have done something wrong, I should be punished. I am willing to apologize to junior brother Zhang and accept the punishment of the Misty Hall. The masked Chen turned his head and smiled. Since you are accepting the punishment of the Misty Hall, then you should listen to Hall Master Yang's opinion. When Yang Ruping heard this, she hesitated and said, although Zhao Jian is jealous of Zhang Xiaohu and has done something wrong, but, after all, it is pardonable. Moreover, he has also made some contributions in the Yulon Grand Canyon. I think, Aunt Qin, who was at the side, could not accept it and said anxiously, Hall Master Yang, Zhao Jian is jealous of junior brother and the things he has done are not small. If not for the sect leader's clear investigation, Zhang Xiaohu's life would have been gone. How can he be spared? This, Yang Ruping muttered, Zhao Jian has also done a lot of things in the hall, and his martial arts is the highest among the second-generation disciples. Seeing that Yang Ruping was somewhat protective and indecisive, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. At this time the masked Qin opened his mouth and said with a smile, "This is the punishment of your misty hall. You can slowly discuss it in the future." Then he suddenly raised his head and asked Zhao Jian, what is the third rule of the fragrant cult? Disciples of the cult who kill each other. Zhao Jian blurted out, and then his face turned pale. The next few words were said with gritted teeth, "Kill, without, pardon." "Good, you still remember." The masked Qin clapped his hands and said, "But why did you still do it?" Zhao Jian turned pale with fright. Chapter 722. The envoy is wise. Zhao Jian hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Xiaohu's injuries were caused by the law enforcement disciples. I only whipped him occasionally to appease the injustice in my heart. I have no intention of taking junior brother Zhang's life." The pitiful Zhang Xiaohu didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Even if he was tormented by Zhao Jian, he couldn't say a word. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They felt that the envoy from the lingering fragrance peak was making a mountain out of a molehill. The masked Qin smiled and said, "Zhao Jian, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. I just want to know if you were the one who caused the blood wolves in the Yulon Grand Canyon." The entire place was silent. Zhao Jian pointed his finger to the sky and said, "The heavens above and the earth below. The two horse neighs were definitely an illusion of junior brother Zhang's group. I definitely didn't do it. If I was the one who did it, I would have been struck to death by the heavens." Zhao Jian, on the other hand, was tense. He saw that the emissary of the lingering fragrance peak was very particular about evidence. Out of all the Misty Hall disciples who participated in the trial, only the 4 of them came back alive. Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 were obviously in cahoots. Their words could not be trusted. He wanted to see how this emissary would judge. Zhang Xiaohua also frowned. When he met Zhang Xiaohu, it was already later on. He also heard about the incident in the forest from Zhang Xiaohu. To be honest, it couldn't be used as evidence, and he couldn't be sure that it was Zhao Jian who did it. In fact, even if Zhao Jian admitted that he was the one who caused the horse neighs, it was only due to negligence. It couldn't be considered as fratricide. Haha. The masked Qin laughed again. "Since ancient times, traitors have always been stubborn. Seems like you are the same. You won't give up until you see the river. Men, bring her up." As soon as he said that, Zhao Jian's face changed drastically. He barely managed to stand still, and his eyes darted around as he glanced at the door. Several inner disciples standing behind Qin heard the order and walked out. Not long after, they brought in a stretcher from outside the hall. On the stretcher was an inner disciple with a veil covering her face. Zhao Jian's expression softened. He looked at Zhao Qian strangely and did not say anything. The masked Qin asked, "Zhao Jian, look at this woman. Do you recognize her?" Zhao Jian pretended to take a look and cupped his hands. "Senior sister seems to be seriously injured. It's a pity that I've always stayed in Shirxing Peak and had no chance to see senior sister lingering fragrance peak. Even when I brought the disciples of Misty Hall to train in Yulon Grand Canyon, I've never seen you before." "Yes?" the masked Qin asked. "Qin, do you know this woman?" Qin looked at her for a long time, then bit his lip and said, "Messenger, the clothes this woman is wearing are mine and senior sister Changa's. She should be the inner disciple we saved on the Yulon Prairie." "Good." Qin turned his head and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, come forward and take a look. Do you recognize this woman?" Zhang Xiaohua did not expect Qin to suddenly call her and was stunned. Then she looked at the familiar faces of Wen Wenhai and Aunt Qin and slowly walked out from the group of inner disciples. Wen Wenhai was sitting there calmly, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he was shocked. After staring for a moment, he regained his composure. Yang Ruping had never seen Zhang Xiaohua before. When she heard Qin suddenly calling her from behind, she was also taken aback. Aunt Qin, who was next to her, quickly went up and briefly explained Zhang Xiaohua's origin. She also handed over the silk in her arms. Yang Ruping saw this and nodded slightly. When Chang'e and Qin heard the name of Ren Xiaoyao, they did not react at first. But when they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, they were surprised and happy. Then they remembered that Ren Xiaoyao was Zhang Xiaohua. But then they stole a glance at Qinchin and did not dare to be too happy. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the hall. First she bowed to Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, and said, Ren Xiaoyao of the pill-expanding hall pays his respects to the three saviors. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and moved his fingers slightly. Chang'e and Qinchin also saluted back. After that, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of the woman and reached out to pick up her arm and other parts. He carefully pinched it, then stood up and said, reporting to Lord Envoy, this is the inner court female disciple that we saved in the Yulon Grand Canyon that day. The bone injuries on her body were all treated by this little one, so I still recognize them. Good. The masked Qinchin said, sit down. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right, then chose the seat next to Wen Wenhai and sat down. The masked Qinchin asked again, Zhao Jian, you really don't know this female disciple? Seeing Qinchin ask again and again, Zhao Jian frowned and said, I'm really not familiar with her. At this time the woman on the stretcher opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Zhao Jian, you don't know me? Do you want me to call you junior brother Zhao or husband Zhao before you will recognize me? When Zhao Jian heard this he was puzzled at first, but then he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. After a long while he hesitated and said, You're Xia, senior sister Xia? Chang'e and Qinchin also exclaimed, You are senior sister Xia? The hoarse voice sighed and said, Is it junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Qinchin? I heard from Lord Qin that it was you and junior brother Zhang who saved me. Lass, why did you save me? You might as well let me die. But then the woman said hurriedly, No, I can't die. If I die, who can expose the shameless face of a despicable person like Zhao Jian? When Aunt Qin, who was sitting there, heard that the masked woman was Xia Zai, she was overjoyed. However, when she saw Xia Zai's miserable state and then looked at Qinchin, who was sitting at the head of the table, her eyes were moist, but she did not dare to go forward. Zhao Jian's eyes turned quickly and immediately changed into a joyful expression. He cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect senior sister Xia to be lucky enough to survive. Congratulations, congratulations. Then he looked puzzled. I wonder what I did to make senior sister misunderstand. You actually treat me like this? Xia Zai was flustered and said with a stutter. You. The masked Qinchin looked at her coldly and turned to Aunt Qin. This Xia Zai was sent to our Lingxiang Peak by the disciples of Wuming Hall as an inner sect disciple. However, after we identified her, we found that she wasn't a disciple of our Lingxiang Peak. She had been unconscious for a few days and we couldn't determine her identity. She only woke up a few days ago, and after some questioning, we reported to the cult master. The cult master took pity on her and granted her a veil, allowing her to cover her face in the cult of fragrance. He also asked me to send her to Shishing Peak. Of course, we can't determine whether she is real or fake. Aunt Qin didn't say anything, but Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why does wearing a veil in the cult of fragrance require the cult master's special approval? Could it be that it's one of the rules of the cult? Then his right hand unconsciously touched the handkerchief in his chest and thought, I, Xiaoxia, have used this handkerchief countless times. If I'm caught red-handed by the inner sect disciples, won't I be chased for thousands of miles? Sigh, there really isn't any human rights in the cult of fragrance. When Aunt Qin heard Qinchen's words, she couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up and walked to Xia Zai. She looked at Xia Zai, who was lying on the stretcher, but she couldn't tell who she was. Xia Zai's head was covered by a veil and her entire body was covered by clothes. No one could tell who she was. Xia Zai heard Aunt Qin's footsteps and said with a choked voice, Master, you won't be able to recognize me. Aunt Qin comforted her. Zai, you grew up by my side. If I can't recognize you, who can? You'll know when you remove my veil. Aunt Qin immediately had an ominous premonition. Therefore she reached out her hand to remove Xia Zai's veil. Chang'e and Qinchin, who were at the side, knew what she was going to do. They exclaimed softly, Master. After saying that, Qinchin also walked forward and stood in front of Aunt Qin. He said softly, Master, senior sister Xia was disfigured long ago. You must be mentally prepared. Aunt Qin waved her hand. What a joke. Which child in the pugilistic world didn't have blood on their hands? Why would they be afraid of this? As she spoke, she removed the veil. However, even though Aunt Qin was mentally prepared and knew that Xia Zai's face was disfigured, she was still shocked by what she saw. Under the veil was a head that was similar to a skull. There was no hair on the head and only a small part of the head had a greenish-white scalp. There were many parts of the skull that revealed white bones. On the face, the 2 pools of autumn water had now become dry pools. There was also a black hole in the nose and her lips were scattered. Her face was almost full of holes. Aunt Jean was dumbfounded. This was much scarier than a skeleton. How could she still see her original face? Moreover, this woman's voice had changed. If one tried to identify it, there were some traces of Xia Zai's voice. However, this didn't mean anything. Junior sister put on the veil. I knew that master wouldn't be able to recognize me. Aunt Jean felt that some tears had quietly fallen from her eyes. She quickly wiped them with her sleeves and quietly covered Xia Zai's face with the veil. At this moment she didn't want to look at Xia Zai's hands that were hidden in her sleeves. Her face was already like this, how good could her body be? After thinking for a while, Aunt Jean moved her mouth close to Xia Zai's ears that had basically become a black hole and whispered a few words. Then she also moved her ears close to Xia Zai's mouth to hear her reply. The others all watched quietly and couldn't hear anything. However, Zhang Xiaohua's 6 senses were several times more sensitive than others. Even if he didn't use his martial arts, he could still hear the sounds. However, when he heard first pain, his face turned red. He looked at the ceiling and then at the ground. From time to time he would dig his ears as if there were lice on his body. When Wen Hai, who was beside him, had been secretly observing him. At this moment he couldn't help but wonder, when did my peripheral vision become so powerful? The 2 of them talked for a while. Aunt Jean straightened up and gestured for Chin Chin to identify it as well. Chin Chin thought for a while and spoke in a low voice like Aunt Jean. However, his face was a little red. After Xia Zai finished answering, her face became even more shy and cute. She nodded vigorously at Aunt Jean. Chin Chin, who was wearing the veil, was curious and asked, Aunt Jean, can you identify it? Chapter 723. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was seated far away, heard Chin Chen's silent question, she couldn't help but sit stiffly on the chair. She didn't move an inch and had a look of disbelief on her face. This Chin Chin is too good at messing around. He can even do such a thing? This is the only way to tell if this is the real Xia Zai or not. Seeing Chin Chen's flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh secretly. When Aunt Jean heard Chin Chen's question, she stood up and cupped her hands. Reporting to Lord Envoy, my disciple Chin Chin and I have confirmed that this is indeed my disciple, Xia Zai. The masked Chin Chin clapped his hands. Good, that's good. Since we can confirm it, junior sister Xia, please tell everyone about your encounter in the Yulon Grand Canyon. When everyone heard this, they revealed a curious expression. Just now, Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 were telling a story while Zhao Jian was telling another story. Who wouldn't know which was true and which was false? They wondered what kind of story this crippled Xia Zai could tell. Not far away, Zhao Jian's expression changed a few times before he gradually calmed down. He returned to his previous confident expression and, like everyone else, he revealed an interested expression. Xia Zai had lost her eyes and couldn't see everything around her. When she heard Chin Chen's instructions, she recounted her encounter. Her hoarse voice wasn't loud, but it rang out in the silent misty hall, causing everyone to be shocked. That day, Zhao Jian held Xia Zai's hand and came to the edge of the small forest. He instructed the patrolling disciples to go back and warn the herb-gathering disciples of the misty hall. Then he tied his horse and Xia Zai's horse to a tree. After that, he held Xia Zai's hand and stealthily walked towards the wolf pack. Xia Zai was puzzled. She wanted to ask but was stopped by Chu Li's gentle gaze. He whispered, don't talk too much. Let's walk for a while and get closer to the wolf pack before we make a sound. Maybe we can lure the blood wolves to this side. Our light body technique is good, so we have a higher chance of escaping. Zhao Jian's image in Xia Zai's heart immediately became infinitely tall. She allowed Zhao Jian's hand to tighten and held Zhao Jian's hand in return. She had already decided in her heart, this is a good lover who is loyal and selfless. Even if I were to be fed to the blood wolves together with him, my heart would still be sweet. Sure enough, when they were some distance away from the blood wolf, Zhao Jian led him in another direction. It was different from the direction of the small forest. At this moment, a low-lying area appeared in front of them. There were some pawns. Xia Zai said softly, "Junior brother Zhao, we should reveal ourselves. Otherwise..." Before Xia Zai could finish her sentence, 2 hoarse neighs could be heard from afar. "This is bad." Zhao Jian's face was filled with panic as he said, "I forgot about the 2 horses." When Xia Zai heard this, she also turned around to look. Sure enough, the 2 horse neighs had already attracted the attention of the blood wolves to the small forest. Xia Zai panicked and immediately leaped up. Zhao Jian was even more anxious as he hugged her and scolded, "What are you doing?" Before Xia Zai could say anything, the blood wolves in the distance had also discovered their tracks. Immediately, a few of them ran towards them. "This is bad." This time Zhao Jian seemed to be really panicking. He didn't say anything to Xia Zai and quickly dragged her forward. When they reached the side of the pond, he pulled out a few reeds from the side of the pond and handed them to Xia Zai. Then he immediately dived into the pond. Xia Zai was a little hesitant. However, when she thought of the blood wolves behind her and the fact that the small forest had already been discovered by the blood wolves, she knew that it was impossible to lure all of the blood wolves to her location. Thus, she followed Zhao Jian and dived into the water with the reeds in her mouth. Although Xia Zai's martial arts were higher than Zhao Jian's and her internal energy was also long, she wasn't good at swimming. When she entered the water, she didn't know what to do. After being hugged by Zhao Jian, she was momentarily dazed. After an unknown amount of time, the blood wolves at the side of the pond wandered away in search of the 2. Only then did the 2 emerge from the pond. Needless to say, the 2 of them were completely drenched and it was no different from being naked. Xia Zai, who was in a daze, and Zhao Jian, who was distracted, easily turned the world upside down. When Xia Zai woke up, everything that should have happened had already happened. Even the wet clothes that were taken off at the side had been dried by the sun. The 2 of them put on their clothes. Xia Zai, who already had feelings for Zhao Jian, felt a little shy. To her, it was only a matter of time. She was only happy that she was able to find such a loyal and affectionate husband. Thus, she discussed with Zhao Jian and decided to check out the situation in the small forest. This suggestion was immediately rejected by Zhao Jian. If they were surrounded by blood wolves, how could they possibly survive? Furthermore, who could guarantee that there weren't 1 or 2 blood wolves there? If they were discovered, how could the 2 of them possibly survive? It was better to take advantage of the fact that the blood wolves had just left. The 2 of them could turn their grief into strength and quickly escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon to spread the news. Xia Zai pondered for a moment and agreed. Since everyone else was dead, the most important thing now was to protect their lives. Thus, the 2 of them headed towards the exit of the Yulon Grand Canyon. In the beginning, Xia Zai didn't have any doubts about Zhao Jian's arrangement. However, after a day, she thought about it carefully and had some doubts in her heart. She couldn't help but ask a few more questions. For example, why didn't he pass the horse to the other disciples and instead tie it to the tree? Why didn't he pick the direction where the blood wolves were going, but the direction beside them? Regarding these questions, Zhao Jian was a little hesitant. In the end, he said that it was just a momentary thought and he didn't make any careful arrangements. On the other hand, Xia Zai didn't think too much about it. After all, they were passionate and would always think positively. Furthermore, at that time it was indeed urgent. Even she was at a loss and had a huge pressure in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get together with Zhao Jian the moment they escaped danger. In the next 2 days, Xia Zai felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the most important thing for the 2 of them was to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, this Zhao Jian, whenever he had the time, he would find Xia Zai and do it several times a day. At first, Xia Zai thought that it was her first time doing it and that she was addicted to it. After all, she was aroused and tried her best to respond. However, day after day, it made Xia Zai develop a feeling that Zhao Jian was treating her as a tool and that every day he could use her was one more day. It was a pity that Xia Zai's vigilance was too late. Just when Xia Zai was suspicious, the 2 of them were about to enter the Yulon Grand Prairie. In a desolate cave on the mountainside, after doing it, Xia Zai's face was still flushed red. It was because Zhao Jian had sealed her acupuncture point. Xia Zai was alarmed and shouted for the reason. However, how could Zhao Jian be willing to tell her? He wanted to kill her immediately. Xia Zai was a famous disciple of the Mingtue Hall and her martial arts were above Zhao Jian's. She hurriedly used the Misty School's reverse blood corrosion secret technique to break through her sealed acupuncture point. Even so, she could only take advantage of Zhao Jian's carelessness to escape from the cave. If she wanted to defeat Zhao Jian, it would be extremely difficult. When Zhao Jian saw Xia Zai escaping, he was alarmed and immediately chased after her. Xia Zai panicked and fled to the top of the mountain. When she saw the cliff in front of her, she subconsciously stopped and turned around to ask Zhao Jian why he was doing this. Zhao Jian only laughed sinisterly and said, "You have already asked so many questions. If I keep you here, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? Only when you are dead will I be at ease." At this moment, Xia Zai finally understood that Zhao Jian had tied the horses outside the forest to attract the blood wolves. The direction he was escaping in was the rear wing of the blood wolves and wouldn't attract the attention of the blood wolves. As for herself, because of a coincidence, she had become Zhao Jian's plaything for a few days. Seeing that they were about to enter the Yulon Prairie and would be leaving in a few days, how could Zhao Jian allow someone who knew about the entire process to live? Even if this person was extremely in love with him and might even be his intimate lover who would never tell anyone about it. Xia Zai was completely disheartened. She didn't even try to dodge Zhao Jian's palm strike that was aimed at her chest. Zhao Jian's move was a feint, and when he got close, he realized that he had increased the strength of his palm strike. He wanted to kill Xia Zai on the spot, but with the strength of his palm strike, Xia Zai was sent flying off the cliff. Seeing that Xia Zai had been struck by his own palm strike, he knew that she wouldn't be able to survive. Furthermore, she had fallen off the cliff, so it was even more impossible for her to survive. Zhao Jian couldn't find a corpse at the bottom of the mountain and left the valley with peace of mind. Even if Xia Zai didn't die, she wouldn't be able to cross the entire Yulon Prairie. However, Xia Zai was lucky. When the palm strike struck her, the strength of the reverse blood corrosion essence was still present and neutralized some of the palm strike. When she fell off the cliff, she was similarly caught by a tree branch at the bottom of the cliff. After waiting for half a day for the mountain wind to blow again, she fell down again. At this moment, the bones in her arms and legs were all broken. Xia Zai actually relied on her anger and desire to live to crawl forward until she was eaten by jackdaws before she fainted. Xia Zai naturally didn't know what happened after that. When she woke up, she was already at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Just as Xia Zai's voice fell, the sound of clapping could be heard amidst the sighs of the Misty Hall's disciples. Moreover, a voice of praise could be heard. "Good story, good plot." When everyone looked over, it was Zhao Jian who was a little panicked just now. Zhao Jian laughed and said, "Senior Sister Xia, I'll call you that for now. Since Vice Hall Master Qin and Junior Sister Chen Chen both said that you're real, I'll also believe that you're real. I don't know how you escaped, but you're slandering me and using my character to make up stories about me. How are you still the Senior Sister Xia that I've always respected? I don't know how I've offended you in the past. Or was it because I commanded you too much during the Yulon Prairie evening refinement that you felt that it affected your status? That's why you're telling such a ridiculous story?" Xia Zai said angrily, "Zhao Jian, you're a heartless and ungrateful villain. Why don't you tell me how I'm fake? How can I use my own innocence to frame others?" There are more chapters. Chapter 724. Zhao Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's hard to say. Although I didn't see you like this, but seeing Vice Hall Master Qin's shocked expression, do you think anyone would still care about your innocence? If you can use it to do something, then it's still possible." "Zhao Jian." The masked Chen Chen berated, "What nonsense are you talking about? Even now you still won't admit your guilt?" Zhao Jian cupped his hands and said, "Sir Envoy, what Marshal Uncle Wen said just now is extremely right. If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? If you want to pin a crime on me, then I can't do anything about it. But think about it, these dozens of people are all disciples of my Misty Hall. We have lived together for more than 10 years and are brothers who have gone through life and death together. What use do I have for their lives?" Zhong Pei, who was sitting by the side, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. His eyes were wandering and no one knew what he was thinking about. "Zhong Pei." The masked Chen Chen's shout gave Zhong Pei a fright. He immediately jumped up from his chair and cupped his hands. "Envoy Chen. Speak, did you instigate this matter?" The masked Chen Chen asked. "Sir Sect Leader has already made it clear that as long as you speak, you will be pardoned." Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the bottom, heard this and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Dozens of lives just because the mastermind is an inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak. Sir sect leader will not pursue this matter. I think the matter of my second brother will not continue. Since this matter has been made known to this Xiao, how can I not give justice to the disciples of the Misty Hall? But Zhong Pei gave a bitter laugh and said, reporting to Sir Chen before I entered the valley, I did indeed have some instructions. This orchid twilight refinement is the most dangerous, and I allowed him to take the opportunity to get rid of a few disciples who were usually disobedient and a threat to him. Anyway, it's normal for people to die in the orchid twilight refinement, and it's not normal if they don't die. No one will pursue this matter, and this strategy is also in line with cough cough, but I have never asked him to leave dozens of disciples in the valley. There are also a few disciples that I have nurtured. However, this lowly one understands Zhao Jian's intentions. The masked Chen thought for a while and asked, is Zhao Jian the same as you? Does he want to make a big deal out of this? Anyway, he has been instructed by you. If he succeeds, he will have made the greatest contribution. Moreover, there will be no other disciple in the Misty Hall who can compete with him, no matter if it is, or if it is cultivated by you. Zhong Pei smiled bitterly again. That's probably the case. It's just that this bastard is really generous. I didn't expect him to be so ambitious. Moreover, thousands of people died in the beast tide, so I didn't expect him to be the culprit. It's my fault. Let's return to lingering fragrance peak. No need. The masked Chen waved his hand and said, His Excellency Sect Master said that as long as you admit it, he won't pursue the matter. Besides, you didn't instigate it, so there's no need to mention it. Then he said to Zhao Jian, how is it? Since your backer has said so, can you still not admit it? Zhao Jian looked up to the sky and laughed. Envoy Chen, you have said so much, but it is all empty talk. Do you have any evidence? Just based on this woman who we don't even know if she is a human or a ghost. To be honest, I even doubt if she is Senior Sister Xia. I know that our cult of fragrance has always emphasized on evidence and fairness. How can I be convinced by your story? How can I explain this to all the disciples of the cult of fragrance? How can I explain this to the wise and mighty sect master? You can only force a confession and smear the name of the sect master. You. The masked Chen saw that Zhao Jian was stubbornly resisting. Even if he did not confess, he was furious. The entire Misty Hall was silent. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. This bastard is really too shameless. Didn't he know that he could use the bewitching finger? He had never used it before, so he might as well use it on this despicable thing. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to stand up, he saw that although the masked Chen was angry, he was still sitting there calmly. He couldn't help but think, from Zhao Jian's tone, it seems like he's already going soft. He's actually placing his hopes on the so-called evidence, on the so-called wisdom of the sect master. But, just based on the decree that Chen passed down earlier, Zhong Pei didn't even have a chance to refute it. How could the sect master possibly be fair? Even Zhong Pei of the inner sect was like this, let alone the lowly Zhao Jian. Everything just now was just an act by Chen. What about now? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think to herself, this girl is really bored. Just as Zhang Xiaohua gave herself a thumbs up for her own cleverness and gave the masked Chen a thumbs up, a hoarse voice sounded, Junior Brother Zhao, could it be that you have forgotten our intimate relationship? How can I not know that you have 6 fingers on your left foot? The disciples in the hall were stunned. Even they did not know that Senior Brother Zhao Jian had such a secret. It seemed that what Xia Zai said was true. But Zhao Jian's expression did not change. He laughed and said, I didn't expect Senior Sister Xia to still admire me. You even found out about my secret. Although there might not be any disciples in Shirxing Peak who know about the 6 fingers, there were a few senior brothers who knew about it when we were in Ethereal Mountain Villa. Senior Sister Xia actually had feelings for me at that time. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then, Junior Brother Zhao, what about the small mole on your thigh? The hoarse voice was still calm. This. Zhao Jian's expression changed drastically. For both men and women, the mole was the most secretive part of their bodies. Other than their parents and those who had physical contact with them, no one else knew about it. Since Xia Zai had mentioned this mole, it naturally proved that she had physical contact with Zhao Jian. And since they had physical contact with each other, everything she said was naturally true. At this moment, the hoarse voice sounded again, what? My junior martial brother Zhao, you didn't think of it, did you? Although the woman beneath you was already in a state of delirium, she still touched your entire body while you were enjoying yourself. I reckon that even you didn't know that you had a tiny mole the size of a grain of rice on your thigh. Xiaozai was right. When they were doing it, Zhao Jian only felt that Xiaozai's hand was abnormally comfortable. Although she deliberately avoided some places, how could she remember when she was in a state of delirium? Especially such a sensitive place. Moreover, the thigh was hidden. Who would notice it? To be honest, even Zhao Jian himself did not know that he had a small mole on his thigh. If it was not in front of others, he would want to touch it himself. It was probably impossible for him to see it. Instantly, all the male disciples in the Misty Palace looked at Zhao Jian's crotch in unison. Even Zhang Xiaohua was no exception. Zhao Jian immediately felt it and couldn't help but block it with his hand. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to release her divine sense. But thinking about how secretive that place was, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and rolled her eyes. Please, am I Xiaoxia so wretched? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua still looked expectantly at the masked Chen Chen, who was sitting at the head of the table. He hoped that she would give the order to take off Zhao Jian's pants and verify his identity. After all, peeping alone was vulgar, but everyone was curious. Unfortunately, Chen Chen's face was covered by a veil. Zhang Xiaohua could not see if she lowered her shy face like the other female disciples and did not know her current mood. Well, Zhang Xiaohua still overestimated Chen Chen's curiosity. How could Chen Chen, who was in her 20s, sit still and do nothing? The masked Chen Chen shouted, Zhao Jian, let me ask you, what is the first rule of the incense cult? Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face turned ashen and he did not dare to answer. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He really did not know what the first rule of the Xiongism was. Chen Chen sneered. I'm afraid you don't dare to say it. Those who betray you will be punished. You have long forgotten the first rule of the Xiongism. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. It was indeed the Xiongism. If you hurt a brother, you would only be killed. But if you betrayed your heart, you would be punished. This was really unreasonable. Lord Hierarch said that if you set up such a trap to kill all your opponents for the sake of fame and fortune, then you can be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Seeing that you're a talent, it's not necessarily impossible to pardon you. But you betrayed her and even wanted to kill her. If the heavens did not let her be saved by Zhang Xiaohu, then wouldn't the leader have made a big mistake? Then she stood up from the chair and took out the jade talisman. She said seriously, the leader has decreed that Zhao Jian betrayed her heart and killed her. He will be executed immediately. Everyone in the hall was surprised. They knew that Zhao Jian was going to die, but they did not expect that he would die in such a way. However, although everyone was surprised, they did not have the slightest bit of pity in their hearts. Even Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel sorry for this sect master whom he had never met before. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua already knew the whole story. He knew that Zhao Jian was the main culprit who harmed his second brother. He had long since drawn a red cross on Zhao Jian's face in his heart. And the leader's execution made him feel great. When Zhao Jian heard this, his face, which was originally calm, immediately turned pale. He rushed to Zhong Pei's feet and hugged his legs. He howled, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to help me. This little one only followed your instructions and did these things. This happened. Zhong Pei was furious and kicked Zhao Jian away. He scolded, you dog slave, I only gave you a straw but you used it as a banner. You have such great ability, how can I give you instructions? Zhao Jian, who had been kicked to the ground, came to Xiaozai's side. As though he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he held onto her hand and said, Senior Sister Xiao, I was possessed for a moment. Must remember my kindness and plead with the sect leader. I will serve you for the rest of my life and treat you well. Really, I will love you just like in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Then there was a cry of surprise. That you're tuning in to the Biao's Wuxiao Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.